Chapter 3882. The fear on the White Wolf Mask's face had reached its peak. If this guy was just relying on some secret skill to increase his strength, it would be fine, but he was actually able to use the immortal flame. Something like this, even the overlords of the 4 major regions couldn't do it. This guy, who the hell was he? At this moment, he was standing nearly 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao, still recovering from his shock. This wasn't the first time he had chosen to run away, and every time he did, it would make people tremble with fear. "Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running away?" Ling Xiao looked at the White Wolf Mask with disdain and mocked him. "Damn it, how dare you look down on me? If that's the case, I'll show you the true strength of the Ocean Tribe. You have your Beast Soul transformation, and I have my Sea Soul transformation." How could the White Wolf Mask endure this? Being looked down on by a 6th Divine Core warrior, this was a huge blow to his pride. Don't look down on a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior from the Ocean Tribe. Sea God's physique. This special transformation was something only the geniuses of the Ocean Tribe could awaken. And this White Wolf Mask happened to be one of the geniuses of the Ocean Tribe, an outstanding existence in the Deep Sea Dragon region. If not, those 2 mighty warriors wouldn't have brought him to the Eastern Victory Kingdom for the trade. The purpose of this trip was to let him gain some experience. Right after the transformation was completed, the White Wolf Mask's entire body was covered by a thick layer of seawater. Every single drop of water contained a terrifying amount of energy. As for his martial soul, the Sea Devil, it had turned into a real sea devil formed from seawater. It waved its tentacles behind the White Wolf Mask's back, threatening Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. This guy wasn't bluffing. The Sea God's physique had increased the White Wolf Mask's combat strength by a few times. Not only that, he now had a powerful helper. This wasn't a good thing for Ling Xiao. To be honest, there aren't many people who can force me to unleash the Sea God's physique. Among the younger generation, I've only met 2 or 3 people who can do that. But those people's cultivation bases are stronger than mine. You're special, your cultivation base is so much weaker than mine, but you forced me to unleash this divine skill. I'll remember your name. You should be proud of this. To be honest, the White Wolf Masked man was quite excited. Originally, when his family told him to come to the Dongsheng Strong Country to train, he was a little disdainful. What kind of expert could there be in the Dongsheng Strong Country that was worthy of him going all out? But now, he had encountered one. His fighting spirit blossomed crazily. Ling Xiao looked at the White Wolf Mask and knew that this battle would be very dangerous. However, since he had transformed into the 3rd stage Sanguinary Devil Rat, and with his peak 6th Divine Core cultivation base, he was able to unleash his full strength. How could he be afraid of his opponent? With a sneer, his figure once again turned into a sword light and attacked the White Wolf Mask. The Blood Sovereign sword in his hand released a terrifying killing intent. To be honest, in terms of martial skills, Ling Xiao was no match for his opponent, but in terms of defense and physical strength, his opponent was no match for him. Therefore, his martial skills and attacks were all targeted at his opponent's physical body, instead of contending with the opponent's martial skill. In any case, he was fast enough. The initiative was in his hands. Tyrannical Blood Shadow Kill, Tyrannical Phantom Kill, Tyrannical Multiple Shadow Slashes, Tyrannical Blood Shadow Clone Slash. All of his attacks were merged with the Tyrannical Martial Soul's energy, and each of his attacks were targeted at the White Wolf Mask's physical body. This made the White Wolf Mask feel extremely uncomfortable. "Damn you, do you think you can make me submit with this? Sea Devil, kill him." While using the water elemental energy to defend himself, the White Wolf Mask ordered the Sea Devil to attack Ling Xiao's body. With the combination of his martial soul, he didn't believe that he couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, his happiness soon disappeared. Although the Sea Devil's attacks were powerful, they still couldn't touch Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's falling plum clear shadow steps was a miraculous skill. No wonder the thief god was able to travel freely in the golden heavenly region. Apart from the firestorm wheels, he also relied on this falling plum clear shadow steps. The falling plum clear shadow steps wasn't a high-ranked skill, because it was relatively easy for him to cultivate. However, this movement skill had a special feature. The stronger the warrior was, the faster the speed, and the better the effect. The strongest movement skill could even reach the level of an 8th grade Emperor Realm movement skill. Facing the White Wolf Mask, Ling Xiao naturally had the upper hand. "Damn it, Sea Devil, use your strongest move and cooperate with me." After the White Wolf Mask gave the order, the Sea Devil suddenly roared. For a moment, the air was filled with tentacles. On the White Wolf Mask side, he also released water droplets to protect him. Those water droplets were like sharp arrows. They completely wrapped Ling Xiao. "Kid, let's see how you dodge this time. Although your speed is fast, this kind of airtight attack should be your weakness." The White Wolf Mask finally revealed a smug expression. "Weakness? Are you thinking with your thighs? Innate Godfiend Seal, tyrannical slaughterhouse." Ling Xiao sneered and merged with the power of the tyrannical martial soul. For a moment, blood-red sword chi was released crazily with his body as the center. It was as if the entire sky had become Ling Xiao's home ground. The huge sea devil was directly torn into pieces. With a scream, it returned behind the White Wolf Mask. It turned back into a martial soul. That thing was not a real sea devil after all. It was just condensed by water elements. Therefore, its attack power was not bad, but its defense power was far from it. At this time, the White Wolf Mask found that his water droplets could not resist the terrifying blood-red sword chi. As a last resort, he could only hurriedly urge the water droplets to defend. Only then did he avoid the tragedy of being cut into pieces. Ling Xiao's martial skills were not as good as the opponent's. But under the enhancement of the tyrannical martial soul, the innate Godfiend Seal, a 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, could fully exert the power of a 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. Innate Godfiend Seal, Tyrannical Bat Cave. The slaughterhouse had just ended. Before the White Wolf Mask could catch his breath, Ling Xiao's next attack came. A terrifying ultrasonic wave sounded. Although the people outside could not hear it, the White Wolf Mask covered his ears in pain at that moment. The huge black bat, like a giant beast that swallowed the starry sky, pounced on him. Ah! One of the White Wolf Mask's arms was bitten, and it was painful. Ah! Then, his leg was bitten again. The White Wolf Mask felt as if he had entered a terrifying bat cave. There were enemies everywhere. It was full of darkness everywhere. In this bat cave, both eyes and divine sense were useless. The only useful thing was hearing. But the problem was that the ultrasonic wave attack had completely destroyed his hearing. He could only desperately urge the sea god's body to defend. His body was resplendent again and again. It was destroyed. At this time, the White Wolf Mask finally felt the fear of death. His fighting spirit also began to fade. He originally thought that if the battle continued, the guy opposite would definitely become a weakling when the secret skills effect ended. But the battle had lasted for nearly half an hour, and the opponent did not seem to be exhausted at all. On the contrary, his combat power seemed to be getting more and more fierce. He had reached the feeling that he was above him. Chapter 3883. In fact, the White Wolf Masked Man should be glad that Ling Xiao had used the Sky Tyrant's possession technique against Jiyu Fenghua. Otherwise, the combination of the bloody demonic rat and the Sky Tyrant's possession, he would have been a corpse by now. Stop. There is no enmity between us. There is no need to fight to the death. I can't kill you, but it's impossible for you to kill me either. The White Wolf Masked Man suddenly shouted. After all, he had too little actual combat experience. Although he had sparred with his peers before, it was just sparring. He had never met a lunatic like Ling Xiao. It wasn't the first or second time that Ling Xiao had gone through all sorts of crazy battles. Therefore, his viciousness and strength in battle were definitely not something the White Wolf Masked Man could compare to. Nonsense. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He took out the Dongsheng demonic sword. The Eastern Victory demonic sword and the Eastern Victory heavenly sword were a pair, but because of the terrifying sword soul contained within them, the Eastern Victory demonic sword and the Eastern Victory heavenly sword were a pair. It was extremely powerful. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to use it to perform martial skills because he could not control it. However, If it was just an ordinary attack, there would be no problem. The sharpness of the Dongsheng demonic sword was even better than an 8th level Emperor martial skill. At this moment, Ling Xiao held the Blood Sovereign sword in his right hand and continued to control the Carnate Godfiend seal. He held the Dongsheng demonic sword in his left hand and performed ordinary attacks. Each sword was more ferocious than the last. The opponent in front of him had to be killed. Even if he could not kill him, he had to seriously injure him. Only then could he force the Sea Tribe experts to retreat. Otherwise, if he was captured today, he would not be the only one to die. Not only would Yu Fanghua be captured, but the people in the king's residence would also be buried with him. The White Wolf masked man is an enemy that I have to defeat. No matter what, I can't show mercy. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. The sword light flashed and was extremely fierce. You damned dog. You don't know how to appreciate favors. You forced me to use my life-saving Dharma treasure. In that case, I have to kill you today. The White Wolf masked man was completely annoyed. As one of the young masters of the Deep Sea Dragon Realm, he was greatly appreciated by the Dragon Mother of the Dragon Realm. Although he had come out to train, he was still worried that he would encounter danger, so he gave him a powerful artifact. That treasure was a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact. There were only a few of them in the entire 4 regions. This item was originally reserved for assassination attempts by the top experts of the 4 major domains. Although that thing was powerful, every time it was used, it would take a long time to recover. But today, in order to save his life, in order to kill his opponent, White Wolf Mask couldn't care less. Soul of the Dragon Mother. Amidst the roar, a dragon's roar rang out. The surrounding water elements transformed into a terrifying water dragon, which actually forced Ling Xiao away. Then, a blue light in the sky fell into the body of the White Wolf Mask. In that instant, the White Wolf Mask seemed to have changed into another person. Not only had he recovered from his previous injuries, but he had also recovered completely. The most terrifying thing was that his temperament was completely different from before. This feeling was somewhat similar to Long Chen's. Could it be that there are still descendants of the Dragon Clan in the Deep Sea Dragon Realm? Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others belonged to the last of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps the so-called Dragon Mother is just a sea beast with part of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. This thought flashed through Ling Xiao's mind in an instant. Ling Xiao, bear my wrath. This is my most powerful attack. Soul of the Dragon Mother, kill. White Wolf Mask was completely bathed in the blue light. His body turned into a blue divine dragon and pounced on Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that kid to force young master to use the soul of the Dragon Mother. Dragon Mask, who was fighting with Yu Fanghua, had a look of shock in his eyes. This battle was really too unexpected. He thought that White Wolf would be the first to end the battle. However, up until now, the White Wolf had not even hurt a single hair on Ling Xiao. Instead, he was forced to use the soul of the Dragon Mother. Don't worry, big brother. Once young master uses the soul of the Dragon Mother, that kid won't be able to live anymore. Tiger Mask said confidently. That's right, big brother. This battle should finally end. It's really troublesome. Lion Mask said. They all knew what the soul of the Dragon Mother meant. It was definitely not something that little brat Ling Xiao could resist. However, in the next moment, they heard White Wolf Mask let out a shrill scream. A horrifying scene appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao's Dongsheng demonic sword easily shattered the gloves on White Wolf Mask's hands. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, the sword split White Wolf Mask's body. From head to toe, White Wolf Mask's entire body was directly split into 2 halves. What a foolish person. Is this the most powerful power you have? It's really laughable. Innate Fiend God Seal, Bloodthirsty Tyrant Forest. Ling Xiao knew that even if White Wolf Mask's body was split open, he would definitely not die. Therefore, his next attack was already coming. The whole world turned into a blood-red forest. Frightening gigantic beasts emerged from the forest. A heavenly devil had become their leader. They ripped White Wolf Mask apart with their bare hands. Even the heavenly core belonging to the perfect 8th divine core realm was devoured by Ling Xiao. At the last moment, his cultivation level broke through once again. He had reached the early 7th divine core realm. This breakthrough wasn't completely useless. The stronger he was now, the higher his cultivation level would be after the sanguine rat state ended. The 7th divine core realm corresponded to the 7th divine vein realm. It was much higher than the 6th divine vein realm, and it had saved him a lot of trouble. Normally, breaking through like this wasn't a good thing, because it would cause his foundation to be unstable. But right now, Ling Xiao knew his cultivation level would drop, so why would he care about this? White Wolf Mask's heavenly core was completely absorbed into his cultivation ocean. After breaking through to the 7th divine core realm, it didn't stop. It only stopped when he reached the early 8th divine core realm. Although his cultivation level wasn't stable at all, it could collapse at any moment. Just like a dangerous house. But right now, Ling Xiao didn't care about it at all. This house was going to be torn down anyway. He had to build a new foundation and rebuild it. If it was a dangerous house, then so be it. No. The divine dragon mask let out a shocking roar. Their young lord had been killed by someone. Just when they were full of confidence, he had been killed by someone. This was something they couldn't accept. Their young lord had been killed, and the three of them had followed him as bodyguards. If they went back, they would be severely punished by Dragon Mother. Of course, being severely punished wasn't a big deal. More importantly, they had lost all their face. They had allowed a nobody to kill their young lord in front of them. No matter what, they would become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, they stared at Ling Xiao crazily. All of this was caused by that guy. They had to capture that guy alive and bring him back. Chapter 3884. Bam! Yu Fanghua would not waste the opportunity created by Ling Xiao. The moment the dragon god's mask showed signs of panic, she seized the opportunity. She slammed her palm on the dragon mask's back. Fart! The dragon mask spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. His strength was on par with Yu Fanghua. Now that he was injured, he was at a complete disadvantage. The same went for the tiger mask and the lion mask. White Snow took the opportunity to injure them. At this moment, the battle came to an end. Let's go. The three of them did not dare to continue fighting. They turned and fled. When they appeared, they were arrogant and looked down on everyone. Ling Xiao was even more of a minor character that was not worth mentioning. However, such a person had actually caused them to suffer such heavy losses. White Wolf, whose real name was Water White Wolf, was one of the personal disciples of the Dragon Mother of the Deep-Sea Dragon Field. In the end, he was buried here. The other three were the Mud Dragon, the Ice Sea Lion, and the Water Tiger King. The three of them were the strongest in the Deep-Sea Dragon Field. However, he couldn't even protect a whitewater wolf. It was really embarrassing. In the end, they could only flee in a hurry. Otherwise, they might not even be able to save their own lives. When the three people escaped, Yu Fanghua did not chase after them. She was most concerned about Ling Xiao's health. This was because Ling Xiao's current appearance was truly pitiful. Although he killed the water white wolf, he looked as if he was bathed in blood. Not a single part of his skin was unharmed. That was one of the negative effects of the bloody rat. Moon Maiden, I finally see you again. Ling Xiao withdrew the bloody rat. He seemed to have used up all his strength and fell to the ground. He only dared to be so relaxed in front of Yu Fanghua. In fact, the bloody rat could continue, but the price was that he would be more seriously injured. The three masters of the Deep-Sea Dragon Field had been defeated. With the Moon Maiden here, Ling Xiao did not have to be so persistent. He had looked back so many times just to see this woman. He cultivated with all his might. Although he had many goals, the most important one was to reunite with the Moon Lady. At that moment, his entire body was dripping with blood. Even though his body was extremely powerful, it was still severely damaged. He estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 months for him to fully recover this time. Unless there was some special secret method to treat it. His bones were almost completely shattered, and his internal organs were bleeding. If it was a normal person, they would have stopped breathing long ago. Luckily, he was a divine core warrior. Oh, no, He was now an early 8th level divine vein warrior. The drop this time was truly ruthless. However, if he could protect the Moon Lady, it was all worth it. His falling body was caught by the Moon Maiden. His blood dyed the Moon Maiden's clothes red. It was so bright. Yu Fanghua was already in tears. She really didn't know that Ling Xiao would become like this after using that secret technique. If she had known, she would rather die than see Ling Xiao get hurt. Bai Shui quietly looked at the two men. Her eyes were filled with tears and gentleness. She was a demon, and although the demon race had always been cruel and ruthless, there were still true feelings among them. Most women were emotional, and when she saw this touching scene, how could she not cry? Within the Purple Spirit Capital, Zi Chenye and Zi Long were crying their eyes out as well. You're so stupid, why did you have to do this? Yu Fanghua didn't understand. Even if Ling Xiao liked her, he didn't have to do this. Because I owe you. Ling Xiao smiled. Although Yu Fanghua didn't know about it, it was enough for him to know. If it wasn't for him, the Moon Maiden wouldn't have fallen into the 10 reincarnations. Therefore, no matter what he did, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he had to sacrifice his life for this woman, it would be worth it. You don't owe me anything, you really don't owe me anything. The Moon Maiden tightly hugged this man. It was as if all the sufferings she had suffered for the past few days had melted away, evaporated, and disappeared. Which man could do this for a woman? He had gone through countless dangers, and nearly lost his life many times. And now, with his 6th Divine Core cultivation base, he had killed a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior. He had done everything he could. For her, this man had created one miracle after another. Don't cry, Moon Maiden, for you, everything is worth it. Furthermore, I'm still alive, right? Ling Xiao was lying on the Moon Maiden's shoulder, gently wiping away her tears. With a gentle voice, he said, "You're so beautiful, your eyes are blurred from crying. Don't talk anymore, have a good rest. I know everything you've done, I know everything." Yu Fanghua covered Ling Xiao's mouth, as if she was worried that Ling Xiao would die from exhaustion if he spoke one more word. Since the day she was born, her life hadn't been good. Although she was the high and mighty goddess of the Eternal Palace. But everyone looked at her with hostility or greed. She felt like an object, not a human being. Only when she was with Ling Xiao did she feel like she was being cared for. Today, this man had almost given up his life for her. Her heart was filled with warmth, but also fear. The warmth was because of this love, and the fear was also because of this love. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would die because of her. To be honest, when she left, she never thought that Ling Xiao would one day step into the territory of the 4 major regions. That was why she worked so hard to find Ling Xiao herself. Until she found out that Ling Xiao had arrived in the 4 major regions, and had turned the entire Dongsheng strong nation upside down. Only then did she realize that this man was a man of his word, a man of his word. He would never go back on his words. While searching for Ling Xiao, all she heard were stories about Ling Xiao's miracles. There was another main character in these stories, and that was the woman Ling Xiao was searching for. A person called Yu Fanghua. This woman was her. This made her feel extremely proud and honored. In the distance, a sword light was speeding towards here. The Dongsheng Emperor was cultivating when he suddenly felt that his disciple Ji Yu Fenghua's divine consciousness had shattered. He was shocked and rushed over. When he arrived, not only was Ji Yu Fenghua dead, but even one of the 4 people from the Deep Sea Dragon region was dead, and the other 3 had escaped. The Dongsheng Emperor looked at Yu Fanghua and frowned slightly. "Miss, that person is Ling Xiao who killed my disciple, right? Hand him over to me, and I can let bygones be bygones." The Dongsheng Emperor was very famous in the Dongsheng strong nation, and he was the #1 expert. However, in the entire 4 regions and 9 heavens, he was nothing. Yu Fanghua, this kind of high-level person, he really had never seen before. He had only heard of her. However, he could also feel the terrifying threat from Yu Fenghua's body. That was why he was so polite. Otherwise, with his character, he would have killed his way over. Chapter 3885. Get lost. Yu Fanghua didn't say anything, but Bai Shui spoke first. "You old thing, Can't you see that a beautiful couple is meeting? You don't have any eyesight at all. To Bai Shui, the Dongsheng Emperor was just a small figure. He was far inferior to the people from the deep-sea dragon territory. Therefore, she didn't hold back at all. The Dongsheng Emperor frowned. This woman was too rude. He was the emperor of the Dongsheng strong country. How dare she speak to him like that? Miss, I am the emperor of the Dongsheng strong country, the Dongsheng emperor said coldly. He hoped to see fear on Bai Shui's face, or at least panic. But there was no response. She only looked at him with disdain. So what if you are the emperor of the Dongsheng strong country? If I ask you to get lost, then get lost quickly. You will lose your life if you are late. Bai Shui looked impatient. This old thing really thought too highly of himself. Hearing this, the Dongsheng emperor's face turned even uglier. He was the most powerful person in the Dongsheng strong country. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. But this unknown girl had no intention of giving him face at all. This caused the rage in his chest to explode. I gave you face and spoke to you nicely, but you don't know how to restrain yourselves. Aren't you afraid that I will kill all of you? The Dongsheng emperor said coldly. You can try. Bai Shui said sarcastically, I want to see who will die faster. You are courting death. The Dongsheng emperor was really annoyed. He activated his sword intent and stabbed at Bai Shui. Bai Shui just sneered and waved her claws casually. The terrifying claw mark in the void completely shattered the sword intent. It even forced the Dongsheng emperor to retreat dozens of steps. What? The Dongsheng emperor felt his blood boiling in his body and was extremely uncomfortable. How could this girl be so terrifying? Who are you? The Dongsheng emperor frowned and asked. You don't need to know. What you need to do now is to get out of Purple Spirit Country. From today onwards, you are not allowed to set foot in this country. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Bai Shui's attitude was really domineering. Chimph, I don't believe it. The Dongsheng emperor was the same as Jiyu Fenghua. They were both people who did not believe in superstitions. They both felt that they were extremely powerful. No one could do anything to them. But in the next moment, white snow poked 5 holes in his chest. Those terrifying holes were dripping with blood. The Dongsheng emperor gritted his teeth in pain. This injury will take at least 1 or 2 years to heal. This is also my final warning to you. If you still don't know what's good for you, then you'll die. Bai Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Dongsheng emperor looked at him in horror and turned to flee. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Even though he still didn't know the identities of these 2 people. But this little violet spirit kingdom, for the time being, he didn't dare to return. As the emperor, he had many enemies. If others knew that he was seriously injured, he would probably die an unnatural death. So when he returned this time, he planned to go into seclusion. As for Ling Xiao, we'll talk about it later. Now, he definitely had no way to avenge his 2 disciples. Sister, is it okay for me to do this? White Snow stuck out her tongue and asked Yu Fanghua, who was looking at her. If it was me, I would have killed him. Yu Fanghua didn't say anything. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who spoke, but everyone has their own way of doing things, so I won't comment. I'm really tired. I've never felt so tired before. Moon Maiden, can I borrow your leg and sleep for a while? Of course. Right now, Yu Fenghua's heart belonged to Ling Xiao. No matter what Ling Xiao asked for, she would try her best to agree. As for whether the Eternal Palace would come after them, she didn't even consider it. Since she had met him, she might as well seize this moment of warmth and spend some time with Ling Xiao. Oh right, Moon Maiden, I think your cultivation is at the 9th level of the Divine Core Realm, the Extreme Core Realm? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He didn't know the Moon Maiden's true strength, but after the fight just now, he could roughly guess. Yu Fanghua nodded her head and said, actually, when I was in the Western region, I wasn't this strong. After I was captured and brought back to the Eternal Palace, in order to meet you as soon as possible, I've been cultivating with all my might. That's why I've achieved what I have today. I thought I was the only one who would risk my life for you, but I didn't expect you to risk your life for me as well. Perhaps, I, Ling Xiao, am the happiest man in the world. Ling Xiao smiled, then he turned to White Snow and said, I think she's even stronger than you, right? That's right, don't underestimate White Snow. When she was in the wild beast region, she was a peerless demon king. But too bad, she was harmed by some evil people, and her strength dropped a lot. But now, she's still a half-step divine physique realm warrior. She's much stronger than a martial artist at the extreme core realm. Half-step divine physique realm? Is the divine physique realm above the divine core realm? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The divine vein, divine core, and divine physique all belong to the same realm. The most important thing is to strengthen your body before your second reincarnation. If not, you won't be able to pass through the gate of reincarnation, and will die on the way. The Moon Maiden replied. Kid, you're pretty good. I'm an old monster who has lived for several thousand years. But, this is the first time I've seen a man as infatuated and crazy as you. Originally, I had decided to kill you the moment I saw you, so that my sister wouldn't take you seriously. But, after meeting you, I changed my mind. Kid, you're pretty good. Not just my sister, even I would be infatuated with you. White Snow giggled and said, Don't worry, no matter how much your strength dropped, as long as White Snow is here, nothing will happen to you. Thank you, Miss White Snow. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looked like he had really escaped a disaster. If White Snow really wanted to kill him, perhaps even Yu Fanghua wouldn't be able to stop her. Yu Fanghua was only at the extreme core realm, but White Snow was at the half-step divine physique realm. She was completely above the extreme core realm. You're welcome. You deserve it. After all, you used your own actions to protect your own life. Even I'm touched. This Demon King White Snow's carefree manner was quite interesting. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go to the king's residence first. Ling Xiao was feeling extremely tired now. He felt like the sky was turning dark, and he really wanted to have a good rest. After saying that, he fell asleep. Outside the purple spirit capital, the only thing left was the smell of blood in the air. Those who were killed had all turned into dust, and there was no need to deal with their corpses. The sky gradually darkened, and night was about to arrive. But to Ling Xiao, this wasn't night, but the beginning of a brand new day. Although his cultivation had dropped significantly, he still had some treasures. However, he still had some treasures on him that he hadn't used yet. Recovering his original cultivation was much faster than cultivating. He wasn't worried. Of course, the most important thing was that he could see the woman he loved again. Chapter 3886. While he was asleep, the divine pills in his body were taking effect. They fused with Ling Xiao's limbs and bones and fused with Ling Xiao's energy. His damaged body was rapidly repaired, tempered, and strengthened. However, the injuries on his body could be healed by the miraculous effects of the two divine pills in his body. However, the pain in his soul couldn't be healed so easily. Moreover, the pain in his soul was even more torturous than the pain in his body. Perhaps an ordinary person would have chosen to commit suicide out of pain long ago. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't do that was because he still had his own obsession, his own dreams. The people he wanted to meet, his lover, his friends, his family, and the great wish he had to fulfill. Although that great wish was like a joke to many people. However, that wasn't the case for Ling Xiao. He believed that he could do it, so he had to live. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, endured so that he wouldn't fall asleep in the endless darkness. Once he fell asleep, he would die a terrifying death. What's the big deal about pain? He had experienced more painful things than this. Once upon a time, the Moon Maiden had died because of him. That pain was much more severe than this. At that time, he still persevered. Now, what couldn't he persevere? As his body gradually recovered, the pain in his soul became even more obvious. His soul felt like it was walking in the darkness filled with thorns. That kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Suddenly, a bright moon hung in the sky in the darkness. This bright moon illuminated the darkness. It expelled the pain. It was like the best healing medicine for the soul. It actually made him gradually feel comfortable. The injuries in his soul began to recover. What was going on? Ling Xiao was still unconscious, so he didn't know what this was. However, he could clearly sense a familiar aura in the moonlight. Is it her? Is she helping me? This aura belonged to the Moon Maiden. It was an aura that made people feel extremely comfortable. Although he didn't know what the Moon Maiden had done, it was his woman's good intentions. How could he let this energy go to waste? His soul was wrapped in the moonlight and constantly recovered. The pain had almost completely disappeared. Ling Xiao forced his soul to wake up. This was because he didn't know what the Moon Lady was doing. If the Moon Maiden sacrificed herself to help him, it would be the biggest failure of his life. It would make him feel guilty for the rest of his life. Therefore, as soon as his soul showed some signs of improvement, he forced himself to wake up. In front of him was Yu Fanghua, who was sitting cross-legged. Yu Fanghua's soul force passed through the void and into his soul realm. The girl's face was deathly pale. There was a price to pay for the healing of the soul. The pain that Ling Xiao didn't have to bear, Yu Fanghua had to bear it for him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao forcibly cut off the soul transfer. He pulled Yu Fanghua into his arms. Looking at the trembling girl, he blamed himself. If you do this, although you can heal me, you will hurt your own soul. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to recover for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao sighed. He wanted to scold the girl, but he found that he couldn't say anything. The girl was risking her life for him. How could he bear to do that? I don't care. As long as you can recover, even if I die, what's the big deal? I've already obtained your love. I've received your most sincere love. I have no regrets. Yu Fanghua smiled. Nonsense. If you die, I'll be the first to die with you. So remember, you can't die. Ling Xiao's tone became firm. Also, don't worry. I'm an apothecary. Healing the soul isn't a problem for me. You've already woken me up. Let's stop here. Eat this. This is the soul-stabilizing pill that I concocted in the past. It can prevent your soul from weakening. Regardless of whether Yu Fanghua was willing or not, Ling Xiao stuffed the soul-stabilizing pill into Yu Fanghua's mouth. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it melted and instantly integrated into Yu Fanghua's soul realm. It turned into a trickle and healed Yu Fanghua's soul. Ling Xiao also ate a soul-stabilizing pill. Although this thing couldn't heal his soul completely, it could temporarily prevent him from suffering. Anyway, as long as he woke up, there were many ways to heal his soul. After all, his soul was much stronger than Yu Fanghua's. Fanghua, in this life, I won't let you down. Even if the world collapses, you'll always be number one in my heart. Ling Xiao had always liked to call Yu Fanghua the Moon Lady. That was because he felt that he liked the Moon Lady and not the Yu Fanghua of this life. However, from this moment onwards, he changed his mind. What Yu Fanghua did for him wasn't any worse than what the Moon Lady did for him. Moreover, Yu Fanghua was the Moon Lady. Why did he have to make such a clear distinction? All he needed to know was that he loved this woman deeply. That was enough. He would never allow anyone to take this woman away from him. That's so mushy. Bai Shui shook her head and walked out of the room. Yu Fanghua smiled sweetly and said, I know how you feel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. In this life, I will only love you, no matter what difficulties we have to face. No matter how others threaten me, I won't care. The two of them held each other's hands tightly, transmitting the love of life and death between them. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao, can I come in? It was Zi Chenye's voice. Ling Xiao smiled and let Zi Chenye in. Zi Chenye wasn't the only one who came in. Zi Long was also there. You're finally awake, brother Ling Xiao. You almost scared me to death. If you didn't wake up, I would have gone crazy. Zi Long was the first to rush over. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body had already recovered. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Xiaolong, don't you see that our benefactor is still here? Zi Chenye coughed and said. Zi Long hurriedly cupped his fist and thanked Yu Fanghua. You don't have to thank her. She is my woman. I can thank her alone. Ling Xiao smiled and said, since the two of you are here, I have something to ask of you. What's the matter? Just say it. Our lives are yours. Whatever you want us to do, we won't refuse. Zi Qianye said. First, I want to apologize to both of you. Because I lied to you about some things. In fact, I came from the Western Domain. I am the Celestial Emperor of the Western Domain. Ling Xiao decided to be frank with Zi Qianye and Zi Long. He needed these two to help him establish the foundation of the Celestial Empire in the 4 domains. So that's how it is. No wonder I always felt that Brother Ling Xiao was so mysterious. I didn't expect you to come from the Western Domain. Then you are even more powerful. A Western region martial artist can actually enter the 4 major regions, and even become so strong. Zi Long sighed. Chapter 3887. There's no need to apologize. Our lives are yours. Just tell us what you want us to do. Zi Qianye said seriously. All right, I'll explain my thoughts to you in detail. Next, Ling Xiao told Zi Qianye and Zi Long about his plans and considerations. A grand blueprint had been woven by him. After listening to him, Zi Qianye was still in a daze. Can it really succeed? You want to unify the mystic world. Zi Qianye was really shocked. I believe that Brother Ling Xiao will succeed. He is that kind of powerful person. Zi Long said excitedly. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the future. But now, Sister Qianye, are you willing to become the ruler of the Heavenly Empire in the 4 regions? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I am. I will do as you said and bring the talented cultivators of the Western regions to the small purple spirit kingdom to cultivate. But will the Dongsheng Emperor come to make trouble? Zi Qianye asked. Not for a while. His injury will take at least a year or 2 to recover. And after a year or 2, I can guarantee that I will be stronger than him. At that time, not only the small purple spirit kingdom, but even the purple mansion kingdom and the Dongsheng kingdom will be mine. Ling Xiao said confidently. By the way, you know Half Demon City, right? I have people there. You can contact them with my token. If you need help, just say the word. Well, in that case, I will take this heavy responsibility. Zi Qianye nodded. She thought that the only meaning of her life was to protect her brother. However, Ling Xiao gave her a new meaning, which made her more confident and motivated. But where do you plan to go next? If you offend the Dongsheng Emperor, I'm afraid you can't go to the Dongsheng Kingdom. Zi Qianye frowned. To the Southern Sky Kingdom, Yu Fanghua suddenly said. Why? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He was also a little confused about the future, but since Yu Fanghua mentioned the Southern Sky Kingdom, there must be a reason. Among the 4 great kingdoms, the Western Kingdom is the most powerful. And it was also very special. The other 3 superpowers did their own thing, but they belonged to the Golden Heavenly Nation. However, this Western Kingdom's powerful country was directly under the jurisdiction of the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. To put it simply, the other 3 strong nations were like small sects affiliated to a powerful sect. And this Western Sky Kingdom was more like the outer sect of this powerful sect. They belong to the same lineage. Yu Fanghua explained. So it's like this, no wonder you suggested that I go to the Western Kingdom. Apart from being directly under the jurisdiction of the Golden Heavenly Nation, what other characteristics does this country have? Ling Xiao had to get to the bottom of this. In the Western Kingdom, the concentration of spiritual energy is about 10 times that of the other 3 great powers. The number of experts they had was also 10 times that of the other 3 superpowers. And most importantly, as the periphery of the Golden Heavenly Country, the most outstanding disciples of the Western Kingdom could directly enter the Golden Heavenly Country to cultivate. It was the same principle as the outer sect disciples entering the inner sect. If you go there, your path to promotion will be much easier. It's much better than staying in the Dongsheng strong nation. Yu Fanghua explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao roughly understood the path that Yu Fanghua had arranged for him. He would first go to the Western Kingdom and find a way to become the most outstanding disciple. After that, he would step into the Golden Heavenly Country and become the most outstanding warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country. Although the Golden Heavenly Country's overall strength was slightly weaker than the Eternal Palace, they were still on the same level. As long as Ling Xiao could become the most outstanding warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country, he would be able to marry Yu Fanghua openly. He knew very well that the reason why Yu Fanghua stayed by his side was because she was worried about him. Soon, Yu Fanghua would leave. Or else, when the people from the Eternal Palace came after them, they would all be in danger. All of this was because of his strength. Even if his strength didn't regress, it was still not enough. At the very least, his cultivation had to be steady, and he had to break through to the peak 8th Divine Core Realm step by step. Only the peak Heavenly Core Realm could achieve that. With this thought in mind, he looked at Yu Fanghua affectionately and said, "Fanghua, I won't disappoint you. I will become the strongest warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country, the man who is most qualified to marry you. Even the Eternal Emperor won't be able to stop us." Being weak didn't make Ling Xiao feel dispirited. On the contrary, it made his blood boil even more. Because he knew his own path, he knew his goal. Yu Fanghua sighed and said, "To be honest, I really want to stay with you forever. But too bad, I can't. Although Bai Shui and I are very strong, when compared to the entire Eternal Emperor domain, we are nothing. The people from the Eternal Palace have already found out that I've escaped, and they will be here soon. I can't drag you into this. It's not your fault, I'm useless." Ling Xiao shook his head. He loved a woman, but he couldn't protect her. This was the biggest sorrow for a man. Therefore, he had to work harder. The separation now was only temporary. When he was in the Western region, his strength was much weaker than now, but he still managed to survive. To him, it didn't take long for him to recover his strength from the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. His cultivation speed was already very fast. Now that he had recovered his strength, his cultivation speed was even faster. Because he had experienced the same thing before, he didn't feel dispirited at all. "Fanghua, just wait for me in the Eternal Palace. Today, they looked down on me. One day, I will make them look up to me. The existence of the Eternal Palace is also a kind of motivation for me. It's good that you can understand this. I was worried that you wouldn't understand." Yu Fanghua let out a sigh of relief. The man she liked was indeed not an ordinary man. He wasn't the kind of man who couldn't understand what was important. If Ling Xiao insisted on her staying, then she would agree. But if she did that, she would face the wrath of the Eternal Palace sooner or later. Humiliation was considered light. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. That was something Yu Fanghua didn't want to see. And now, Ling Xiao seemed to have considered this point. He wasn't begging for her protection. Instead, he was working hard to become stronger. No matter what, such a man was worthy of respect. "By the way, Fanghua, I heard that you were betrothed to a man called Wang Quan Tianming. Is he very strong?" Ling Xiao had to understand how terrifying his opponent was. Yu Fanghua froze for a moment. Originally, she did not intend to say this. Because the opponent was too strong, Ling Xiao might break down. But this time, after seeing Ling Xiao kill the White Wolf Mask, she decided to believe in Ling Xiao. She believed in her man. "To be honest, Wang Quan Tianming's strength is weaker than me in the younger generation of the Eternal Palace. He's only weaker than me. And this weakness isn't in terms of cultivation. His cultivation is even higher than mine. He's on the same level as Bai Shui, half-step divine body realm. I was born with a special martial soul, so I have an innate advantage." Chapter 3888. Yu Fanghua continued, "This Wang Quan Tianming also has a special martial soul. Just like you, he is a beast god. Furthermore, his beast god realm is a supreme divine realm. Apart from me, no one in the younger generation of the Eternal Palace is his match. A supreme divine realm." Ling Xiao had heard about this Wang Quan Tianming before. Most of them said that Wang Quan Tianming's beast god realm was a high-grade divine realm. Unexpectedly, it was even higher than that. It looked like this guy wasn't going to be easy to deal with. A beast god with a half-step divine physique realm cultivation base, he was definitely a terrifying mountain in front of Ling Xiao. But, so what? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his mind. Above the Supreme Divine Realm was the Lord Divine Realm, and above the Lord Divine Realm was the Primordial Divine Realm. The beast god realm he possessed was something that Wang Quan Tianming couldn't compare with. What he needed to do now was increase his cultivation base. He believed that his cultivation speed would be much faster than Wang Quan Tianming's. In fact, Wang Quan Tianming's strength was within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. If Wang Quan Tianming wasn't so strong, the Eternal Emperor of the Eternal Palace wouldn't have betrothed his most outstanding daughter to Wang Quan Tianming. "Oh right, there's something else I need to tell you," Yu Fanghua suddenly said. "Do you still remember Wang Quan Tianming's brother, Wang Quan Tianming? He went to the western region with Wang Quan Zhen. In the end, his body was destroyed by someone. But his inner core wasn't damaged. Now, he has recovered, but he's been clamoring to get even with you. What's going on?" When Yu Fanghua was unconscious, she didn't know that Wang Quan Tianming was killed by the black demon in Ling Xiao's body. At that time, Ling Xiao didn't know anything about the divine core realm, he only knew that he destroyed Wang Quan Tianming's body. He thought Wang Quan Tianming was dead. But now, it seemed like Wang Quan Tianming was still alive. There are some reasons. But, how strong is Wang Quan Tianming? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If he could kill Wang Quan Tianming once, he could do it again. Last time, he relied on the black demon's strength. This time, he would rely on his own strength. Kingship of the world's talent is also very strong. His strength is basically the same as that water white wolf. Yu Fanghua replied. He's really strong. Looks like I have to hurry up. Ling Xiao did not want to delay for even a moment. He could not wait to go to the Western Kingdom's strong country. Ling Xiao, it won't be easy for you to become one of the best in the Golden Sky region. The Western Kingdom alone has a population of billions. Among them, there were also countless experts. I hope you won't be too anxious. You know my strength. It won't be easy for them to put me under house arrest. During this period of time, I will travel through the 4 major regions and draw away the Eternal Palace's attention. You just need to focus on your cultivation. Whether it's 1 year, 3 years, or even 100 years, I can wait. Yu Fanghua said seriously. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would be too anxious and walk down the wrong path. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Yu Fanghua and Bai Shui were both super experts. It would not be easy for the experts of the 4 major regions to deal with them. Even if they could not win, they could easily escape. But even so, Ling Xiao would not be free because of this. After all, his goal was not only to marry Yu Fanghua. He had a bigger and more magnificent blueprint. He wanted to control the entire 4 major regions in his hands. Fanghua, I won't let you wait too long. Of course, I won't be anxious because of this. After so many days, don't you believe me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course I believe you. Yu Fanghua nodded heavily. Then, Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qianye and said, I'll leave the small purple spirit country to you. The martial artists of our heavenly dynasty empire are also entrusted to you. The heavenly devil ruin is very safe. Before I leave, I'll seal all the entrances. Only the small purple spirit country is left. Once you encounter any danger, just hide inside. During this period of time, keep a low profile and steadily increase your strength. The day I return will be the day the Eastern Victory Kingdom will be mine. At that time, you won't have to be sneaky anymore. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, Zi Qianye and Zi Long understood that Ling Xiao was leaving. Although they were reluctant to leave, they also understood that this small purple spirit country could no longer help Ling Xiao improve his strength. A dragon diving into the ocean, only the Western Victory Kingdom's ocean could allow this dragon to continue his evolution. Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the peak 8th level divine vein realm. However, one must understand that his physical strength had already reached the 7th order emperor realm. This meant that any martial artists below the 7th level divine core realm would be able to cause him very little harm. Also, there was the hero army in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. If he wanted to survive in the Western Victory Kingdom, it would be very easy. Before leaving, as promised, Ling Xiao sealed all the entrances to the Heavenly Devil Ruin. The seals wouldn't weaken for at least a few hundred years. Furthermore, Even a divine physique warrior wouldn't be able to destroy it if they didn't know how to set up a formation. The Heavenly Devil Ruin had become the safest place. Only then did Jiang Chen feel relieved and set off with Yu Fanghua and Bai Shui. The first step was to head to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. Not to massacre the city, but to use the teleportation formation to travel to the Western Victory Kingdom. With Yu Fanghua around, when they used the transmission array, no one actually came to stop them. Perhaps the Eastern Victory Emperor had already given the order. Yu Fanghua and the others didn't cause any trouble, they just used the teleportation formation. Yu Fanghua knew very well that as one of the 4 strongest kingdoms in the Golden Heavenly region, the Eastern Victory Kingdom wasn't weak. If they really had to fight to the death, they might not be able to get the upper hand. Furthermore, if they attacked the Eastern Victory Kingdom, the Golden Heavenly Kingdom wouldn't just sit back and watch. That would also be very unfavorable to Ling Xiao's future development. The Eastern Victory Kingdom's teleportation formation sent the 3 of them directly to the Imperial City of the Western Victory Kingdom. The Imperial City of the Western Victory Kingdom isn't just a single city. It's a combination of 108 cities. Any one of the cities had tens of millions of martial artists. And all of them are extremely powerful. Your current cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Pulse Realm. It's better to keep a low profile. Standing in the Imperial City of the Western Victory Kingdom, Jiang Chen felt the terrifying aura and abundant spiritual energy around him. Ling Xiao seemed to be somewhat fascinated. Yu Fanghua was afraid that he would be impulsive and couldn't help but remind him. "Don't worry, I won't be so impulsive." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "But if someone provokes me, I won't be polite. For example, that Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming is very vengeful. This person is a genius. From the moment he was born, he was a genius in the limelight, so he is very arrogant. His younger brother was injured, and he will always remember it in his heart. If you appear, he will be the first to kill you." Yu Fanghua reminded, the Wang Quan clan is a famous clan in the Eternal Palace. Even if he kills people indiscriminately, no one will dare to say anything. Chapter 3889. Wang Quan Tianming's strength didn't exceed my expectations. Actually, I'm more interested in this Eternal Emperor. How strong is he? Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. You're talking about Father? Who knows? Father hasn't shown himself for a long time. I can't tell how strong he is either. The ones in charge of delivering Father's orders are usually the first queen and the 4 emperors. Wang Quan Tianming's grandfather is one of the 4 emperors of the Eternal Palace. As for the Eternal Emperor-Empress, she's my father's woman, but not my birth mother. Speaking up to here, Yu Fanghua couldn't help but feel sad. My mother passed away when I was 7 years old. But as for how my mother died, I just couldn't remember. I only remember that I was at the scene when she died. How strong are the first queen and the 4 emperors? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If he wanted to go to the Eternal Emperor domain in the future, he had to find out how strong these people were. Or else, if he went there recklessly, he might just lose his life for nothing. Furthermore, the Eternal Emperor wasn't someone who would show his face. If he wanted to get Yu Fanghua, he would have to at least be qualified to talk to the first queen and the 4 emperors. Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, I don't know about that. In fact, they have never done anything. Basically, no matter what happens in the Eternal Emperor domain, their subordinates can handle it. They don't need to do anything. But, I'm guessing that the first queen and the 4 emperors are divine physique realm warriors. And, my father, the Eternal Emperor, is much stronger than them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to intimidate those 5 people. I see. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, Don't worry, it's enough to know that they are divine physique realm warriors. I'll do my best to reach this realm. For others, breaking through from the 8th level divine vein realm to the 9th level divine core realm in a few dozen years was an extremely difficult task. But for him, it wasn't a problem at all. Oh right, Fanghua, I can sense that you don't have a core in your body. What's going on? Since they were going to separate, he still wanted to know what happened to Yu Fanghua. Actually, it's nothing much. They put me under house arrest and were afraid that I would leave. Therefore, He sealed my Niden. But it doesn't matter. Through the heavenly mirror, I can still use the power of the Niden. They wouldn't dare to destroy my Niden. After all, they can't afford to provoke my father. Yu Fanghua said casually. However, Ling Xiao was very clear that losing one's Dantian was a very troublesome matter. Zi Qianye was only an early 6th divine core warrior, and it was extremely difficult for him to fuse with someone else's inner core. Besides, Yu Fanghua was a peak 9th divine core warrior. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it was simply impossible for him to do so. Forget it. If there's any danger, you must contact me. Even if my strength is insufficient, I will think of a way to help you. After all, other than being a martial artist, I'm also an apothecary and an array master. Ling Xiao did not delve into the matter of the inner core. Even if he knew now, there was nothing he could do to help. Since Yu Fanghua was not in any danger right now, he didn't need to ask too much. On the day they parted ways, they spent 3 days and 3 nights in a city even stronger than the imperial city in the southern sky. Both of them were venting their love for each other, satisfying each other, and making each other remember them. But, what neither of them noticed was that after the lovemaking session, both of their bodies had undergone some slight changes. Yu Fanghua's cultivation that had been unable to break through for a long time finally showed signs of breaking through. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation hadn't broken through, he could clearly feel that the true yuan in his body had once again undergone a transformation. It didn't become stronger, but it had developed a new characteristic. Under the sunlight of the sun and moon, he was able to continuously increase his cultivation, temper his body, and strengthen it. Although the speed wasn't too fast. But, when combined with Ling Xiao's own cultivation, it became even more abnormal. His future cultivation speed would be at least twice as fast as before. His cultivation speed was already freakish enough to begin with. Even he hadn't expected it to increase by 2 times. After watching Yu Fanghua leave, Ling Xiao began to think about the path he would take next. Now that the two of you are done being affectionate, isn't it time to talk to Master? The sudden voice of the Yuan Venerate startled Ling Xiao. His old face reddened as he said, Master, before you speak, can you give me a reminder? Master has already called you many times. You were in a daze and didn't know what you were thinking. Now you're blaming Master? The Yuan Venerate snapped. All right. Don't be angry, Master. Tell me, what did you call me for? I know that Master can't just show up casually. Ling Xiao asked. Didn't you ask Master to help you decipher that immemorial martial technique? It has already been successfully deciphered. Do you want to know? The Yuan Venerate said with a smile. The immemorial martial technique of the ancient Dongsheng Emperor. Great, tell me quickly, Ling Xiao said excitedly. The reason no one knew the true nature of this immemorial martial technique was because even the ancient Dongsheng Emperor hadn't been able to successfully cultivate it. This thing had been restricted when the ancient Dongsheng Emperor had discovered it. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor wasn't an array formation expert. He hadn't been able to decipher it, so he had left it behind. If this thing had fallen into the hands of others, it would have been useless. However, it would have been different if it had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. There were Yuan Venerates, array formation masters, and alchemy masters from the Immortal Court. Although it had taken a long time to decipher this restriction, it had been successfully deciphered in the end. Ling Xiao hid the room in the inn he was staying in. Then, he took out the immemorial martial technique. After the restriction was removed, the immemorial martial technique was a glowing jade tablet. Above the sparkling and translucent light, there was a fascinating energy. What do I have to do? Ling Xiao asked. Place your hand on this jade tablet and use your soul spirit to comprehend it. Generally, martial techniques of this level don't have any specific moves. They only have intent. Once you comprehend it, it will become your own martial technique. The Yuan Venerate explained. Ling Xiao nodded and took the jade tablet in his hand. At that moment, Ling Xiao was so frightened that he almost threw the jade tablet in his hand away. This was because he had seen a magical scene. 12 different demonic beasts suddenly appeared. They were ferocious and powerful. Every demonic beast let out a shuddering cry. Not to mention him, anyone else would have been shocked. Are these the 12 demonic beasts corresponding to the 12 primordial god positions? Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself. Disciple, don't be afraid. You have 12 primordial god positions. This immemorial martial technique was derived from the 12 primordial god positions. Although these 12 demonic beasts could only be considered high-level primordial god positions. However, the power of this immemorial martial technique has probably reached the standard of a high-level level 9 emperor level. If you cultivate it, it will be even more powerful and effective. Chapter 3890. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He had seen a lot of things in his life, and he was just a little surprised at first. After that, he closed his eyes and allowed his soul to enter the jade plate. He used his heart to comprehend this strange immemorial martial skill. Right at this moment, 12 different energies flew out from the jade plate and merged with his body. It had actually fused with his beast soul. The jade tablet disappeared as well. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder the ancient Emperor Dongsheng and Bloodsword Reverend couldn't comprehend this immemorial martial skill. It looked like this martial skill was made for beast god cultivators. The blood demon seal couldn't be compared to this. Even the innate fiend god seal and the 9 heaven slaughter couldn't be compared to this. Sure enough, they weren't on the same level. Initially, Jiang Chen thought this immemorial martial skill was at most a 7th order Emperor realm martial skill, which was on par with the 9 heaven slaughter. But now, it looked like he had really underestimated it. What a monster! This immemorial martial skill requires a powerful beast god martial soul to activate. The 12 beast god martial souls were all at the same level as the Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat was a beast god martial soul of a higher level than any of the beast god martial souls in Ling Xiao's body. But there were 12 of them sealed within the jade plate. This immemorial martial skill didn't look like a simple martial skill. It could merge with the 12 Primeval divine positions in Ling Xiao's body, forming a powerful martial soul combat skill. In other words, after cultivating this immemorial martial skill, perhaps there would be a third unique combat skill among the 12 beast souls in his body. Furthermore, it was a 9th order Emperor realm martial skill. So domineering. In just an instant, as the beast god martial souls merged with the jade plate, all 12 of Ling Xiao's beast souls were upgraded. Ling Xiao's cultivation naturally recovered to the early stage of the 9th level of the divine vein realm. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence created this martial skill. It can actually merge the souls of 12 terrifying demon beasts above the 9th order divine core realm with it. This is really too powerful. Ling Xiao believed that someone like this must be at least at the divine physique realm. His luck was really not bad. The 12 divine beasts technique was the true name of this martial skill. An ordinary beast god martial artist could only master one of the beast god martial skills. As for Ling Xiao, because he already had the divine position of the 12 divine beasts, he possessed 12 complete sets of divine beast martial skills. It would not be a waste if it fell into his hands. However, he was a little puzzled. Although the Yuan Venerate had said that this was a high-level level 9 Emperor class martial technique, it was still a level 9 martial technique. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was even more terrifying. He hadn't seen the miraculous power of a 9th level Emperor martial skill, but he believed that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. A martial technique created by a divine physique echelon expert shouldn't just be a high-grade 9th level Emperor level martial technique. However, the troublesome thing was that with his current cultivation, he was unable to practice such a mystical martial skill. Another problem was that the higher the level of the martial skill, the higher the requirement for cultivation. He had encountered the same situation when he cultivated the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps and the innate Celestial Demon Seal. He carefully read the information in the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Sure enough, he found the requirement. Cultivating the 12 Divine Beasts technique actually required the blood of a high-grade beast god as a material. Furthermore, the cultivation of every beast god required the corresponding blood of a beast god. This was a little troublesome. Where could he find it? Don't worry, the blood of a beast god isn't as hard to find as you think. As long as you can find a beast god martial artist, you can obtain the blood of a beast god. Although beast god martial artists with the supreme divine position and above are rare, high-grade beast god martial artists can still be found. Furthermore, you don't have to kill them. You just need some blood. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. This isn't easy. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Indeed, the more mystical a martial skill was, the more troublesome it was to cultivate it. If you find this troublesome, why don't you go to the ancient ruins of the secret realms to search for the amber, fossils, or even corpses of the ancient beast gods? You can also extract petrified blood from them. Others can't use it, but I will teach you a refining method that can turn it back into blood. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Actually, you shouldn't be worried about this. You should be more concerned about not exposing this thing easily. You have to know that even a beginner level 9 Emperor-class martial skill can lead to a fatal disaster if others find out about it. Master, I'm not a 3-year-old kid, nor am I a small fry who is roaming the pugilistic world for the first time. I can be considered a hero, so you don't have to remind me about this. I understand. Ling Xiao sometimes felt that the Yuan Venerate was still treating him like a child. You will always be a child in my eyes. All right, you can think about it on your own. I will go back and rest first. I have consumed a lot of energy helping you break this thing during this period of time. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate disappeared again. Thank you, Master. I, Ling Xiao, will never forget your great kindness. Although Yuan Venerates didn't appear often, they were always of great help to him. Although he didn't say it out loud, he remembered it very clearly. If he hadn't been a Yuan Venerate, he wouldn't have been able to break the seal on the 12 Divine Beast technique given his strength. Now that he had this thing, he could slowly study it. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about martial skills. If he added a growth-type auxiliary martial skill like the Plum Blossom Acupuncture Hand, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He suppressed the excitement in his heart for the time being. Ling Xiao looked outside the inn again. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. It was said that the Western Sky Imperial Court only recruited Divine Core warriors. If he wanted to go, he would have to raise his cultivation to the Divine Core realm first. He had already recovered to the early 9th level Divine Vein realm. It shouldn't take too much time. Moreover, in order to cultivate the 12 Divine Beast technique in the future, the Beast God's blood was also necessary. Suddenly, a familiar aura came from outside the inn. Ling Xiao was stunned. He was too familiar with this aura. Wasn't it Dark Frost? But shouldn't Dark Frost be cultivating in the Meng village now? How could she appear in the imperial city of the Western Sky Empire? Strange. Ling Xiao frowned, removed the protection, and walked out of the inn. At this moment, he saw a large carriage passing by the roadside. The carriages were filled with young women. Both of their hands were shackled, and it seemed like they were captured from somewhere. Among these girls, there was a familiar face. It was Dark Frost. Damn it. What happened? Ming Shuang's cultivation has increased by quite a bit. But how did she become a prisoner? Ling Xiao could tell with his Taikai eye that Dark Frost's cultivation had reached the 4th level Divine Core realm. This was an amazing breakthrough. But the problem was, how could someone with such formidable strength be captured alive? Looking at the guards, the strongest among them was only at the 1st level Divine Core realm. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Since he saw Dark Frost, he had to save her. Chapter 3891. The carriage headed out of the city. Ling Xiao decided not to take action in the city. After all, this was one of the 108 cities in the imperial city of the Western Kingdom. Once a fight broke out, they would be caught in no time. Since the carriage was heading out of the city, it would be more appropriate to take action outside the city. He followed the carriage all the way out of the city. After leaving the city, the carriage headed in a certain direction. Looking at it from afar, it was a land covered with snowy mountains. Where was the carriage taking these girls? Ling Xiao was puzzled, but he still followed the carriage. When they arrived at a desolate place, the environment suddenly changed. What was originally a summertime situation changed into a cold winter in an instant. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even Jiang Chen could feel the coldness. His body was a 7th Order Emperor, yet he could still feel the coldness. Since he could feel the cold, perhaps even a divine core warrior would have a hard time surviving in this place. Achoo! What is this place? It's so cold. In the carriage, a girl sneezed and shivered all over. Everyone's faces were flushed red. It wasn't because they were shy, but because they were freezing. Ling Xiao noticed that none of these girls had a high cultivation base. Dark Frost was an exception. But it seemed like Dark Frost's cultivation base was sealed by someone with a talisman. She couldn't use it, and she was shivering because of the cold. Actually, not only these girls, even the first divine core warrior who was escorting the carriage had put a warming talisman on himself. If he didn't have the warming talisman, he might not be able to withstand the cold. "Where are you taking us?" One of the girls in the carriage couldn't help but ask. "Don't be afraid, you're lucky. The place we're taking you to is a good place. It's called the Shuiyu Kingdom, and it's the closest place to the imperial city of the Western Kingdom. It's also the strongest kingdom in the Western Kingdom. When you go there, you'll be working as servants. But, if you're lucky, you might be chosen by some mighty warrior, and become their disciple. Or a woman. From then on, you'll have a meteoric rise. Therefore, you shouldn't hate us, you should be thanking us." The driver replied with a smile on his face. Shuiyu Kingdom? Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately thought of several names: Shuiyu Country, Bailong Country, Fenghu Country. This should be one of the more powerful countries in the Western Kingdom. Amongst them, Shuiyu was the strongest and the most mysterious. It was said that the great country of Shuiyu had trained many people to go to the 108 cities of the Western Sky Empire. In that case, Shuiyu was a perfect place to start. Boom! Just as he was thinking, a loud sound suddenly came from the front. A figure shot out from the snow and landed in front of the carriage. There were a total of 4 people escorting the carriage. All of them were first divine core warriors. However, 3 of them were at the late first heavenly divine core realm, and 1 was at the perfect first heavenly divine core realm. The 4 of them noticed the abnormality and immediately became vigilant. They were all staring at the figure not far away. They didn't believe that this guy who suddenly appeared was here to give them gifts. This guy feels so strong. Ling Xiao also looked in that direction. It was a young man. She was not much older than him. He looked to be in his early 20s. He had a simple and honest look on his face. Frankly speaking, he looked a bit rustic. It was as if he had been cultivating somewhere for a long time, and had only recently come out into the world. The young man's cultivation was at the early 4th divine core realm. His strength was extremely frightening. After all, not everyone was a genius like Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. They didn't have the resources they did. "Kid, what are you trying to do?" the escort asked coldly. "It's simple, let these poor girls go. They obviously don't want to, you shouldn't force them to go to the great country of Shuiyu." The young man said. "Ha ha ha ha, so you're an idiot. Get lost, or else we'll tie you up as well. Although the great country of Shuiyu doesn't need many male slaves, and they aren't worth much. You can still earn some pocket money though." The escort laughed out wildly. Obviously, they didn't realize how frightening this young man's strength was. "I'm very strong," the young man said. This guy was indeed a simple and honest young man. Even his words were so straightforward. "Go." The person escorting the female slave was a little impatient, and the leader waved his hand at his subordinates. The other 3 men leapt towards the young man. Here's my chance. Ling Xiao didn't care where this young man came from. What he wanted to do was to save Dark Frost. He instantly transformed into his shadow warrior form. Ling Xiao arrived behind the leader and thrust his sword into his throat. Then, he smashed his inner core with his palm. The inner core of a peak first divine core warrior was actually very fragile. How terrifying was Ling Xiao's fleshy body. This palm landing, the power was frighteningly great. Of course, when he attacked, he had exposed himself. But that didn't matter anymore. Big bro Ling Xiao. When Dark Frost saw Ling Xiao, she was so happy that she almost cried. They had discovered a strange secret realm near the Meng family's village. That was why she had ventured into the secret realm alone. While she was confused, she had encountered a series of good things, and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. But in the end, she fainted while cultivating. When she woke up, she was already in this situation. She couldn't use her true yuan. Even though she was stronger than these escorts, there was no way she could get out of this predicament. Ling Xiao waved the blood sovereign sword in his hand and slashed out. It turned into a few sword beams. The shackles on all the girls' hands were broken. He was not a saint, and he wasn't a saint either. But why wouldn't he do something that was convenient for him? At the same time, the young man had defeated the remaining 3 escorts. But this young man was a simple man, and he didn't use too much strength. Therefore, although the 3 men were defeated, they didn't die. When they realized the situation was bad, they turned around and fled. But how could Ling Xiao let them run away? He took out the profound theory bow and shot out 3 arrows, nailing the 3 men to the tree. The 3 arrows hit the 3 men's inner cores. You just need to save them. Why did you have to kill them? The young man was confused. Brother, are you a newcomer? If they leave, what do you think will happen? These people are obviously just running errands. Their background can't be weak. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain too much and said casually. He didn't expect the young man to understand. But that guy's reaction surprised him. I understand. This is what Master said. We can't let the tiger return to the mountain. The young man nodded and said, the martial world is indeed a big lesson. I couldn't understand Master's words in the past. But now, I gradually understand. By the way, my name is Lion Master Bao. What about you? Lion Master Bao? What a strange name. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was starting to like this kid a little. He wasn't as pedantic as he thought. Chapter 3892. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm going to swear you to participate in the selection process. What about you? Not only was Xiaobao honest, he was also very familiar with people. He said with a smile. What selection process? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Don't you know? The Western Kingdom has discovered a secret territory. Although it's not very useful for the geniuses of those kingdoms. But for the warriors of those kingdoms, it's very precious. This time, the Xueyu Kingdom is selecting all kinds of geniuses to join the expedition. It's all for the sake of entering the secret territory. At that time, not only will the Xueyu Kingdom go, all the kingdoms under the jurisdiction of the Western Kingdom will go as well. But the real competitors will be the White Dragon Kingdom and the Fenghu Kingdom. I think Brother Ling is pretty strong. Why don't we go together? It's good to have a share. It's said that in this secret territory, there will be the remains of a high-ranked beast god. It's something that can be transformed into a high-ranked beast god martial soul. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, beast god martial souls are respected by all. As for Xiaobao, what Ling Xiao cared about the most was the remains of a high-ranked beast god. If he wanted to cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique, he had to get his hands on it. Although he couldn't cultivate such a powerful martial skill right now, it wouldn't be a problem in the future. He had to prepare the materials in advance. All right, I'll go with you and try my luck. Dark Frost, let's go together. Since he had bumped into Dark Frost, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to go with her. Dark Frost was a 4th divine core warrior, the same as Xiaobao. She could definitely help him. Is this little girl your sister? She's so young, but she's already at my level, she's amazing. Xiaobao sighed. Indeed, Dark Frost looked like she was only 12 years old. Because her appearance wouldn't change anymore. Ling Xiao didn't explain much, he just nodded and said, that's right, she's my sister. Your sister is really strong, but there are even more powerful warriors in the Xueyu Kingdom. Some of the young warriors in the Xueyu Kingdom are even stronger than the young warriors from the Eastern Kingdom, Western Sea Kingdom, and Northern Wind Kingdom. This was the reason why the Western Kingdom was the strongest kingdom among the 4 kingdoms. The most famous person in Xueyu was the princess. He is known as the #1 genius of Xueyu. I think he has reached the peak 5th divine core realm. Although Lion Master Castle had lived in the mountains for a long time, his master had gotten all kinds of information from somewhere. He had always known what was going on outside. He knew a lot more about Xueyu than Ling Xiao. I'm not from Xueyu, can I participate? On the way, Ling Xiao could not help but ask. Of course you can. Xueyu has always been a great country, we don't refuse anyone. As long as they were willing to work for Xueyu, even if they were from an enemy country, there was no problem. That's why Xueyu is becoming stronger and stronger. It's not any weaker than the other 3 countries. Liu Xiaobao replied. So good. Ling Xiao said in surprise. Of course. The Xueyu country has always been like that. Even the king of the country is chosen through the competition. As long as you are strong enough and loyal to Xueyu, you don't need to care about anything else. Liu Xiaobao said again. This country is interesting, I have to go and have a look. Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. Let's speed up then, we better get to Blood Moon City before nightfall. Otherwise, we'll have to camp here. This damn place is so cold, I'll freeze to death. Liu Xiaobao smiled, then he suddenly increased his speed. This guy wasn't a scheming guy. He increased his speed purely because he wanted to hurry, he didn't care if others could catch up with him. But this kind of guy was easy to get along with. Because Jiang Chen could tell what he was thinking at first glance, he didn't seem like someone who was scheming. Dark Frost, I'll have to trouble you to hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring for a while. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Frost and said. No need, Ling Xiao Gidge, I can keep up with his speed. Dark Frost giggled, then with a flash of her body, she flew away. What a powerful soul force. Looks like Ming Shuang did have a fortuitous encounter. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 people in front of him and used his falling plum clear shadow steps to catch up with them. Along the way, they had met quite a number of people. Many of them had come for the selection of the Xueyu country. When it came to the princess of Xueyu, Xuewu Shuang, everybody was full of praises. It was as if that woman was really peerless. Ling Xiao was curious. How could a princess of a big country compare to his woman, Yu Fanghua? He didn't believe it. But since everybody was praising Xuewu Shuang, she must be extraordinary. Maybe he could make friends with her. One day later, the 3 of them arrived in Xueyu City. Xueyu was surprisingly a city of ice. It was built on top of a majestic snowy mountain. The surroundings were covered with white snow all year round. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it. Ling Xiao, that's Xueyu City. It's rumored to be the capital of Xueyu country. But some people say that it's just a small city outside the capital. The real capital of Xueyu country is actually in a small world, said Xiao Shibao while looking at Xueyu City in the distance. Whether it's the capital or not, it should be our first stop. Ling Xiao gazed into the distance. The majestic snowy mountain couldn't be seen. The wind was raging and the snow was roaring. The strangest thing was that there was no road leading to Xueyu City. How can we get to Xueyu City without a road? Asked Dark Frost curiously. There's a village at the foot of the mountain. You'll know when you get there, said Xiao Shibao with a mysterious smile on his face. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost were following behind him. They were curious about the mysterious country of Xueyu. They didn't know what was going on in Xueyu country, but it was still an eye-opener for them. It wasn't a wasted trip. Just as Xiao Shibao had said, there was a village at the foot of the mountain. The village wasn't small. It was much warmer than outside. It seemed like there was a special deployment spell there. Even ordinary people could live there. At that moment, outside of a big house, there was a long line. Many people were chatting in full swing. Ling Xiao could roughly make out a few words. Xuewu Shuang, selection, mysterious territory. That must be what Xiao Shibao was talking about. But he hadn't thought that there would be so many people. That should be the registration area. Let's go there, said Xiao Shibao in a hurry. Xiao Shibao was always excited. He was really a hot-blooded young man. When Ling Xiao saw Xiao Shibao, he felt that he was a bit old. Maybe it was because he had been through a lot. Sometimes, he was too calm and collected. He wasn't as hot-blooded as a young man should be. That's the 2 of them. When the 3 of them were in the line, a few people in the crowd pointed at them and whispered. Chapter 3893. Ling Xiao and Liu Xiaobao noticed that some people were pointing at them. These people's chi was very similar to the people who had escorted the female slaves. And all of them were very strong. They won't dare to do anything here, but I don't think so during the selection process. Brother Lion, be careful. Ling Xiao reminded Liu Xiaobao. Liu Xiaobao was a simple and honest person. Since they had become friends, he had to remind him. Understood. Liu Xiaobao nodded and looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. Dark Frost, you too. If you are attacked during the selection process, don't be merciful. Just kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Frost and said. Got it, brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost was in a very good mood. She hadn't had a good time after leaving Ling Xiao. She had been thinking about him day and night. As expected, the heavens were moved. Her big brother Ling Xiao had finally appeared. Finally, it was their turn. The person in charge of registration smiled and said, write your real name on this piece of paper. Remember, it's your real name. If it's a fake name, you will be eliminated immediately. Ling Xiao noticed that the piece of paper was very special. It actually had the luster of a formation on it, and lines of incantations were faintly discernible. Others couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly with his Tai Chi eye. Liu Xiaobao wrote his name on the paper and it shined. The person in charge looked at him and said, good young man, I hope you can become a member of the Xueyu country. Ling Xiao was surprised when he heard that. The person in charge could tell a person's origin just by looking at his name. Brother Ling, I'll wait for you over there. Liu Xiaobao stood aside after he finished registering. Ling Xiao nodded and walked over. Master, I'm not a citizen of the Xueyu country. Can I participate in the selection process? Ling Xiao didn't want to cause any trouble, so he decided to be frank. It's okay. You can register. But you have to remember one thing. The Xueyu country is recruiting people, regardless of their origin, status, or background. But he absolutely could not betray his country. Otherwise, you will suffer the most severe punishment. The person in charge reminded him, you decide for yourself. Thank you for your reminder, senior. Ling Xiao picked up the brush and wrote his name on it. In that instant, it also emitted a golden light. The person in charge was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ling Xiao with interest and said, not bad, kid. After going through so many hardships and dangers and walking out of a small town, he was actually able to leave the western regions and come here. You must be very resilient. It was just that his cultivation was a little lacking. However, this old man still thinks highly of you. Thank you for your praise, senior. Hearing the other party's words, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell that the other party only had a rough idea of what had happened to him after he entered Samsara. After that, Dark Frost also went up and wrote down her name. The person in charge didn't say anything this time. He probably saw that Ling Xiao and Dark Frost were both from the western regions, so there was no need to waste his breath. The selection will officially begin tomorrow. Today, you can stay in the village or go to the top of the snow mountain. However, this old man has to remind you that the top of the snow mountain is not safe. Not only is the natural environment bad, but there are also powerful snow beasts. For your safety, I suggest that you stay in the village for the night. As expected, the person in charge looked at Ling Xiao in a new light and gave him a special reminder. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately left with Dark Frost. Brother Lion, do you want to go to the snowy mountain to play? Although I'm afraid that we won't be able to climb the highest peak of the snowy mountain in a short period of time. Although you can't reach the top of the mountain, you can go to Xueyu City. Ling Xiao looked at Xiaobao and asked. All right, I have heard that the princess of Xueyu, Xuewu Shuang, is extremely beautiful. I really want to go and see. Maybe she is in Xueyu City. Xiaobao said excitedly. For a man who hadn't seen a woman for 20 years, Xuewu Shuang was really attractive. However, Xiaobao wasn't the only one who thought that way. Ling Xiao noticed that some people were already going to Xueyu City. There were 3 ways to get to Xueyu City. The first way was to use the portal. Only cultivators of Xueyu were allowed to use it and they had to pay a fee. The second way was to climb the snow mountain. It was the most difficult way. The third way was to use a cable. If one looked carefully, one would see that there were many cables extending from the bottom of Xueyu City. There were cultivators walking up the rope. It was much easier than the second way. Most cultivators would choose that way. Ling Xiao and the others also chose to use the cable. Even though it was cold and the cables were very slippery, the three of them were extremely strong cultivators, so it wasn't a problem for them. Using the cable, they could also avoid the snow beasts. It was killing two birds with one stone. However, the amount of time he had spent on this was truly not short. It seemed like it was only 2 kilometers, but it took them half an hour. When they arrived outside of Xueyu City, everybody suddenly stopped talking and became extremely respectful. Ling Xiao knew that those people were probably in awe of the imperial court of Xueyu. When they arrived in Xueyu City, someone suddenly shouted, "Your Highness the Princess, look. It's Her Highness the Princess." Ling Xiao looked in the direction those people were pointing and saw a group of people slowly walking towards the imperial court of Xueyu City. One of them was wearing white clothes and looked like a celestial being. She looked like a fairy born in the snow. It gave people an extremely strong impact. Without a doubt, Xuewu Shuang was very beautiful. In terms of beauty, she didn't lose to the Moon Lady. Besides, the two of them had the same qi. Cold and proud. The only difference was that Xuewu Shuang's qi seemed to have been cultivated. The Moon Lady's qi was innate. Xuewu Shuang's qi was a little artificial while the Moon Lady's qi was natural. No matter what she did, it was the same. One of them was made by hand, the other was made by nature. It felt different. Of course, that was only his judgment. For those who had never seen the Moon Lady or Yu Fanghua, Xuewu Shuang was probably already a goddess in their hearts. Too beautiful, so beautiful that it's suffocating. If I have the fortune to talk to her, even if I die, it will be worth it. The people around him were all sighing and excited. Even the Lion Master Castle was no exception. This woman is indeed a seductress. Ling Xiao smiled. No matter whether he admitted it or not, Xuewu Shuang's qi was fatal to men. What's so great about her? I'll be prettier than her when I grow up. Dark Frost said angrily. Dark Frost's qi wasn't inferior to Xuewu Shuang in terms of appearance, but unfortunately, she still looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Apart from people with special hobbies, most people wouldn't have any feelings for her. Hihi, you're right. Our Dark Frost is much prettier than her. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 3894. Xuewu Shuang, your daddies. Suddenly, a man jumped out from the crowd and flew towards Xuewu Shuang. This man was a late 5th Divine Core warrior, and he was extremely strong. Damn it, that's a famous rapist. He has been running wild in Xueyu for many years. I didn't expect him to hide in the crowd and attack Xuewu Shuang. Someone from the crowd shouted out in surprise. But no one dared to help Xuewu Shuang. It was rumored that Xuewu Shuang hated it when people got close to her. If they couldn't save Xuewu Shuang and offended her, it would be a huge loss. As if she had heard the crowd's shouts, Xuewu Shuang looked at the rapist who was flying towards her with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the crowd could clearly see her face. What a pity, if such a beautiful flower was destroyed, I would be speechless. Come on, do you really think that rapist can hurt Princess Xuewu Shuang? Princess Xuewu Shuang is a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. With her strength, how could that rapist be her match? That might not be true. This rapist has been running wild in Xueyu for many years, and many peak 5th Divine Core warriors have died in his hands. Hearing this, many people became silent. Indeed, compared to Xuewu Shuang's strength, the crowd admired her beauty more. As for her strength, most of them had only heard about it from rumors, they didn't know much about it. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Xuewu Shuang gently waved her slender hand. A palm strike turned into an ice-cold attack. The rapist wanted to dodge, but he realized that the air around him had been frozen, and he couldn't dodge it at all. With just a single palm strike, the rapist was slammed onto the ground and suffocated. Right at this moment, the guards next to Xuewu Shuang rushed over and tied the rapist up. Let the Ministry of Justice handle this. Xuewu Shuang acted like she hadn't done anything. She casually said, then continued walking forward. The crowd clapped their hands and praised her. Even Ling Xiao felt that this woman wasn't simple. Just from that palm strike alone, one could tell that she had a lot of combat experience. How is it? Do you have the confidence to defeat her? Shi Xiaobao asked with a smile. I heard that one of the stages of the selection was personally checked by this Princess Xue Wushuang. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Of course. Ling Xiao smiled confidently. So what if he was a peak 5th divine core warrior? Although his cultivation level was low, he had many divine abilities. Dark Frost, let's go to Xueyu City. Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze. Although Xue Wushuang was beautiful, it was not enough to move his heart. In her heart, she only loved the Moon Maiden. Then, he entered Xueyu City. Stop. People couldn't help but shout when they saw Ling Xiao casually walk into Xueyu City. And there was more than one person shouting. Because they felt that Xue Wushuang should not have rashly stepped onto the street before leaving. Otherwise, it would be blasphemous and offensive. However, since when did Ling Xiao care about other people's opinions? Holding Dark Frost's little hand, they walked down the street like brother and sister. Stop right there, didn't you hear me? Suddenly, a man jumped out from the crowd. This man wasn't young anymore, he was in his 30s. Obviously, he had a crush on Xue Wushuang. Seeing Ling Xiao ignore their advice and stubbornly walk down the street, he couldn't help but laugh. How could he tolerate this? In his mind, Ling Xiao's actions were not only disrespectful to Xue Wushuang, he was also looking down on all of them. This man moved with incredible speed. After all, he was a 3rd divine core warrior, and his strength wasn't weak at all. While in midair, he drew his sword and thrust it towards Ling Xiao's back. This guy was really cruel. He wanted to take Jiang Chen's life the moment he drew his sword. He didn't even consider whether it was safe or not. Ling Xiao didn't even turn around to look at the man. He completely ignored him. Shi Xiaobao didn't help either. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was because he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be killed so easily. The reason why he became friends with Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao was just like him. They were both strong. This was what his beast-like instinct told him. How dare you look down on me? Fine, I'll kill you. I'll show you how strong I am. The man who attacked Jiang Chen wanted to perform well so that Xue Wushuang would turn around and look at him. But right now, Xue Wushuang had indeed turned around. That was why he was so excited. He wanted to show his true strength. The long sword in his hand drew out a sword flower. The beautiful and gorgeous sword move was like a blooming white lotus in the void. Idiot. Ling Xiao didn't even need to turn around to know what the man was doing. Although his soul was injured and hadn't fully recovered, his spiritual sense hadn't weakened. Big bro Ling Xiao, that man is too noisy, what should we do? Dark Frost asked. Just kill him. Jiang Chen's casual voice caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Killing a 3rd divine core warrior just like that. Do you think you're Xue Wushuang? Got it, big bro Ling Xiao. Ming Shuang giggled and suddenly turned around. It was just a glance. With just a single glance, the man was knocked down from the sky. When the warrior landed on the ground, his eyes were still filled with terror. Miserable screams kept coming out from his mouth. After that, he stabbed his own dantian with his long sword. His body was destroyed, and his inner core was destroyed. What a terrifying way to die. That young girl and young man are really strange. When the crowd saw what happened, they were all shocked. They knew that both Ling Xiao and Dark Frost weren't easy to deal with. Therefore, no one dared to recklessly attack them. Ha ha ha, you're indeed the brother of young Lion Master Castle. Young Lion Master Castle was laughing out loud as he walked into Snow Moon City. He walked side by side with Ling Xiao and Dark Frost. They completely ignored those warriors who were kneeling on both sides of the street because of Xue Wushuang. Interesting. Xue Wushuang curiously looked at the 3 men. It was a strange combination, and Dark Frost's attack had surprised her as well. Are you guys here for me as well? Xue Wushuang furrowed her brows. She hated the way these men looked at her. It was as if they were treating her like a toy. She wasn't happy at all. Her voice was filled with arrogance and arrogance. It was as if she was a peerless treasure and everyone had come for her, risking their lives for her. No, I'm here to become the strongest cultivator of Shui Yu. Young Lion Master Castle's answer was straightforward. Shui Wuxuang was astonished. She didn't know how to respond. Dark Frost's next words made Shui Wuxuang seethe with anger. Ling Xiao, that woman is so narcissistic. Does she think that all the men in the world are crazy for her? Shush. Don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao made a gesture to silence her. Shui Wuxuang felt a bit better. But Ling Xiao's next words almost made her choke to death. Even if it's the truth, don't talk nonsense. After all, this is Shui Yu, it's their territory. Chapter 3895. After speaking, Ling Xiao walked forward with Dark Frost. He was not interested in Shui Wuxuang at all. With a woman like Yu Fanghua, Shui Wuxuang was like the pretentious Dongsha in front of him. Shui Wuxuang's pretty face was cold. These three people did not take her seriously at all. They were completely different from those people she had met before. Those men in the past were almost crazy when they saw her, and those women were full of praise. However, the three of them acted as if they had just seen a proud hen. Not only were they not interested in her, but they were also mocking her. How could she tolerate that? That was why some people were so cheap. When others were chasing her crazily, she despised them and wanted to avoid them. When others ignored her, she was upset and felt that her pride was being challenged. Stop. Shui Wuxuang said coldly. What? Your Highness, don't tell me you're the only one worthy of walking on this street like those idiots. Ling Xiao hated this kind of woman who pretended to be arrogant, and her tone was so stiff. It was a completely commanding tone. It made him very uncomfortable. So his words were also very rude. He, she must have seen how handsome brother Ling Xiao is and wants to marry you, brother Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, you already have someone in your heart, and she's not on the list. Dark Frost giggled. The two of them echoed each other, and Shui Wuxuang's face became more and more ugly. I want to marry him? What a fool's dream. Shui Wuxuang seemed to have seized the opportunity to mock the other party, and said through gritted teeth, with your strength, you're practically useless. The person who wants me to marry can't just be a good-looking person. He has to be much stronger than me. His status must be higher than mine, or at least equal to mine. Are you worthy? Aren't your conditions a little too simple? Don't tell me you're degrading yourself. Even if you can't get married, you don't have to do this. Although you're a genius, it's not difficult to find someone who is stronger than you and has a higher status than you. How are you looking for a man? You're looking for your father. Ling Xiao smiled. Bullshit. I haven't finished stating my conditions yet. In addition to those two conditions, there's also the condition that they can't be more than 5 years older than me. I'm only 20 years old now. My parents have been looking for a partner for me since I was 15. However, to this day, not a single person was able to fulfill these three conditions. Let me tell you, it's not that I can't get married, it's that I don't want to marry trash. Shui Wuxuang was provoked by Ling Xiao to the point of spitting out vulgarities. I'm afraid you've misunderstood something. Most of the young people under the age of 25 who are stronger than you and have a higher status than you will look down on you. I'm worried that if you don't lower your standards, you won't be able to get married for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao continued to smile and said, why don't you just follow my brother? He is about the same age as you, and his cultivation base is at the peak 4th divine core realm. He is only one realm lower than you. Moreover, his talent is outstanding. It won't be difficult for him to surpass you. Country bumpkin, why would I marry him? Shui Wuxuang became even angrier. Brother Ling, why are you trying to matchmake me? I don't want a woman like her. If I want to find a woman, I should at least find a woman from one of the Western kingdoms. Although she is beautiful, her strength is too weak, and her talent is mediocre. My master has higher standards than me. He said that if I want to marry a woman, it'd be best if I marry a woman from the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. Marrying a woman from a powerful kingdom is already a disgrace, let alone a woman from a powerful kingdom. Forget it. Lion Xiaobao didn't mean to mock Shui Wuxuang, he was just telling the truth. However, the effect was even more effective than Ling Xiao's words. Shui Wuxuang was furious. She was the princess of the Shui Yu kingdom, but she was being looked down upon by a country bumpkin. This was a great humiliation. I understand now. You two are deliberately trying to arouse my interest in you through this method, aren't you? I almost fell for it. Xue Wushuang suddenly smiled. Although she was still a bit agitated, it seemed like she had found a way to vent her anger. She had met similar men in the past who had deliberately made sarcastic remarks to her in order to attract her attention. You think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you are just an ordinary beautiful female cultivator. If you can't extricate yourself from your beauty, your life will end here. All right, Your Highness can continue to wallow in self-pity. Brother Lion, Dark Frost, let's go. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk to this self-righteous woman. It was too boring. Upon hearing this, Ming Shuang made a funny face at Xue Wushuang. Her giggling appearance was simply infuriating. You think too highly of yourself. In Xue Wushuang's ears, these words were simply a vicious curse. It made her feel even worse than directly stabbing her with a knife. Could it be that this guy really didn't have any feelings for her? That was impossible. While she was still in chaos, Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, and Lion Xiaobao had already left. They left right in front of her without any reluctance. Xue Wushuang tried her best to calm herself down. She glared at the backs of the three people and said, "I will remember the three of you. In this selection, don't even think about passing my tests." As expected of a self-righteous woman, Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. It was like a sharp arrow that fiercely stabbed into Xue Wushuang's heart. It hurt. This was the first time she was humiliated by a man. Let's go. Xue Wushuang gritted her teeth. She had no interest in shopping at all. She headed straight for the imperial court. Ling Xiao naturally didn't bother with her anymore. The three of them walked around Snow Moon City. Ling Xiao bought a lot of medicinal ingredients. After returning to the village, he began to refine pills. To recover his soul, he still had to rely on these pills to slowly recover. As for the increase in cultivation, he was not worried. As long as there was a battle, he could recover. This was not the first time. It would be very fast. Liu Xiaobao and Ming Shuang, on the other hand, were cultivating. The next day, the three of them once again arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain. Because the first round of the selection would begin here. So many people, at least a few tens of thousands. When they arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain, a large number of warriors had already gathered there. Apart from Ling Xiao, all of them were divine core warriors. It was a shocking scene. Indeed, the Xueyu country was much stronger than the Purple Kingdom. Around 100,000 people. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to estimate the exact number of people. I heard that we have to pick 10 people from these people. The chance is 1 in 100,000. Yes, it is indeed very difficult. Also, one of the 10 spots has already been taken by Princess Xue Wushuang. To be exact, there are only 9 people. When Lion Xiaobao said this, he didn't seem worried at all. He was full of confidence. Perhaps this was why Ling Xiao was attracted to him. Ling Xiao was willing to make friends with someone, but he had his standards. Chapter 3896. Everyone. All of a sudden, the person in charge from yesterday spoke up. A frightening aura could be sensed from his voice, causing all the warriors who were talking to each other to stop. Ling Xiao was surprised as well. This man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, and his cultivation had reached the peak 6th divine core realm. He was at the same level as the king of Zifu. The king of Xueyu was much stronger than the king of Zifu, Chen Yu. Seeing everyone looking at him, the old man smiled. The old man smiled and said, "Everyone, I don't care about your origins or where you came from. But, once you participate in the selection and pass, you'll become a citizen of Xueyu. You'll never betray Xueyu. If you disobey, you'll be killed without mercy. Therefore, you still have the chance to regret your decision. Those who have evil thoughts, you better give up now. You can still keep your life, or else, you'll know the consequences of betrayal in the future." But no one left. Since they were all here, who would leave so easily? Besides, they might not even be able to pass the selection. Choosing 9 people out of 100,000, the probability of being selected was too low. Fine, since none of you want to give up, I'll congratulate you in advance. I'm sure all of you know that the purpose of this selection is to enter a secret realm in one of the Western Kingdom's superpowers. One thing is for sure, the secret realm is filled with dangers. Although the opportunity is great, the possibility of losing your life is also great. You're all warriors. I'm sure you've been to many secret realms and ancient ruins. As for how dangerous it is, I don't need to tell you. Anyway, I can only describe it with one word: 9 deaths and 1 life. I can tell you this, in this trip to the secret realm, a total of 300 superpowers from the Western Kingdom will participate. This includes the White Dragon superpower, Fenghu superpower, and other superpowers that aren't any weaker than Shueyu superpower. Even the superpowers from the Western Kingdom will send their representatives to participate. I'm sure you all know what kind of competition this is. Therefore, only 10 people will be selected. I'm sure many of you already know this, so I won't explain it to you. Those who don't want to lose face in the selection, or even lose your life, I hope you can give up now. Warriors below the Divine Core realm don't need to participate. As for those early and mid-Divine Core warriors, they could withdraw from the competition as well. Of course, this is just a suggestion. But if you really want to participate, I won't stop you. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. The old man's words caused a strong reaction among the crowd. Finally, some people began to withdraw. However, there weren't many of them. Out of 100,000 people, only 10,000 chose to withdraw. Most of these men were at the first or second Divine Core realm. On the other hand, Ling Xiao, a Divine Vein realm martial artist, didn't withdraw. Brother Ling, let's go to the mystery realm together. That way, we can look after each other. Liu Xiaobao said excitedly. I don't quite understand. Why do you insist on going to the secret realm? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Firstly, I naturally have to fulfill my master's wish. I have to become stronger, head to the Golden Heavenly Kingdom, and marry a woman from there. Secondly, I also want to test what my limits are. What about you? Liu Xiaobao asked. For one thing. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had entered the secret realm for the beast god's blood. Of course, it would be best if he could raise his cultivation during this process. Regardless of whether it was an ancient relic or an extraterrestrial relic, the secret realms were filled with mysteries and secrets. As long as he seized the opportunity, he would be able to rapidly increase his strength. Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, and become even stronger. He knew clearly that the people he was about to face weren't ordinary people. Wang Quan Tian Xia, Peak 8th Divine Core Realm. Wang Quan Tian Ming, Half-Step Divine Physique Realm. 1 Empress and 4 Emperors, all Divine Physique Realm warriors. If Ling Xiao couldn't defeat them in terms of strength, he wouldn't be qualified to marry Yu Fanghua. The trip to the mystery realm in the Shueyu Kingdom was the first step. Next, he would head to the Western Kingdom. Step by step, he would become stronger. Since no one is withdrawing, the first round of the exam will begin soon. Many of you have been to the Shueyu city yesterday. Today's first round of the exam will be a trip to the Shueyu city without using a portal or a rope. The first 10,000 people to arrive will be able to enter the second round of the exam. If there are less than 10,000 people, then everyone will be counted. Do you all understand? Understood. The rules were simple and easy to understand. Everyone understood. However, it was cruel to know that only 10,000 people were left after being eliminated from 90,000 people. Only 1 out of 9 people could pass the first round. All right, everyone, take your places. Everyone unleashed their terrifying auras. Ling Xiao unleashed his firestorm wheels as well. Since his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he could only use his magical treasures. Begin. Following the old man's order, 90,000 people leapt into the air at the same time. It was a spectacular scene. Boom. Many people had just leapt into the air when they were knocked back down by the people around them. This wasn't a simple race. It was a competition. Warriors could use different methods to influence their opponents. After all, it wasn't realistic for 90,000 people to climb the mountain at the same time. Bone cage. A ring of eerie white bones appeared around Darkfrost's body. These white bones were controlled by her soul power. Not only could they attack her enemies, they could also protect her. She easily blocked the attacks from the warriors around her, then leapt into the air. Lion Master Fort's actions were even simpler. He let out a furious roar like a furious lion. Everyone around him was knocked down by his roar. On the other hand, he dashed forward like a ferocious lion. Although those who were knocked back didn't die, and weren't seriously injured, they were at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Ling Xiao's actions were even simpler. He simply stepped onto the firestorm wheels and flew into the air. The cold air didn't affect him at all. His fleshly body was that strong. It's those 3 men. It doesn't matter if you can pass the test or not, you have to kill those 3 men. The warriors who Ling Xiao and Lion Master Fort had offended had started their actions as well. 3 perfect first Heavenly Core warriors leapt towards Ling Xiao. There was also a perfect 4th Heavenly Core warrior and a late 4th Heavenly Core warrior who leapt towards Lion Master Fort and Dark Frost. They felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest amongst the 3 men, so they didn't need any strong warriors to attack him. The 3 perfect first Heavenly Core warriors leapt towards Ling Xiao. Their ferocious attacks were aimed at killing Ling Xiao. They weren't here to participate in the test, they were here to take revenge. Hee hee. Ling Xiao only responded with a disdainful smile. He didn't even attack. All 3 men's attacks landed on the firestorm wheels at the same time. Wind force, fire force, lightning force. All of them exploded at the same time. All 3 men were stunned at this moment. One of them dashed towards his companion. Another man's body froze in midair, then he fell down to the ground. The unluckiest one fainted on the spot, he couldn't even defend himself. Chapter 3897. The warrior who was paralyzed by the power of lightning was killed by his own sword on the spot. Blood splattered in the void. However, no one cared. One could imagine how chaotic the scene was when 90,000 people were in the air at the same time. Even if someone was killed by the attack, it probably wouldn't affect the others. The warrior who was confused by the power of wind killed another person who was stunned. In the end, he was also blasted down by the warrior next to him. In an instant, Ling Xiao didn't make a move at all, but the 3 people were all eliminated or even killed. When his battle ended, the battle between Leo Master Bao and Dark Frost had also ended. Leo Master Bao was more soft-hearted and didn't want to kill, but his strength was too terrifying. He directly beat the people who pounced on him into a pile of mud. Dark Frost was much more ruthless. The white bone cage pierced the opponent into a hedgehog, and they fell to the ground and died. How is this possible? How can those 3 guys be so powerful? On the ground, several warriors were terrified. Let's go quickly. We've offended someone we shouldn't have offended. They don't have time to make a move now. But if they pass the exam, we'll be in trouble. The leader of the group was a rather wise one. Knowing that the situation was wrong, he chose to escape. If they stayed, with Ling Xiao's personality, he would definitely kill them all. As for the people who died, they could only die in vain. Their strength didn't affect the progress of the exam. Ling Xiao, Leo Master Bao, and Dark Frost were a little behind at this time. Because they encountered an attack. Even if they solved it in a short time, the problem was that everyone was an expert. Even if it was a breath, they might fall behind the others. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. At the critical moment, he would use his special methods. Now, there was no need for that. The fastest group of people had only reached halfway up the mountain. And they had encountered trouble. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the pure white snow. This hand was more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. With a slap, more than a dozen people were directly sent flying. All the running he had done before had been for nothing. It's a snow beast. Someone shouted. However, the voice was too loud, and a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the top of the mountain. F***ck, an avalanche. Someone cursed. However, things like avalanches were a common occurrence when climbing snow mountains. Ordinary people could only resign themselves to fate. If he was a martial artist, he would still be able to survive. However, in the face of the snow demon beast's rampage and the avalanche's onslaught, half of the first batch of people were blasted down. Only a small number of people managed to escape and continue forward. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Ling Xiao caught up. Ling Xiao's firestorm wheels had a very strong defense. With his current strength, no one below the third divine core realm would be able to hurt him. It was even more impossible for the avalanche to hurt him. The tricolored light flashed, and before the avalanche could even touch his body, it had already been shattered. Lion Master Bao and Dark Frost also displayed their abilities, and their performance was not inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. At this time, there were still about 30,000 martial artists who were still climbing. However, it was divided into 3 flights of stairs. There were only 1,000 people in the first tier. Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost were all in the first tier. Right now, they were only a few hundred meters away from Snow Moon City. As long as they could reach the top, they would be considered to have passed the first round. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared outside of Snow Moon City. Xue Wushuang. It's Xue Wushuang. The crowd cried out in surprise. Didn't they say Xue Wushuang wouldn't appear in the first round? Why was she standing there all of a sudden? However, Xue Wushuang didn't do anything. She just stared at Ling Xiao. Compared to Dark Frost and Lion Master Bao, obviously, she hated Ling Xiao even more. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach Snow Moon City, a sneer emerged on Xue Wushuang's face. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending this princess. All of a sudden, she lightly pointed her finger. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach Snow Moon City, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Amidst the rolling avalanche, there was a sword beam. Even though it didn't have any killing intent, it clearly wanted to prevent him from passing the test. Ling Xiao frowned. After all, his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If he directly faced Xue Wushuang's attack, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if he blocked it, he would fall behind 10,000 people. At that time, he still wouldn't be able to pass the test. Maybe that was what Xue Wushuang wanted. Ling Xiao sneered. He would remember this for the time being. When he shouldn't fight with force, he wouldn't act recklessly. He suddenly used the falling plum clear shadow steps and his speed increased sharply. At the same time, he disappeared from his original position. At that moment, Xue Wushuang was astonished. Because even she didn't see how Ling Xiao avoided her sword beam. Not good. While Xue Wushuang was puzzled, she suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. She hastily circulated her pure qi and released an ice crystal shield to block it. The danger finally appeared. It was Ling Xiao. He didn't use any technique. It was just a simple punch. The black tortoise divine body exploded with terrifying power. His physical body was the black tortoise divine body of the 7th Order Emperor realm. This ordinary punch was more effective than any of his current moves. How could Xue Wushuang block it? Boom. The ice crystal shield was directly shattered. Xue Wushuang's abdomen was hit by the punch. She fell from the top of the Snow Moon City. Although he managed to stop himself in time, his sorry state was still seen by everyone. Bastard, how dare you touch Princess Wushuang? Many people saw the scene of Ling Xiao attacking Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang had a lot of brainless fans. These people had always treated Xue Wushuang as a goddess. Ling Xiao dared to attack Xue Wushuang. This made them furious. In an instant, at the entrance of the Snow Moon City, countless murderous auras rushed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at these people coldly. He didn't regret attacking Xue Wushuang. Although Xue Wushuang didn't intend to kill him, she secretly attacked him in an attempt to eliminate him. It was reasonable for him to fight back. In other people's eyes, Xue Wushuang might be a goddess, a blessed girl. But in his eyes, she was just a self-righteous idiot. Do you all want to die? A cold voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. If you want to die, go ahead. My hands have been itching recently. These people thought that by threatening Ling Xiao together, they could make Ling Xiao afraid. However, they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Count me in 2. Dark Frost also walked to Ling Xiao's side and released her terrifying soul power, causing great pressure to the surrounding cultivators. If you want to fight, you can't leave me out. Lion Xiaobao also walked to Ling Xiao's side. This guy was loyal and didn't choose to avoid at this time. Everyone stop. Xue Wushuang had already returned to the entrance of the Snow Moon City. Her face was pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Ling Xiao used his strength to gain Xue Wushuang's attention. Chapter 3898. You must be a body refining cultivator. No wonder your cultivation level is so low. Xue Wushuang looked at Ling Xiao and was surprised. You don't need to know. Ling Xiao didn't give Xue Wushuang any face. Xue Wushuang was so angry that her pale face became even uglier. Ling Xiao didn't care about what she thought. Attacking people as he wished and trying to make them treat him well? Dream on. Ling Xiao's unyielding attitude caused the atmosphere to stiffen for a moment. At that moment, the old man in charge of the exam suddenly appeared. You want to fight now? Don't tell me you don't want to continue with the exam. The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it was full of threat. Everyone's heart trembled when they heard it. The cultivators who surrounded Ling Xiao and the other two just glared at Ling Xiao and then dispersed. You guys have done well. Surprisingly, there are almost 20,000 people in Xueyu City. However, those who are ranked below 10,000 will still be eliminated. You don't need me to call your names, just leave. The old man looked at the crowd indifferently. Most of them chose to listen and leave. However, there were a few lucky people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately, those people were miserable. They were directly thrown off the mountain by the old man. They didn't know why they were asking for trouble. The Xueyu country dared to let the old man in charge of the exam. It meant that they had enough confidence in his strength. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have been the examiner. Very quickly, there were only 10,001 people left in Xueyu City. That one was naturally Xue Wushuang. Now, let's move on to the second round. Only 1,000 people will be left out of the 10,000. The old man looked at the 10,000 people and then looked at Xue Wushuang and said, Your Highness, you will be in charge of the second round. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He was worried that Xue Wushuang would continue to make things difficult for him. After all, offending the judge was not a good thing. Follow me. Xue Wushuang said indifferently and then brought the 10,000 people to a valley. The valley was transparent on both sides. A strong wind was blowing. A demonic beast accidentally barged in and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. I don't think I need to say more. All of you have to enter the valley and stay there for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the first 1,000 people to leave the valley will be able to enter the final test. Xue Wushuang said coldly. It can't be. Let alone 10 minutes, even if it's just 1 minute, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. That's right. Don't even talk about escaping. It's already good enough to survive. Everyone was talking about it. Xue Wushuang added, Those who are afraid, you can leave now. Our test does not force anyone. I quit. I'll withdraw too. This is simply playing with our lives. That's right. Although the treasures are good, it's not fun to lose your life. The threat of the second stage was still too great. Out of the 10,000 people, a total of 2,000 chose to withdraw. Since the 8,000 of you are unwilling to leave, you may enter the valley now. Xue Wushuang still said expressionlessly. Everyone nodded and stepped into the valley together. In that instant, all 8,000 of them were frozen. Ling Xiao was no exception. The degree of coldness was too terrifying. Start the countdown. Xue Wushuang took out a magic treasure with a time display on it. While waiting, she glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. Even if I didn't target you, you still can't pass this stage. No matter how strong your body is, in such a cold environment, it's difficult to persevere without true essence. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. I give up. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and felt that his consciousness was about to blur. Xue Wushuang glanced at him and was surprised that it wasn't Ling Xiao. The old man standing beside her raised his hand and the person who chose to give up was pulled out. His whole body was trembling, but at least his life was saved. I give up too. I don't want to persevere either. With one person giving up, more people would give up. Everyone had the problem of following the trend. In an instant, hundreds of people chose to give up. It had only been 3 minutes. When the 4th minute passed, many people gave up again. When the 5th minute passed, the number of people who gave up had exceeded 1,000. 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Before the last minute passed, nearly 3,000 people chose to give up. As a result, there were only about 4,000 people who were still able to persevere. The quality of this group of people is quite good. There are 4,000 people who can persevere for 9 minutes. The old man said with a smile. Yeah, I'm afraid that some people will be too full of themselves and end up losing their lives. Xue Wushuang kept staring at Ling Xiao. Others in the ice cave were trying to break out of the ice, but Ling Xiao was motionless as if he had lost his life. However, since he didn't give up, she couldn't do anything about it. Finally, 10 minutes passed. Start escaping the valley, Xue Wushuang said loudly. As soon as she said that, a figure jumped out together with the ice. Xue Wushuang was shocked to see that person. Because the first person to come out was none other than Ling Xiao. However, what surprised her was that all the others had escaped after leaving the ice. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had escaped together with the ice. Not only was Xue Wushuang surprised, even the old man was surprised. Only Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't frozen. Right after he entered the valley, he immediately unleashed his frost divine dragon beast soul and isolated himself with the ice. Not only was the extreme cold unable to enter his body, it was even absorbed by the frost divine dragon beast soul and turned into potential energy in his body. In just a short moment, his cultivation had broken through to the mid-9th level divine core realm. It was enough to show how cold the valley was. After retracting the ice around his body, Ling Xiao didn't look at Xue Wushuang. Instead, he was celebrating with Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao. These two people were also among the top. Looks like you do have some skills. Xue Wushuang felt that Ling Xiao was incredible. But, the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she felt. She gradually realized that Ling Xiao's disregard and disdain for her wasn't an act. It came from the bottom of his heart. This made her feel even more frustrated. Ling Xiao didn't respond to Xue Wushuang. This made Xue Wushuang feel like she was going to suffer from internal injuries. Princess, don't be angry. Next, the first 1,000 people to break out from the ice, follow me to the arena in Snow Moon City. Only 9 of you can stay. Just defeat your opponent. The old man ordered. The 1,000 people who passed the second round followed him back to Snow Moon City. They arrived at the huge arena. The arena in Snow Moon City was very special. The arena was set up in the air, and it was 20 meters above the ground. The seats for the audience were set up high, and they could clearly see the battles happening above. Chapter 3899. At that moment, a large number of spectators had gathered in the arena, including the cultivators from Shuiyu City and those who had been eliminated. The old man stood in front of the judges and announced, "The rules of the final exam are very simple. Her Highness will also participate in the exam with you. In the end, the 10 people who remain in the arena will be considered to have passed. You will also be able to go to the mysterious world of your dreams." As soon as the old man finished speaking, most of the cultivators in the arena looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. They hadn't forgotten what had happened in the first round. Ling Xiao had dared to attack their goddess, Xue Wushuang. They naturally wanted to avenge Xue Wushuang. Maybe they would be able to get the favor of their goddess and get close to her. These people were talking very brightly, but in fact, they were just doing it for a woman. That boy is Finnish. In the audience, many people had the same thought. Ling Xiao's cultivation level was not high. Even if he had hidden it, facing so many cultivators, it would be difficult for him to survive. Even if he could defeat 1 or 2 people, he would definitely be exhausted. Next, wouldn't he still be eliminated? Lion Master Bao and Dark Frost, who were with Ling Xiao, would probably be unlucky. But who told them to know Ling Xiao? Serves them right. Many people had a strong sense of jealousy. They felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation level was lower than theirs, but he could pass the exam, which made them very unhappy. Therefore, They couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be unlucky. Dark Frost and Lion Master Bao were standing next to Ling Xiao. Needless to say, Ming Shuang was Ling Xiao's best friend. She would naturally support him. Lion Master Bao was a little interesting. In fact, he and Ling Xiao had only known each other for a few days. Unexpectedly, he was willing to help Ling Xiao, which surprised Ling Xiao. Brother Lion, in this case, if you help me, I'm afraid you will be eliminated. Ling Xiao reminded him. Master said that once you've decided on a friend, don't give up. That's the only way to gain true friendship. Besides, I don't think they can eliminate us. I'm very strong. Lion Xiaobao laughed. Alright, I, Ling Xiao, will recognize you as my friend today. We shall share blessings and hardships together. Ling Xiao rarely treated others as friends. Those who made friends with him were people who had gone through life and death with him. Leo Castle was very special. This simple and honest young man was definitely worth making friends with. Everyone, can we not attack each other for now? Why don't we kick this Ling Xiao kid off the stage first? That's right. This brat is too despicable. He actually dared to hurt Her Highness. How can we let him continue to be free and unfettered? Moreover, his cultivation is the weakest among us. If we don't eliminate him, who should we eliminate? The two people beside him are equally detestable. Why don't we just eliminate them together? Everyone gradually reached a consensus. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately was because he was afraid of being ambushed. Then let's set a rule. When we're fighting those three, no one is allowed to attack our own. If anyone violates the rule, we'll eliminate them together. What do you think? Someone suggested. No problem. Before those three are eliminated, let's not fight among ourselves. Alright, let's do it this way. Whoever violates the rule, we'll kill him. When people had a common enemy, they would temporarily put aside their internal conflicts. This was a very common occurrence. As a result, the originally chaotic battle on the stage became a battle between over 900 people and 3 people. Judging from the surface, there was a huge gap in strength between both parties. We're attacking you because we don't want others to gossip about us. How about this? We'll send out 3 men to fight you. If you lose, you'll have to get the hell out of here. I'm your opponent. A young man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing black clothes and holding 2 daggers in his hands. He looked cold and tough. His cultivation was at the peak first divine core realm. Logically speaking, it wasn't easy for him to last until now with his cultivation base. The reason why he wanted to be in the limelight was because he wanted to win Xue Wushuang's favor. If Xue Wushuang was happy, she might even allow him to cultivate in the Xueyu kingdom. I'll deal with Lion Master Castle. Another man walked out. This man was a peak 4th divine core warrior. He was wearing a red robe, and he was extremely eye-catching. Leave that woman to me. The last one to walk out was a woman. She had an enchanting look, but a ruthless expression could be seen on her face. Her cultivation base was at the peak 4th divine core realm. In order to eliminate Ling Xiao and the other 2, they didn't underestimate their opponents. Damn, these 3 are all famous evil sect warriors in the Xueyu kingdom. Not only have they killed many people, all of them are extremely cunning. They've all used extreme methods to kill people with higher cultivation bases than them. That's right, those 3 young men are in trouble. A few old men had appeared at the judges' table, and they were chatting with the person in charge. That's not necessarily the case. These 3 people are all somewhat special. The person in charge replied with a smile. He was the first one to come in contact with Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, and Lion Master Castle. He was actually looking forward to seeing these 3. I'll go first. The woman impatiently walked towards Dark Frost. Little girl, you have 2 choices now. One is to jump off the stage yourself. The other is to be kicked off the stage by me. What's your choice? She seemed to look down on Dark Frost. My choice is simple, you just need to get the hell out of here. After finishing her words, a frightening soul force was unleashed. Before the enchanting woman could understand what was happening, she was sent flying away. She fell off the stage. Soul secret skills were the most frightening. And also the most mysterious. Therefore, when ordinary warriors encountered a soul warrior, they would be very careful. That enchanting woman was too careless. Trash, it's my turn. The man in a red robe unleashed a fiery aura as he leapt towards Lion Master Castle. He didn't underestimate his opponent. When he attacked, he unleashed his martial soul as well. It was a flame martial soul. You're not my match. Lion Master Castle shook his head and said, with your strength, I can send you flying with a single punch. Arrogant. The red-robed warrior was furious. I'm not being arrogant, I'm just telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? Lion Master Castle sighed. He didn't unleash his martial soul, he just casually threw out a punch. Bang! This punch directly shattered the red-robed martial artist's flame attack. Furthermore, the red-robed martial artist's body was struck as well. He was sent flying away, and fell off the stage. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 men who had stepped forward had been defeated. And both of them had been defeated with just a single strike. This caused everyone to be shocked. Don't be so surprised. Master told me that I have an ancient force in my body, and no ordinary 5th-rank divine core warriors are my match. Besides, he's just a perfect 4th-rank divine core warrior. That's even worse. Lion Master Castle's words were simple and straightforward, but it caused his opponent to feel aggrieved. Chapter 3900. Looks like I can only start with the weakest one. The black-clothed dagger man looked at Ling Xiao. Because Dark Frost and Lion Master Castle had both killed their respective opponents, only Ling Xiao, who seemed to be the weakest on the surface, was left. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Taking a deep breath, the black-clothed dagger man's body suddenly turned into a series of afterimages. On the arena, there were as many as 32 figures. It was impossible to tell which figure was real. This person's martial soul was originally an assassin's martial soul. He had absorbed a lot of benefits from his martial soul, and this phantom doppelganger step was one of them. Many people had suffered a loss under his movement technique. This was also the reason why he could defeat warriors with stronger cultivation than him. Because others couldn't tell which figure was real and which figure was an illusion. Boring trick. Ling Xiao shook his head in disdain. He had played such a trick a long time ago. Moreover, each of his doppelgangers had the power to attack. Ling Xiao didn't move. He was waiting for the real body to approach him. Under the Taiji eye, the other party's doppelgangers had nowhere to hide. In order to test Ling Xiao, the black-clothed dagger man deliberately released his doppelgangers to attack Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't react at all. It was as if he was stupid. Finally, the dagger man couldn't hold it in anymore. His main body pounced forward at an extremely fast speed. There were more than a dozen doppelgangers with his main body. At this moment, Ling Xiao moved. He still didn't use any moves. It was just an ordinary flying kick. The dagger man was kicked directly in the abdomen. His body suddenly bent, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His entire body was kicked out like a cannonball. He fell heavily off the arena and couldn't even stand up. If you want to play the hero saving the beauty, you have to see if you have the ability. You don't know what you're talking about. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and then looked at the others. Don't hide it. Anyway, only 10 people can stay in this arena. If anyone else wants to attack us, feel free to do so. The domineering announcement made everyone's expression turn ugly. However, these people did not immediately make a move. Because they were afraid too. 3 people took action, and 3 people were eliminated. This was simply too embarrassing. Or could it be that all 3 of them were not easy to deal with? The young girl, Dark Frost, was obviously a terrifying soul martial artist. Her soul secret arts were mysterious and unfathomable, making her very difficult to deal with. Lion Xiaobao possessed an ancient force within his body, and when he unleashed it, even a 5th-level divine core warrior would be afraid of him. And Ling Xiao, who was thought to be the weakest, happened to be the hardest to see through. Regardless of whether it was attacking Xue Wushuang or sending the dagger man flying, he had only used normal attacks. He didn't use any moves. This was a little hard to figure out. He had no idea what level his strength had reached. Everyone looked at each other and still felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest. A peak second divine core warrior gritted his teeth and said. Then, he walked out of the crowd. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to pass the next round. Therefore, he decided to try attacking Ling Xiao. If he succeeded, he would be able to get Xue Wushuang's appreciation. It wasn't a loss. Let me give it a try. This man's cultivation was 100 times stronger than the dagger man. He was wearing a snow-white robe, and it made him look heroic. He was still young, and if he could cultivate for a few more years, he would become another outstanding genius. But too bad, he was still young, only around 18 years old. He was about the same age as Ling Xiao. What was interesting was that he also used a sword. Just like Ling Xiao, he was also an expert in using a sword. It's all up to you now. Although the crowd didn't have much confidence in this white-clothed swordsman, this man could at least test out Ling Xiao's strength and find out what level Ling Xiao had reached. The audience below the stage were very interested in this fight. Initially, they thought Ling Xiao was the weakest amongst all the contestants, but in the previous fight, the dagger man couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. This proved that Ling Xiao did have some abilities. The next white-clothed swordsman was 100 times stronger than the dagger man. Could Ling Xiao still stay on the stage? Bang! A frightening sword intent emerged from the white-clothed swordsman's sword. It was as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Everyone nearby could feel the sharpness of the sword, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Interesting, this man's sword soul is actually an innate sword soul, although it's only 10%. Compared to those with a higher cultivation than him, his martial soul is even more outstanding. He is definitely a genius. Looks like Ling Xiao is in trouble. Amongst the crowd, a warrior with a bamboo hat and a long sword in his arms couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious that this man wasn't interested in Xue Wushuang, and didn't have any hostility towards Ling Xiao. However, he was one of the stronger competitors. He was also proficient in sword techniques, so he could see the white-clothed swordsman's abilities. If this kid is trained well, he will definitely become an outstanding genius in Xue Yu. At the judges' table, a few old men were also discussing. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become a foil. It was to serve as a foil for this young swordsman. When the white-clothed swordsman heard the crowd's discussion, he seemed somewhat proud. He pointed his long sword at Ling Xiao and coldly said, "Young man, I don't have any enmity with you, so I don't want to hurt you. It's just that what you said before was too much. Now, get out of the arena obediently, and you'll be spared from physical pain." Arrogant and conceited. Only when he stepped on the weak could he have such a strong feeling. He believed that defeating Ling Xiao like this would make Xue Wushuang pay more attention to him. "I don't know what it means to get lost. If you want me to get off the stage, then use your strength. Otherwise, that piece of trash just now will be your example." Ling Xiao disdainfully looked at the white-clothed swordsman and said, "Not everyone who uses a sword is a swordsman. You don't understand the true essence of the sword." "I don't understand." "What a joke. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me." Snow Mountain sword technique, sky filled with flying snow. The white-clothed swordsman suddenly released his sword technique. For a moment, the sky was filled with snowflakes. It was beautiful, but also dangerous. These sword lights were completely locked onto Ling Xiao. They wanted to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. And the white-clothed swordsman was the controller of this sky filled with flying snow. He was like a sword immortal, floating endlessly. Your moves are gorgeous and can be appreciated by others, but the sword intent contained within is very laughable. This kind of move is effective against trash who is about the same as you. Against me? It's useless. Now, I will teach you how to use a sword. Ling Xiao didn't use his sword before because he could rely on his fists and feet to defeat his opponent. Although the white-clothed swordsman could use his fists and feet to defeat him. But if he used the other party's best method to defeat him, wouldn't it destroy his opponent's confidence even more? In his hand, there was an additional sword. It was the ice-revered sword. Right now, the revered ice sword was only an immortal grade emperor weapon. There was a big gap between it and the divine grade emperor weapon in the opponent's hand. But the ice-revered sword in Ling Xiao's hand had a completely different feeling. Chapter 3901. At this moment, it was as if the crowd couldn't see Ling Xiao, they could only see the sword. The sword that had merged with the heavens and earth. His sword intent bloomed in the air, it was violent and sharp. It quickly suppressed the sword intent of the white-clothed swordsman. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had dropped, his sword intent wasn't weak at all. Get the hell off the stage, you're not qualified to fight me. Ling Xiao didn't attack. The white-clothed swordsman coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had lost in the battle of sword intent. He had lost miserably. Even his soul and martial soul had been severely injured. Ling Xiao's words sounded out, and the white-clothed swordsman jumped off the stage like a madman. If he stayed on the stage for even a second longer, he would feel like he would die. This was the defeat brought to him by the sword intent. It wasn't something that could be achieved with just an attack. Ling Xiao put away his Ice Supreme sword. He still looked as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. The violent sword intent in the air had disappeared. However, everyone was still stuck in the shock of what had just happened. They stared at the young man called Ling Xiao with fear. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Where did this guy come from? He was a body-refining warrior, but why was his sword intent so frightening? Although the white-clothed swordsman was only a peak-second heavenly core warrior, he couldn't compare with many of the people here. But he shouldn't have been defeated without even having the chance to attack, right? Xue Wushuang's eyes were wide open. For the first time in her life, she felt like she had been staying in Xueyu for too long. She had become a frog at the bottom of a well. She had no idea how frightening the warriors outside were. Even she didn't know how the white-clothed swordsman was defeated. Sword intent was something only swordsmen could understand. Who said he's the weakest? Are you kidding me? I think his combat strength is at least at the third heavenly core realm. That's right, he didn't even release his martial soul, but he easily defeated the peak second heavenly core swordsman. I'm sure his combat strength is not weak. The crowd were discussing amongst themselves. Some of the warriors who wanted to use Ling Xiao as a stepping stone for their future had given up on this stupid idea. If they really became enemies with Ling Xiao, they would probably lose miserably. Looking at the two people in front of him, it wasn't as simple as being eliminated. One of them was severely injured, and it would probably take a long time for him to recover. As for the other, he had suffered a severe setback. His path as a genius had probably come to an end. This Ling Xiao was really ruthless. Your sword intent is very interesting. Perhaps we will have a chance to spar in the future. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was the young man who wore a bamboo hat, had a wolf's tail grass in his mouth, and held a long sword in his arms. This person was dressed very casually. She was also dressed sloppily. There was also a wine gourd hanging from his waist. He was like a wandering swordsman. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Dragon Sword Mountain. Everyone looked at the young man. Dragon Sword Mountain was extremely famous in the entire Xueyu country. She was not inferior to Xue Wushuang. If he were a woman, he would be even more shocking than Xue Wushuang. Long Zhenshan's cultivation was the same as Xue Wushuang's. He was also a perfect fifth divine core warrior. He also possessed a frightening dragon sword martial soul. This dragon sword martial soul contained the strength of a dragon and the soul of a sword. It was a very special martial soul. Amongst the younger generation in Xueyu, Long Zhenshan was definitely one of the most outstanding. If Long Zhenshan is willing to fight, no matter if it's Ling Xiao, Lion Master Castle or Dark Frost, they will all be eliminated. But too bad, it seems like he isn't that interested in Xue Wushuang. That's right, but I'm sure he'll be one of the last 10. That's obvious. Apart from him, there are a few other famous young geniuses in Xueyu who will be able to make it to the last 10. That's right. For example, that Yi Lungyan. Rumor has it that her strength is even more frightening than Long Zhenshan. Yi Lungyan's martial soul is the beast god martial soul. Although it's only a mid-divine rank, it's still extremely rare in the 4 regions. In his normal state, I'm afraid he can fight evenly with Long Zhenshan. If his martial soul transforms, no one here will be his match. Too bad, she's a woman. Not only does she not love Xue Wushuang, she even looks down on Xue Wushuang. Everyone says that Yi Lungyan and Xue Wushuang are the two peerless beauties of Xueyu, but in fact, the relationship between these two girls is very bad. Therefore, it's impossible for her to fight Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was paying attention to the crowd's discussion. Although these people were whispering, they couldn't escape his ears. Judging from what they were saying, apart from Long Jianshan, Xue Wushuang, and Yi Lungyan, there were 3 other people. They were triplets, and they were triplets. They had been cultivating together since they were young, and they were very good at fighting together. All 6 of them were at the peak 5th divine core realm, and they were all existences that were second only to the great generals of the Purple Kingdom. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened and they didn't kill each other, the 6 of them would be able to make it to the last 10. As a matter of fact, 6 out of the 10 spots had been decided. There were only 4 spots left to fight for. Amongst the remaining 6, the only one who was qualified to fight with these 6 was Du Juyi. Du Juyi was an expert in using poison. His cultivation was second only to the 6 men in front of him. He had reached the early 5th divine core realm. As for the remaining 6 men, the strongest was only at the peak 4th divine core realm. Of course, the scariest thing about Du Juyi wasn't his cultivation, it was his poison. Once he went crazy, even the 6 men in front of him would have to be careful. If not, they would definitely fail miserably. They would be tricked by him. Because of this, no one wanted to be Du Juyi's enemy, including the 6 men in front of him. As long as Du Juyi didn't seek death himself, he would be able to make it to the last 10. If he took one more spot, there would only be 3 spots left. But, the way Du Juyi looked at Ling Xiao was filled with viciousness and hatred. He liked Xue Wushuang, he liked her like crazy. Therefore, he would most likely attack Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost. However, this man was quite patient. At least, he hadn't attacked yet. Maybe he was still afraid of Lion Master Bao. He was worried that he would be attacked by Lion Master Bao, Ling Xiao, and Dark Frost. It seems like we've misjudged them. Those who are strong enough to eliminate those 3 aren't willing to do it. Those who aren't strong enough to eliminate them are still observing. Don't tell me those 3 are going to advance to the next round together. If that's the case, all 10 spots have been decided. The audience felt that things were getting interesting. The current situation was a bit strange. The 3 men who were thought to be eliminated were now the hot favorites to advance to the next round. No, I don't think those men will accept this. Since they can't defeat those 3 one-on-one, won't they gang up on them? After all, they have a lot of people, and that's their biggest advantage. This was what it meant to wake someone up from a dream. Perhaps the audience was just casually saying this, but the men on the stage understood what they meant. Chapter 3902. Everyone, listen up. These 3 men will become a threat to all of us. With them here, it will be very difficult for us to get a spot. Why don't we work together and eliminate them? That way, we'll have 3 extra spots. The audience gave a reminder to the cultivators on the stage. They could clearly feel the presence of Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost. Not only would it bring shame to Xue Wushuang, but it would also bring shame to Xue Wushuang. Also, the most troublesome thing was that these 3 men might take away the other 3 spots. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to compete for the spots. They couldn't afford to offend the 6 perfect 5th divine core warriors. They couldn't afford to offend Du Juyi either. But these 3 men, they could afford to offend them. One-on-one might not be enough, but what if they worked together? That's right, we don't need to talk about morality with them. Moreover, this was an elimination round to begin with. They deserve to offend us. Someone immediately responded to the person who made the suggestion. Everyone had realized how extraordinary Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost were. If they continued like this, they would be the ones eliminated in the end. It's decided then, let's work together and eliminate these 3 men. It doesn't matter even if we kill them. That's right, there's no rule that says we can't kill anyone, so don't show any mercy. When one man agreed, 2 others followed suit. At this moment, a few hundred men had made their decision. They would eliminate Ling Xiao and the other 2, then they would fight for the remaining 3 spots. Ling Xiao kept staring at these men with an indifferent expression. Actually, because of the rules, he had shown mercy in the previous 2 rounds, and didn't kill anyone. But now, these men wanted to kill them. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. It looked like he had to kill a few of them. You're all courting death. Ling Xiao's voice was like the cold weather in Shuiyu, it could instantly freeze a man's heart. This caused the expressions of these men to change. Some of them even subconsciously took a few steps back. But after a short moment, they suddenly realized how embarrassing it was. Don't be afraid, there are only 3 of them, they are no match for us. These words made the already timid martial artists muster up their courage once again. Ling Xiao looked at that person coldly. To be able to recover so quickly under his murderous aura, he must be an executioner who had also killed many people. He sneered and moved his body. He walked towards the man. Although this person was not the strongest among this group of people, he was definitely the one who could fan the flames the most. Did you see that? That brat is angry out of humiliation. The man roared again. Do you want to watch him kill us one by one? I dare say that if we were to fight one-on-one, none of us would be his match. Therefore, they had to work together. Only by killing him can we be safe. Ling Xiao noticed that there was a hateful scar on this person's face. It was very deep and very sinister. Even though he hid in the crowd, he was still locked onto by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed became faster and faster. Finally, the martial artists could not hold back anymore and launched an attack at Ling Xiao at the same time. Compared to Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost, they felt that Ling Xiao was the biggest threat to them. The most frightening. In a split second, hundreds of true energies condensed into hundreds of attacks. The entire arena was filled with the whistling sounds of all sorts of martial skills. They all charged towards Ling Xiao, trying to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Don't come any closer, they are mine. Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, so he had to fight. These men were the stepping stones for him to recover his cultivation. He noticed that Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost wanted to help him, so he immediately stopped them. He had no idea how strong Leo Master Castle was, but he knew that he was at least a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Dark Frost was just as frightening, she was even stronger than Leo Master Castle. Most importantly, the secret soul skill was too hard to defend against. After all, for a martial artist, the soul was the most difficult part to cultivate. Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost were startled for a second. A few of the attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body. But Ling Xiao didn't even frown. With the 7th Order Emperor Realm Black Tortoise Divine Body and the Heavenly Demon Bone, he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, this kind of attack had stimulated the potential in his body. For him, it was definitely beneficial. Is this all your attacks can do? Can't they be any stronger? Ling Xiao was actually laughing. He was laughing happily. His laughter startled all the men who were attacking him. He's just bluffing. Don't hold back anymore, or else we'll be the next ones to die. The scar-faced man was still fanning the flames. One had to admit that this scar-faced man was really good at tricking people. After hearing his words, the men's attacks suddenly became a few times stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Even more frightening attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body. He didn't use the firestorm wheels to defend himself. Because the firestorm wheels were magical treasures, they would stop the energy from entering his body and prevent him from improving his cultivation. This feels so good. Perhaps I'm destined to be the enemy of the entire world. A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Recently, he had been thinking about something. It seemed like the more enemies he encountered, the stronger they were, the faster his cultivation would improve. Others said that pressure was motivation. But not only was it motivation, it was also cultivation. Bang! Amidst the rain of bullets, Ling Xiao walked into the crowd. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. A man's head exploded. He didn't show any mercy. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, why should he endure it? Slap. Someone was slapped away by Jiang Chen, and he fell off the arena. He was on the verge of death. Punching and kicking, Jiang Chen looked like a devil god who had barged into a flock of lambs. No one could stop him. No one could stop him. Although his cultivation was low, his body was strong enough. With just the strength of his body, he could fight a 5th-level divine core warrior head-on. If he transformed into his beast soul form, he could even fight a 6th-level divine core warrior. Therefore, none of the people present were a match for him. He's not a human, he's a devil. This is terrifying. Everyone in the audience cried out in shock. Not only was Ling Xiao unharmed when facing all those attacks, he was even slaughtering them. This was unbelievable. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the scar-faced man. Die. The scar-faced man took out a machete and swung it toward Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao didn't even try to block the attack. Clang. When the Divine Emperor weapon machete landed on Ling Xiao's head, it was as if it had hit a metal rock. Sparks flew out from the impact. In the next moment, the scar-faced man's throat was grabbed by Ling Xiao, and he was lifted up into the air. The scar-faced man kept kicking his legs, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. This was because Ling Xiao's true yuan had merged with his body, and it had sealed his true yuan. In Ling Xiao's hands, he was no different from an ordinary man. Now, do you still want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at the scar-faced man with a sarcastic expression. I should be thanking you. So many people attacking me at the same time, I've benefited a lot. Chapter 3903. Don't kill me. This is the rule set by Shui Yu. You can't blame me. The scar-faced man was ruthless, but when he was grabbed by someone like a little chick, even he had lost his courage. He thought Ling Xiao was being sarcastic, but that wasn't the case. Ling Xiao really had to thank him, because it was their attack that had helped Ling Xiao break through to the late 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This was how fast his cultivation speed was. After all, he had broken through to this realm before, and now, he was just recovering, but his cultivation speed was much faster than his usual cultivation speed. Don't kill you. When you instigated those men to kill me, did you ever think you would end up like this? Ling Xiao smiled coldly, then he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack. The scar-faced man's neck was broken. After that, Ling Xiao shattered the scar-faced man's inner core with a single punch, then absorbed all the energy into his own body. His cultivation had broken through once again. Peak 9th level Divine Vein Realm. After all, it was the inner core of a divine core warrior. After absorbing all the energy, it was actually quite slow for him to break through to the peak 9th level Divine Vein Realm. This was probably because of Ling Xiao's body structure. His meridians were 100 times stronger than those of ordinary warriors, so the amount of energy he needed to break through was naturally much more. But, Ling Xiao was already satisfied with the speed of his breakthrough. Next was the half-step Divine Core Realm. There was no difference between the half-step Divine Core Realm and the Peak Realm. There were only 9 stages. When he reached the 9th stage, he would form a water core, then he would be able to break through to the Divine Core Realm. Other warriors might need more materials, but he didn't. His body had memorized everything about the Divine Core Realm. All he needed to do was to absorb energy into his body. As long as he had enough energy, he would break through on his own. Everything would happen naturally. After killing the scar-faced man, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the surrounding men. All these men had attacked him. All of them wanted to eliminate him. Some of them even wanted to kill him. This young man, something's not right. At the judges' table, an old man furrowed his brows and said, I feel like he's been through too much. He doesn't have any resistance to killing, he's just like a devil. So what if he's a devil? As long as he doesn't betray Shui Yu, it doesn't matter. Another old man said. That's right. This brat is a prodigy. His cultivation is clearly in the early 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, but he made consecutive breakthroughs during the assessment. Right now, he is already at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This is nothing. His cultivation is so weak. Logically speaking, even if he is a body refinement martial artist, his strength can't be too strong. But, the scar-faced man he had just killed was a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. Strange. How strange. Don't think too much about it. This elimination is a matter of life and death. Those people wanted to kill him, so he killed them. This was a matter of course. It was the same no matter where he put it. Don't tell me you like those Virgin Mary bitches. The person in charge said with a smile. He really liked this Ling Xiao. Not only did he clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, but he was also decisive in killing. The key was that this kid was a weirdo. He had never seen a perfect 9th-level Divine Vein warrior kill a perfect 3rd-level Divine Core warrior. Do you want to kill me? Then I'll send you to hell first. The moment Ling Xiao's voice rang out, his figure suddenly dashed forward, charging towards the cultivator closest to him. His movement was like a ghost. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, his palm strike had already landed on the man's body. A cracking sound was heard. The man's ribs were broken, and his inner core was shattered. He died on the spot. 2. In just an instant, 2 Divine Core warriors had died. Everyone in the audience were dumbfounded by what they saw. As for those participants who thought Ling Xiao was the weakest, they were completely dumbfounded. The strength Ling Xiao had just displayed was simply unbelievable. This wasn't something a Divine Vein Realm martial artist should have. Xue Wushuang clenched her fists tightly. Although Ling Xiao hadn't shown any strength that surpassed her, she was still very nervous. Compared to her, Ling Xiao was obviously more mature, and he was better at killing. Needless to say, she was like a flower that grew in a greenhouse. As for Ling Xiao, he was like a stubborn sapling that grew in the wild. The gap between the two was just too huge. Die. While Ling Xiao was attacking, another man suddenly launched a sneak attack. He was trying to assassinate Ling Xiao from behind. However, Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head around. He allowed the man's sword to stab into his back. Crack. His back wasn't pierced, but the man's sword had shattered. Ling Xiao sneered. He picked up the broken sword and stabbed it into the man's throat. After that, he crushed the man's inner core, absorbing the energy. After absorbing another 2/3 Divine Core warrior's inner cores, Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through once again. First level of the half-step Divine Core realm. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was a little dazed. This was too frightening. This Ling Xiao had gone mad. He was like a terrifying devil, causing everyone to be terrified. If he was allowed to continue like this wouldn't be an elimination round, it would be a slaughter. Why are you still hesitating? Let's go. Do you really want to be killed by him one by one? Someone finally realized what was going on. Because Ling Xiao had killed the scar-faced man, they had forgotten to attack. But, when they saw Ling Xiao slaughtering all of them, none of them dared to stand still. Hearing what he said, those who were still in a daze began to act ferociously. This time, they didn't choose to attack in a chaotic manner. Instead, they attacked at the same time, pouring all their energy into Ling Xiao's body. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. Violent true energies collided in the air, causing the sky to change color. Frightening dark clouds kept rolling around. The frightening aura had actually formed a chain reaction, and it was like an ancient ferocious beast was pouncing toward Ling Xiao. The frightening aura caused all the spectators to tremble in fear. Can he still hold on? Someone asked worriedly. I don't know. Facing such a frightening attack, if he can really hold on, then he'll be a god. Someone said while trembling in fear. Even I can't defend against an attack like this, I have to avoid it. Xue Wushuang thought to herself. She didn't think that Ling Xiao could do it. Girl, aren't you going to save him? Liu Xiaobao looked at Dark Frost and asked. No, brother Ling Xiao won't die. Because he has a true immortal body, Dark Frost said with a smile. In fact, in terms of immortality, Dark Frost was the one. Even if her inner core was shattered, as long as her soul wasn't destroyed, she could be resurrected. This was because she couldn't be considered a living person now. To be more precise, she was a living dead. Since she was already dead, she wouldn't die again. Unless someone could destroy her soul as well. Otherwise, even if her inner core was destroyed, she wouldn't die. But in Dark Frost's opinion, Ling Xiao's was the real magical immortal technique. He could be resurrected, and no matter how serious the injury, he could quickly recover. That's what a freak is. Therefore, she wasn't worried about Ling Xiao at all. Seeing Dark Frost's reaction, Liu Xiaobao shrugged. He wanted to help, but it seemed that there was no need. Chapter 3904. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Wind and fire sword art. Snow god fist. Ice fury blade. The berserk true essence condensed into a torrent, crazily pouncing towards Ling Xiao. All the warriors unleashed their attacks at the same time, and it was as frightening as a flood breaking through a dam. Die now, you arrogant bastard. Bang. All the attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body at the same time. The explosive attacks exploded on Ling Xiao's body. The crowd could clearly see Ling Xiao's body being shattered into pieces. Lion Xiaobao panicked, but when he turned around and looked at Darkfrost, he saw a faint smile still on Darkfrost's face. He was confused, but he still suppressed his curiosity. Perhaps Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet. Page, what a fool. With so many people attacking at the same time, even we can't defend against all of them. Why isn't he dodging? Long Jianshan coldly harumphed. He thought he had a strong body, but now he's dead. Too bad, I thought he would be one of the 10 who could advance to the next round. But now, it looks like he died a miserable death. The audience were sighing as well. They clearly saw Ling Xiao's body being destroyed. A divine vein warrior didn't have an inner core. Once his body was destroyed, he would be dead for sure. There was no way he could survive. Serves him right. Good death. All the warriors who attacked Ling Xiao were shouting excitedly. Swoosh. Suddenly, a frightening flame shot up into the sky. The place where Ling Xiao was killed started burning. The flame started spreading crazily, and it started burning among the crowd. A few dozen men who were closest to Ling Xiao were instantly devoured by the raging flame, and died a miserable death. Their bodies were all burned into ashes. A man walked out from the flame. Not only was he perfectly fine, his aura had also become stronger. Sure enough, it was necessary to take this attack head-on. Although I almost died, my cultivation base has increased to the 4th level of the half-step divine core realm. My cultivation base has increased by 3 levels. It feels really good. Ling Xiao's smile was illuminated by the flames, making him look very excited. This caused the expressions of those who were attacking him to change greatly, and their hearts to tremble violently. Devil. He's a devil. There's no way he's still alive. How could this be? These people were scared silly. To be able to withstand such an attack and still be unscathed, this was simply impossible. See, I told you, Big Brother Ling Xiao will be fine. Darkfrost's little face was brimming with a smug smile. That's true. But it gave me a fright just now. Liu Xiaobao smiled bitterly. Since you don't want to live, then all of you can die. Ling Xiao walked out of the flames, a ball of anger burning in his chest. Even though the attack just now had allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, it had almost killed him. If it weren't for the Hellbird's rebirth ability, he would have been reborn from the brink of death. He would really die. Therefore, at that moment, his smile and his excitement were all fake because of the flames. At that moment, he was burning with anger. Burn, fire of the Hellbird. Ling Xiao transformed into the Hellbird and rushed into the crowd. Even more people were burned to death by the strange flames that were coming out of his body. Terrified screams were heard one after another. Those who were attacking Ling Xiao had already fallen into a complete panic. Fight! It was almost impossible. Right now, there was only fear in their hearts. What could they do in the face of an undying enemy? They couldn't do anything. On the fighting stage, a terrifying massacre had begun. That's the beast god spirit. In the judges' seats, the strong cultivators of Shueyu were astonished. The beast god spirit was too rare. It was already very rare to see someone like Yi Lungyan who was a medium-level god. And Ling Xiao's beast god spirit seemed to be even more powerful than Yi Lungyan's. Could it be a high-level god? A strong physical body, outstanding sword skills, and now the beast god spirit. How many incredible things did this young man have? Was he really just a divine pulse realm cultivator? The more they looked at him, the more they felt that something was wrong. One had to know that Ling Xiao had mastered 3 abilities. It was very difficult for other cultivators to get even one of them. Even for strong cultivators like them, it was impossible to take care of all 3. It was very difficult to cultivate only one of them. How much energy did this boy have? How strong was his comprehension? It was really amazing. While they were talking, nearly 100 cultivators were killed. At that moment, those who had attacked Ling Xiao were scared out of their wits. They were ready to jump down from the fighting stage and take the initiative to admit defeat. But they were surprised again. Frost Divine Dragon Beast Spirit, Ice Dragon Breath. A terrifying dragon breath was spat out. Those martial artists who were preparing to escape were frozen. They turned into ice sculptures and stayed on the fighting stage. This guy is too scary. He not only wants to eliminate those people, but also wants to kill them all. Many people in the audience were trembling in fear as they cried out in alarm. Xue Wushuang's face was pale as well. She felt lucky that she didn't go crazy and attack Ling Xiao. If not, perhaps she would be a dead body right now. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. Those frozen cultivators were all shattered and killed by him. The energy from the shattered inner cores were also crazily absorbed by him. 5th level of the half-step divine core realm, 6th level of the half-step divine core realm, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. Finally, Ling Xiao felt he was on the verge of breaking through. Once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would be able to unleash a lot of his combat strength. Not long after that, there were still nearly 1,000 cultivators left on the fighting stage. But now, there were only a few hundred left. The rest were all killed by Ling Xiao. Those who were killed were the ones who had attacked Ling Xiao. He didn't kill anyone, but he didn't let anyone go either. Even though Ling Xiao was extremely furious, he was still able to tell the difference. This was a rare thing. Did you guys see that? On the judging panel, a mighty warrior was staring at Jiang Chen. I don't think he's just a beast god warrior. He has dual martial souls. That's right, we saw it too. It's a completely different martial soul from the Hell Phoenix, an ice divine dragon. One is hot and the other is cold, but he can combine them perfectly. How did he do that? Another man said with a trembling voice. That little boy has too many secrets. If he really wanted to join Xue Yu, he would be able to do so. If he really wants to join our Xue Yu, I'm sure we'll get great results in the secret realm. Another mighty warrior said with mixed feelings. I still want to know all his secrets, but I don't think that's possible anymore. I don't think anyone will dare attack him again. Just like what these mighty warriors had said. After witnessing Ling Xiao's abilities, the rest of the people immediately treated him as one of the seeded contestants. He was placed on the same level as the 6-peak 5th Divine Core Warriors. Chapter 3905. No one dared to attack Ling Xiao anymore. But, none of the participants were willing to accept being eliminated just like that. Therefore, the remaining participants all looked at Du Juyi. 6 perfect 5th rank Divine Core Warriors, they couldn't afford to offend them. Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao were Ling Xiao's friends, so they didn't dare offend them. Therefore, their target was Du Juyi, an early 5th rank Divine Core Warrior. Du Juyi, you can leave now. There were nearly 100 warriors attacking Du Juyi at the same time. A cruel grin emerged on Du Juyi's face. You can't afford to offend him, but you think you can afford to offend me. You're all a bunch of idiots. You're courting death. With a grin on his face, a strange purple-blue flower emerged behind his back. The flower gave off a strange aura. Although it was a martial soul, it made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. The purple-blue aura was unleashed from the martial soul, and it dashed towards the 100 men. In just an instant, a dozen of the 100 men had fallen to the ground, and the rest had been poisoned as well. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Do you know how I got my name? It's the name of this flower, it's called Du Juyi. Once this poison is released, it won't dissipate even after 9 days and 9 nights. Just wait for your death. Du Juyi suddenly sneered, then a purple-blue poison shot towards Ling Xiao who had just fallen from the sky. Brother Ling, watch out. Seeing this, Lion Xiaobao hurriedly intervened. He punched out with his fist, knocking the poison away. But, he still inhaled it into his body, and his face instantly turned pale. What a vicious poison. Lion Xiaobao's body swayed, but he didn't fall to the ground. The chaotic force in his body had the ability to suppress the poison, so it couldn't kill him in a short amount of time. But his overall strength had definitely dropped. Brother Lion. Ling Xiao hastily leapt towards Lion Xiaobao. Lion Xiaobao was willing to risk his life to save Ling Xiao, and this alone meant that Ling Xiao wouldn't just stand there and watch. But everything happened too quickly, and all Ling Xiao could do was stand in front of Lion Xiaobao. Boom! Not only did Du Juyi not stop, but the terrifying poisonous fog turned into a huge poisonous python and bombarded Ling Xiao's body. The venom completely enveloped Ling Xiao's body. How terrifying! As expected of Du Juyi, he chose the perfect opportunity. Ling Xiao had just finished killing people and was currently in a relaxed state. It was simply impossible for him to defend against a sneak attack. Good heavens, Du Juyi was indeed much more terrifying than Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao and Lion Master Castle will both die. Everyone was stunned. Du Juyi had been showing hatred towards Ling Xiao, but he had never made a move. Everyone thought that he would definitely not make a move. Who would have thought that he would suddenly attack? Lion Master Bao and Ling Xiao were caught off guard. Heh, Du Juyi, this brat is indeed not a guy to be trifled with. I'd rather be an enemy of a perfect fifth divine core warrior than an enemy of him. Long Jianshan let out a grin, as if he was celebrating Ling Xiao's death. He had thought that Ling Xiao was going to die, but in the end, Ling Xiao didn't die, and that was a slap to his face. This made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Now that he saw what had happened, he was gloating over Jiang Chen's misfortune. Damn it! Seeing that both Ling Xiao and Lion Master Bao had been hit by Du Juyi's attack, Ming Shuang hurriedly reacted, releasing a wall of white bones to block Du Juyi's follow-up attack. Dark Frost, get out of my way. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao's cold and frightening voice sounded out once again. He had killed so many people, and he didn't want to continue. But what Du Juyi did had caused his killing intent to boil once again. And this time, his killing intent had become even colder. This Du Juyi was even more despicable than those men just now. He was even more sinister and despicable. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Dark Frost was startled for a second, then she immediately stepped aside. Help me take care of Lion Master Bao. Ling Xiao said to her. Got it, big brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost nodded obediently. However, this scene scared Du Juyi to death. Long Jianshan was once again dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was still alive. In front of Du Juyi's terrifying poison, it was as if nothing had happened. This was too unbelievable. Although Ling Xiao's performance today had already given him a lot of surprises, Ling Xiao's strength had already surprised him. But he still couldn't accept it. However, Ling Xiao didn't care whether he accepted it or not. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't even put this self-righteous Long Jianshan in his eyes. Right now, Ling Xiao only wanted to torture Du Juyi. He wanted Du Juyi to die in the most painful wail. I don't believe that I can't poison you to death. Poison sword. Kill him for me. With a roar, Du Juyi's poison turned into a long sword and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's body. The surrounding warriors all dodged, fearing that they would be contaminated by this terrifying poison. Since you like to use poison so much, I'll let you die from this poison today. Hell Hydra Beast Spirit Transformation. Ling Xiao's body had already entered the Beast Spirit Transformation. Not only did the crazy poison not hurt him in the slightest, but it was also absorbed by the Hell Hydra. Break for me. A snake head poked out from behind Ling Xiao and bit the poison sword. Catcher, catcher, catcher. It was as if it was eating something delicious. The snake actually bit the poison sword into pieces and swallowed it. The 9 snake heads spat out their tongues behind Ling Xiao's back, terrifying and ferocious. Black poison mist filled the air. As long as it touched Du Juyi's purple poison mist, it would be completely melted and absorbed. This kid. Once again, the strong cultivators in the judges' seats were stunned. This is his 3rd martial spirit, and he unexpectedly has such a terrifying poison resistance. I saw it too, this treasure must be taken. If he grows up, our Eternal Night Palace's status in Shui will greatly increase. We won't have to look at the other 11 palaces anymore. Another person said excitedly. Yes, of the 12 palaces of Shui, The only one that people really know is our eternal night palace. But in fact, there are 11 other palaces hidden in the dark. Our ambition is not only to become a great country, but also to become the 5th most powerful country in the Golden Sky region. But our eternal night palace is really not doing well. With this kid, plus Xue Wu Shuang and Yi Lungyan, the eternal night palace will have hope to rise again. The strong cultivators now looked at Ling Xiao in a different way. Every one of them looked as if they had seen a piece of treasure, and there was no need to mention how envious they were. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what these strong cultivators were thinking. He looked at Du Juyi coldly and slowly walked towards him. The 9 snake heads stretched out at the same time and threw themselves at Du Juyi. He didn't want Du Juyi to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Du Juyi. And he wanted to kill Du Juyi in the most terrifying way possible. The poison energy was released in the air, and even more people were trembling with fear. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lion Master Castle and Dark Frost? If you want to go, then go, I don't want to die. Ling Xiao simply has an immortal body. If he goes berserk, who can go against him? Chapter 3906. I don't want to die either. Even if I'm eliminated, I'll still have a chance in the future. There's no need to seek death here. Although some people suggested attacking Dark Frost and Lion Master Castle, most people rejected the idea. What kind of joke was this? After witnessing Ling Xiao's abilities, who would still dare to attack his friends? Not to mention the fact that he might not succeed. Even if he did succeed, what awaited him next was Ling Xiao's thunderous fury. Poison Juyi's flower, explode. Du Juyi panicked. The martial soul behind his back suddenly flew towards his head, then it exploded. It turned into terrifying flower petals and shot out in all directions. The entire arena was filled with purple flower petals, and they had completely covered Ling Xiao. If it was any other ordinary man, even if he was a perfect 5th heavenly core warrior, he would have been pierced by these flower petals and turned into a pool of pus before dying. But too bad, Du Juyi's opponent was Ling Xiao. A rain of flower petals was actually just a description. Although the poison looked like a flower, it was actually more terrifying than a sword beam. But right now, it had really turned into a rain of flower petals. They softly fell onto Ling Xiao's body and merged into Ling Xiao's body, turning into Ling Xiao's energy. Right at this moment, Du Juyi panicked. This was his most powerful attack, but when facing Ling Xiao, it had no effect at all. How could he not panic? Damn it, why is this guy so terrifying? I thought his physical defense was strong, but his poison resistance wasn't that great. But I didn't expect his poison resistance to be so monstrous as well. He blocked my attack so easily. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Run. Although Du Juyi didn't want to, he knew that his only way out was to jump off the arena. As long as he jumped off, Ling Xiao would attack him again, and the Xueyu Empire would intervene. With a flicker of his body, he jumped up into the air. Ling Xiao, remember this, I'll never forgive you. Do you still have a future? You want to run away after injuring someone? Not so fast. 9 snakes, entangle him. 9 long snakes suddenly coiled around Du Juyi. In midair, Du Juyi's limbs, head, and body were all entangled. He wanted to escape, but he no longer had the chance. Terrified, he looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and struggled with all his might, but it was useless. It was simply impossible to break free from the binding of these 9 poisonous snakes. I never thought that Du Juyi's poison would fail one day. Ling Xiao is indeed too terrifying. He's not an existence that we can contend against. That's right. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, after he took care of Du Juyi, we would be next. On the arena, the remaining martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. If they were eliminated, then so be it. They had already accepted their fate. To be able to survive was already an extremely good thing. As long as I give them an order, you will be torn apart by Hydra. Think about that feeling. Isn't it fun? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Du Juyi with cold eyes. He had said that he wanted Du Juyi to die in the most miserable way possible. He would never go back on his word. Du Juyi was panicking. He could feel that his body was being pulled tightly. As long as the 9 poisonous snakes exerted force, he would immediately be torn apart. His death would definitely not be pleasant to look at. Let me go, Du Juyi shouted crazily. At this time, he no longer had the arrogant look from before. Other than panic, there was only panic. It was only at this moment that he realized that he had provoked such a terrifying person. Why did he have to do this? Originally, he was bound to be one of the people who advanced. Now, not only did he not have to think about advancing, he had to die. If he was a devil among martial artists, then this time, Ling Xiao was a real devil. Ling Xiao, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. There's no need to kill them. Long Jianshan frowned. He supported Du Juyi, so Du Juyi's miserable state made him lose face. He hoped that at the very least, Du Juyi could survive. But Ling Xiao did not even look at him and completely ignored him. Long Jianshan was so angry that his teeth itched, but he did not dare to make a move. With the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed, even if it was him, he did not have the confidence to win. Since he had already advanced, there was no need to complicate matters. Princess Wushuang, save me, Du Juyi shouted at Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. Because she knew that even if she opened her mouth, it would be useless and she would probably be ignored. That would be too embarrassing. She did not want to lose face because of Du Juyi. No one can save you. Next, I will let you taste one of the cruelest punishments in the world. Hell Hydra's 1,000 snakes. Boom. Du Juyi was thrown heavily onto the stage. Then, countless poisonous snakes pounced on him, coiling around his body and started to bite his body. He was an expert in using poison and his poison resistance was not low, but the poison of these poisonous snakes was even more terrifying. Just one bite was enough to paralyze his entire body and make him unable to move. After that, he could only scream in pain. Below the stage, many of the spectators could not help but close their eyes. Too cruel. Too terrifying. This Ling Xiao was a real demon. I beg you, let me go, I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Du Juyi begged desperately for mercy. But Ling Xiao's heart at this moment was like a block of ice, without the slightest bit of warmth. He just looked at Du Juyi coldly. Let you go. Everything that you have done is just reaping what you have sown. I did not even look you in the eye. But you wanted to kill me for no reason. If it was just elimination, then so be it, but you actually wanted to kill me. Since that is the case, I will let you taste the feeling of being tortured to death. Ling Xiao would not kill an innocent, but he would definitely not let anyone who tried to kill him off. I am not participating in this selection. On the stage, some of the martial artists were frightened by this cruel scene and turned to jump off the stage. In a moment, there were only a dozen people left on the stage. And one of them was the half-dead Du Juyi. This kid is vicious enough, but he did not kill indiscriminately. This shows that although he is angry, his mind is still clear. The strong martial artists praised. In fact, as a martial artist, they had seen many such miserable scenes, so it did not make them feel disgusted. Only those newbies would be scared to death. Yes, if he can raise his cultivation a little more, then his strength will become even more terrifying, and he will definitely become our Eternal Night Palace's #1. The person in charge of the assessment stroked his beard and laughed. On the stage, Du Juyi finally died after enduring the immense pain and torture. Ling Xiao took out his inner core, crushed it and absorbed it. The next moment, he sat there cross-legged. But no one dared to approach him. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Chapter 3907. I've finally returned to the Divine Core realm. Although I'm only an early first-rank Divine Core warrior, this feeling is great. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and an excited look could be seen in his eyes. It was impossible for him not to feel sad when his cultivation had regressed. Now that he had finally returned to the Divine Core realm, this feeling was great. He didn't look at the others. Instead, he walked towards Xiaobao and asked, "How do you feel? Although I've helped you get rid of the poison just now, that Du Juye's poison is not something to be underestimated. Don't worry, My body is much stronger than you think, I'm fine now. Even if you didn't help me get rid of the poison, I'll still be fine. But, I still have to thank you. Xiaobao wasn't boasting, this man wouldn't boast. What he said was the truth. His complexion had returned to normal, and the previous weak look was gone. I should be the one thanking you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, you're still willing to help me in this situation. This proves that you're a friend worth befriending. Hehe, you're making me feel embarrassed. Xiaobao scratched his head and let out a dry laugh. The chaos had ended. There were a total of 18 people left on the arena. Xue Wushuang didn't attack since the beginning, and no one attacked her. It wasn't only because of her status, it was also because of her strength. Long Jianshan and Yi Lungyan were the same, they were too lazy to attack. The Gui Gu 3 devils had eliminated dozens of people. It seemed like they liked to fight. Although no one dared attack them, they still did it. Ling Xiao, Xiaobao, and Dark Frost stood together. None of these 9 men dared to attack them. There was no need to mention the 6 perfect 5th divine core warriors. Ling Xiao had even killed Du Juye, who dared to attack him and his friends. That was the same as courting death. Excluding these 9 men, there were still 9 men left. They needed to fight for the last spot. The remaining 9 men knew that only one of them could stay. Therefore, without needing anyone to say anything, they had already started fighting. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. After a round of fighting, there were only 2 men left. However, both men had the same strength and intelligence, it was hard to tell who was the winner. At that moment, Long Jianshan spoke, everyone, how about this? Brother Liu and I are friends. Do me a favor and let him stay. As for the other one, scram. I have no objections. Yi Lungyan said indifferently. This matter did not concern her. She only cared about her spot. It doesn't matter to us. The Gui Gu 3 devils also had no objections. In any case, the 3 of them had already obtained the quota. I'll give brother long face. Xue Wushuang wasn't as unattainable as they thought. The reason why she acted pretentious in front of others was because she felt that those people were inferior to her. But facing Dragon Sword Mountain, she was very polite. Did you hear that? You can scram now. Don't tell me you want me to do it myself. Long Jianshan looked at the warrior who was competing with his friend. He doesn't need to leave. The one who should leave is your friend. At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. Not only did he speak, but he also took action. An afterimage appeared under his feet, and with a single punch, he blasted the cultivator from Dragon Sword Mountain, Brother Liu, off the stage. Why? The one surnamed Liu didn't understand. He didn't offend Ling Xiao. If he wants to keep you, I will eliminate you. He can only blame himself for being your friend. Ling Xiao directly pointed at Dragon Sword Mountain. Don't think that just because he ignored Dragon Sword Mountain, he didn't hear what Dragon Sword Mountain said. Although this fellow didn't attack him, he desperately hoped that he would be unlucky and mocked him. If he didn't make a move, how could this hatred be dispelled? Are you deliberately targeting me? Dragon Sword Mountain was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. That's right, I'm targeting you. How about it? Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Sword Mountain with disdain and said, you should feel lucky that you didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him be eliminated, but you would have died. Dragon Sword Mountain's face was extremely gloomy, and was about to make a move. Suddenly, the person in charge of the assessment at the referee's table spoke, the assessment is over. The 10 of you have become the last lucky ones to remain. As soon as he spoke, Dragon Sword Mountain immediately retracted his fighting intent. Making a move in front of this old man was simply courting death. However, Dragon Sword Mountain remembered this enmity and would definitely not let Ling Xiao off so easily. Thank you, Brother Ling. The person who was lucky enough to stay because of Ling Xiao walked over and said, my name is Yang Mo. I will definitely repay this kindness. No need, I didn't do it for you. You don't have to worry about it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, but since you've stayed, you should seize the opportunity. Yang Mo nodded and also looked at the old man. The test this time was quite dramatic. Who would have thought that the last 10 out of 1,000 people would be eliminated by Ling Xiao? Even Du Juyi, who was thought to definitely stay, was killed by Ling Xiao. His physical body was eaten by the poisonous snake. His inner core was also crushed and absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was really tragic. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became the biggest dark horse. The person with the lowest cultivation base was considered the strongest among the 10. Who could reason with this? If nothing unexpected happened, these 10 people would represent the eternal night palace of Xueyu to go to the secret territory. Xue Wushuang, Dragon Sword Mountain, Yi Langyan, Gui Jiu 3 Devils, Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Yong Mo. The 10 of you, follow me. The Gui Jiu 3 Devils didn't have their own names. Others called them. If they had to be separated, they were usually called Great Devil, Second Devil, and Third Devil. Therefore, the person in charge of the assessment directly called the 3 of them Gui Jiu 3 Devils. After the old man finished speaking, he walked towards the imperial court in the depths of Xueyu City. The 10 people followed. In fact, they all understood that passing the assessment was only the first step. Next, the great kingdom of Xueyu would focus on training the 10 of them. Let them become even stronger. After that, they would also serve the great kingdom of Xueyu and go to the secret territory to seize the treasure. As for betrayal, Ling Xiao didn't think about it. Because the great kingdom of Xueyu would sooner or later be his territory. Would he betray his own country? If he hadn't entered the imperial court of Xueyu, Ling Xiao wouldn't have believed that this so-called imperial court was actually just an empty shell. Its existence was only to conceal a mysterious teleportation door inside. Once you enter this portal, it means that you know the biggest secret of the great kingdom of Xueyu. From then on, you can't leak this secret. Once this matter is leaked, the great kingdom of Xueyu will not be easily forgiven. So here, you have another choice, and that is to leave early and never know what is behind the portal. The person in charge of the assessment said indifferently to the 10 people. Of course, these words were mainly said to the 9 people except Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang was originally a citizen of the great kingdom of Xueyu, so she naturally knew what was behind the portal. No one left. They had already come this far, who was willing to leave? Chapter 3908. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the portal, he immediately understood why the Xueyu country wanted to keep this a secret. Behind the portal, it was a completely different world. The energy in the air was a few times denser than the outside world. The environment was 100 times better than the outside world. In the past, many people didn't understand why the Xueyu country built their capital on top of a snowy mountain when there were so many good places. But now, Ling Xiao finally understood. It was because the world behind the portal was much larger than the Xueyu country itself. It was a world that only the Xueyu country had access to. Even the Western Kingdom didn't know about it. It was a world of green mountains and clear waters, and a celestial aura lingered around. All sorts of rare and exotic animals could be seen everywhere. It was a wonderful place. The moment you stepped into this place, you all belong to the Xueyu country. I can share the secret of this place with you. But you must keep it a secret. Although there might be some aluminum, ba. Cover up. Keep it a secret. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Let's go, let's keep going. After the old man finished speaking, he continued walking. They arrived at a strange pasture. All the animals here were rare and exotic animals, and the weakest among them were at least at the divine core realm. Some of them were about to transform into human form, and had gained intelligence. Somewhere in the pasture, a wolf with snow-white fur was lying on its stomach, lazily looking at those rare and exotic animals. The old man threw his glance at the snow wolf. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he told the crowd to stand still and wait. The crowd was confused. There was no one in this pasture, so who was the old man telling them to wait for? Besides, with the old man's peak 6th divine core cultivation, why was he telling them to wait for someone else? Didn't that mean that person's strength was even more frightening than the old man's? No one dared to say anything. They all stood still and waited patiently. After a long while, The snow wolf lying on the ground suddenly turned around and stared at the 10 young men standing outside the pasture with its sharp eyes. Its frightening eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. The crowd felt as if a ferocious beast was charging towards them. The snow wolf didn't even move. But it was able to intimidate them, causing them to be terrified. Just its aura alone was so frightening. If it really attacked, wouldn't it be even more frightening? Early 7th Divine Core Realm? You're not as good as Jiyu Fenghua, but your evil aura and killing intent are much more terrifying than Jiyu Fenghua's. Ling Xiao sat there, completely ignoring the killing intent. And the only one who could completely ignore it was him. The other 9 people all stood up, desperately urging their true essence to resist, trying their best not to faint. Yang Mo was clearly the weakest of the 10. After a short while, he was already lying limp on the ground, panting heavily. However, this kid's tenacity was quite strong. He was about to lose consciousness, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. Hehe, interesting. Suddenly, the killing intent completely disappeared. A white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man in white. Upon closer inspection, one could discover that the young man's body emitted the aura of the snow wolf. General Wolf, thank you for your trouble. These were the 9 newly selected rookies. They had an important mission, so they had to raise their strength in a short period of time. I'll have to trouble you to help them find a suitable mentor. The person in charge of the assessment said respectfully to the man in white. You're too polite. General Wolf nodded his head and casually glanced at the 9 people other than Shui Wushuang, saying, these 9 people are not bad. The weakest one has a strong will and is full of tenacity. As long as he perseveres, even if his aptitude is not good, he will be able to stand out. The one he was talking about was naturally Yang Mo. Thank you for your praise, General Wolf. Yang Mo's spirit was slightly better, but he still needed to rest, so he looked a little listless. General Wolf casually waved his hand and said, who will volunteer to be the first to participate in the test? Can I ask the general what the test is? Long Jianshan asked doubtfully. This test is related to your future. If you perform well, you will naturally be able to receive better guidance from a teacher. So just do your best. General Wolf looked fierce, but he was gentle. Well, speaking of being a person, it was still hard to say whether he was a person or not. Alright, then I'll go first. Long Jianshan was a confident person, or rather, a proud person. He believed that he was the strongest among these people, and also the one with the highest talent. Therefore, he should be the first to take the test. Sure. The test method is very simple. Use your strongest power to attack me. General Wolf said indifferently. What if I hurt you? Long Jianshan could not help but ask. Hurt me? Hehe, it's my bad luck if you hurt me, but with your strength, it's impossible. General Wolf said with a smile. That was true confidence and strength. Well, since General Wolf said so, I will respectfully accept. Long Jianshan unsheathed his treasure sword. The sword body shone with a sharp cold light, making people not dare to look directly at it. The sharp aura was indeed terrifying. Mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. Interesting, it seems that your background is not ordinary. Come on. Remember what I said, attack with all your strength, otherwise you will not be able to get an accurate test result. When the time comes, don't blame this general if you suffer a loss. General Wolf saw the grade of the weapon used by Long Jianshan at a glance. Although there were more mortal rank Heavenly King weapons in Shuiyu country than in Zifu country, they were still very rare. Sorry for the offense. Long Jianshan naturally would not hold back. He wanted to show his best side. He wanted to let everyone know that he was the strongest among them. Buzz. As he spoke, he had already begun to activate his true essence. On the golden sword body, there was actually the aura of a dragon. At the same time, a sword soul with an ancient design appeared behind him. Dragon Sword Spirit. And it's a 20% innate Dragon Sword Spirit, not bad. Although Ling Xiao hated Long Jianshan, he had to admit that Long Jianshan was indeed a powerful person. Unfortunately, his mouth was too rotten and he was too arrogant. Ang tilde tilde a dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword spirit behind him actually fused with the golden sword in his hand. It caused the long sword to erupt with an even more resplendent light. It was so bright that everyone's eyes could not see clearly. Dragon sword spirit, flying dragon drinking water. The energy of the sword had reached its peak, and Long Zhenshan suddenly stabbed out. Golden light flashed. A golden dragon flew out from the long sword and pounced on General Wolf. The sword chi was vigorous. The sword chi was domineering. Long Zhenshan was worthy of his reputation. He could be considered a young genius of Shuiyu country. If he did not offend Ling Xiao, perhaps his path would be even brighter. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be out of luck. Interesting. General Wolf smiled slightly. Facing the violent and domineering sword chi, he did not have the slightest intention to care. He just gently waved his hand and let the sword chi pierce his palm. Chapter 3909. After that, a strange light emerged from General Wolf's body, and countless runes emerged on his body. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. This General Wolf was a bit special. It was as if when someone's attack hit him, he could analyze the opponent's talent and true strength through the attack. Just like his Tai Chi Eye. However, it wasn't as useful as his Tai Chi Eye. It could be considered a low-level ability. As expected of General Wolf, he's really strong. The rest of the people were secretly praising. Although they were both divine core warriors, one was at the golden core realm, while the other was at the earth core realm. They couldn't be compared at all. The gap was too big. This young man is an expert in the Tao of the sword. He's brave and fierce, but not flexible enough. However, his talent is not bad. Lieutenant General Ba Jian is the most suitable person to be his instructor. General Wolf looked at the old man and said, "Understood." The old man nodded his head. He had already remembered what General Wolf said. Ba Jian was the Lieutenant General of Shuiyu, but his cultivation had surpassed the Lieutenant General of the Purple Kingdom. He was a peak 6 divine core warrior. As for the Purple Kingdom's Lieutenant General, he was only an early 6th divine core warrior. "I'll go next." Yi Lungyan stood up and said. "En." General Wolf nodded his head and asked Long Zhenshan to return to his seat. Long Zhenshan felt a bit depressed. Perhaps he was depressed because he didn't get General Wolf's appreciation. Everyone here actually wanted to be instructed by the Wolf General. Because General Wolf's strength was much stronger than the Lieutenant General's. He definitely had the strength of a Lieutenant General. But too bad, there was only one chance. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance. Yi Lungyan walked out and stood in front of General Wolf. "Senior, please excuse me." She was polite, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. However, a faint killing intent could be sensed within her voice. "Come." General Wolf nodded his head. Golden feather swallow beast soul transformation. Yi Lungyan knew that this test was related to her future, so she didn't dare hide anything. She immediately transformed into her beast soul. Beast God martial soul, mid-divine realm, very rare, and it has some similarities with me. Come on, let this general try your beast soul's attack after transforming. General Wolf seemed to really like Yi Lungyan, a beast god. Yi Lungyan nodded and suddenly disappeared from where she stood. Then he flew around General Wolf at an extremely fast speed. His speed also became faster and faster. In the end, he was almost unable to see him anymore. At that moment, she finally made her move. Flying Swallow Peck. The name did not sound very domineering, but the power of this attack was much greater than that of Dragonsword Mountain. In that instant, the space seemed to have been pierced apart. A sharp dagger was placed directly on the Wolf General's neck. It was cold and sinister. This was the action of an assassin. What an interesting girl. The Wolf General only smiled and stretched out his hand to grab Yi Lungyan's dagger. A bloodstain appeared on his palm. Although it was very light, almost no blood could be seen. However, this attack was indeed much stronger than Dragonsword Mountain's. Congratulations. To be able to rupture my capillaries, you must be a little stronger than that, kid. The beast god martial artist was indeed not a boast. It is indeed powerful. General Wolf's evaluation of Yi Lungyan was also much higher than that of Dragonsword Mountain. This made Long Zhenshan feel very uncomfortable. But, General Wolf didn't care whether he felt comfortable or not. In the Shuiyu country, there is an organization that specializes in researching how to kill people. They are called the Blood Dragon Guard. The commander of the Blood Dragon Guards is my good friend. He is an early 7th Divine Core warrior, and he is on the same level as me. His name is Xuelong. Let him be your instructor. Xuelong. The old man looked at General Wolf with a surprised expression. This was the first time General Wolf had such a high evaluation of a young man. Even Xue Wushuang might not be able to get such an evaluation. Indeed, Yi Lungyan was very strong. Dragon Sword Mountain's expression was extremely gloomy. His instructor was only a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. He was not much stronger than him. But Yi Lungyan's instructor was an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Wasn't this difference a little too big? It was hard for him to accept. Luckily, the Ghost Valley 3 Devils results were not as good as his, and their instructor was only a late 6th Divine Core warrior. Yang Mo's results were even worse, and he was only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. Therefore, his instructor was only a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. But Yang Mo was very satisfied with this. As long as his instructor was stronger than him, it was fine. Brother Ling, I'll go first. Lion Xiaobao finally couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up. After all, there was only him, Ling Xiao, and Darkfrost left. At this moment, of course, he had to volunteer himself. I haven't fought with a 7th Divine Core warrior yet, here's my chance. Lion Xiaobao walked in front of General Wolf and said with a smile. Buddy, it seems like you have the same strength as me, but whether you know how to use it or not depends on your ability. General Wolf said with a smile. You're really strong, you can actually tell. If I want to be your disciple, what level should I reach before you're satisfied? Lion Xiaobao asked. Stop fooling around, buddy, you're only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, what makes you think General Wolf can be your instructor? Dragon Sword Mountain couldn't help but ask. It's none of your business, I didn't ask you. Lion Xiaobao didn't want to give face to Dragon Sword Mountain. General Wolf laughed. I won't teach anyone easily, but I do think I'm suitable to be your instructor. But you have to make me think you're qualified. At least, you have to make me take half a step back. This is too difficult. Darkfrost clicked her tongue and said. His opponent was an early 7th Divine Core warrior, and with Lion Xiaobao's cultivation, it was too difficult to make him take half a step back. The others had the same thought. But Lion Xiaobao didn't seem to think so. He believed he could do it. General Wolf, can I have a word with him? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Not too long, I don't have much time to waste here. General Wolf gazed at Ling Xiao and said. Among the 9 kids, the one he couldn't see through the most was Ling Xiao. He had never seen a young man who could remain unmoved under his killing intent. Even those who were at the same level as him couldn't do it. Therefore, he was willing to make things easier for Ling Xiao. Thank you, General Wolf. Ling Xiao walked up to Lion Xiaobao and whispered into his ear. He also thought it would be too difficult for Lion Xiaobao to make General Wolf take a step back. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. But his Taikai eye had captured Lion Xiaobao's weakness. As long as he told Lion Xiaobao about it, he would have a higher chance of success. Is what Brother Ling said true? Lion Xiaobao asked. Of course, if you trust me, just do as I say. I guarantee you'll be able to meet his requirements. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. All right, I trust your words. Chapter 39:10. General Wolf, be careful. Although I don't know if the next attack will hurt you. But I hope you don't underestimate it. Otherwise, I have no enmity with you. If I hurt your master, he will scold me. Lion Master Bao looked at Wolf General and said seriously, let's see if you can find a way to defeat him. Ha 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 ha, you little guy are interesting. Well, I won't underestimate you. But to be honest, I really want to see how you will hurt me. General Wolf laughed heartily. Although his words were the same as Dragon Sword Mountain's, they were somewhat arrogant. But Dragon Sword Mountain was arrogant. Lion Master Bao was really worried about General Wolf. The two had completely different attitudes, so General Wolf naturally liked Lion Master Bao more. Then are you ready? I'm coming. Lion Master Bao suddenly activated the true essence in his body. On the surface of his body, the image of a ferocious lion appeared. This lion was completely condensed from true essence. It was filled with the aura of a proud king. It's actually a 9-spirit Yuan lion. You have the blood of the beast race in your body. General Wolf originally thought that Lion Master Bao was also a beast god martial artist or a beast warrior. But now it seemed that he wasn't. Lion Master Bao had the bloodline of the 9-spirit Yuan lion, so he should have half the bloodline of the beast race. It was a combination of humans and beast men. No wonder he's so weird, so he's a bastard. Dragon Sword Mountain mocked. As the saying goes, hate a house, hate its crow. Dragon Sword Mountain didn't like Ling Xiao, so he naturally hated Lion Master Bao, who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Sword Mountain coldly. In his cold eyes, a killing intent that was even more terrifying than General Wolf's suddenly appeared. In that instant, Dragon Sword Mountain jumped up and took a few steps back. "What do you want?" he asked in horror. "What do I want? I just want to tell you, if you can't control your mouth, I'll tear him apart." As Ling Xiao's cold voice fell, his killing intent also disappeared. However, Dragon Sword Mountain was still sweating profusely. But it was all cold sweat. He was scared out of his wits. Just now, he really thought that he was about to die. General Wolf also looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. What a powerful kid. His murderous aura was even stronger than his. No wonder he could remain unmoved under his murderous aura. "General Lang, be careful. Don't look around." A ferocious lion's roar suddenly rang out in the void. A golden energy was released from Liu Xiaobao's body. Although it was very little, it was enough to increase the quality of his Zhen Yuan. The illusory lion that enveloped his body gradually became real. The pressure it brought to everyone also became more and more terrifying. What a domineering ability. This golden energy should be the great desolation force that he mentioned. With this strength, his explosive strength could even surpass that of a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior. Terrifying. Everyone was a little surprised. Initially, Jiang Chen thought Lion Xiaobao was only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, and he was at most slightly stronger than Yang Mo. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. In terms of explosive strength, Liu Xiaobao was no weaker than 6 perfect Divine Core warriors. He was even stronger than any of the Ghost Valley 3 devils. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. When he first met Liu Xiaobao, he had a feeling that this man wasn't an ordinary man. Now, it seemed like he was right. The potential in this guy's body hadn't been fully developed yet. Jiang Chen believed that once he joined the Great Shui Yu, his true potential would begin. Bang! Right at this moment, Liu Xiaobao unleashed his martial soul. It was a pure earth element energy. This energy merged with the gigantic lion's body. The lion's strength had once again increased. The bloodline of the 9 spirits lion, and the earth element martial soul, this guy's potential is limitless. No matter if it was General Lang or the old man, both of them were praising Liu Xiaobao's strength. Previously, because Ling Xiao was too outstanding, he had overshadowed Liu Xiaobao's brilliance. But now, it seemed like Liu Xiaobao's talent wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao's. Of course, this was only their opinion. If they knew about Ling Xiao's true potential, if they knew that Ling Xiao had once killed a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior when he was only at the 6th Divine Core realm, they probably wouldn't have thought so. Liu Xiaobao's talent was indeed incredible. He was one of the best in the entire Golden Sky region. Too bad, he didn't receive any systematic training, which was why he couldn't achieve what he expected. But compared to Ling Xiao, he was still too weak. 9 spirits lion fist. Roar. A terrifying roar suddenly sounded out. Liu Xiaobao and the ferocious 9 spirits lion pounced towards General Lang. It was like a majestic lion that came from the ancient times. It was majestic and domineering. The 9 spirits lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely ferocious. Its scarlet eyes made it look like a ferocious beast. Good timing. General Lang didn't underestimate his opponent. This time, he didn't just stand there calmly, he took the initiative and stretched out both of his hands. When he faced those warriors in the previous test, he fought them with only one hand. But now, he used both of his hands. But he still didn't use any martial skills, he only used his palms, they were as white as snow. But on his body, the shadow of a snow wolf appeared. It was probably because the 9 spirits lion bloodline had stimulated the snow wolf bloodline in his body. Roar. It was unknown whether it was the 9 spirits lion's roar or Liu Xiaobao's roar. Anyway, after this terrifying roar, the 9 spirits lion had already hit General Lang's hands. General Lang frowned slightly, because at the moment of contact, the skin on his hands was scraped. Even his nails were cracked. This power had already surpassed Yi Lungyan's attack. Interesting, but you can't become my disciple with this. General Lang smiled slightly, he still didn't take half a step back. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Looks like Brother Ling was right. Sorry, General Lang, I have to use some skills. If he fought with force, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat General Lang. So, Liu Xiaobao prepared to do as Ling Xiao suggested. The huge lion tail suddenly swung out and blasted towards a certain part of General Lang's body. At that moment, General Lang's face suddenly changed. He didn't take it head-on, but retreated. Although it was only half a step, it was indeed retreating, and at this time, the 9 spirits lion's attack had also been shattered by him. Hehe, General Lang, I did it. Liu Xiaobao chuckled, revealing the smile of a victor. How did you know I was injured in that place? General Lang frowned and asked. Master said that I can't betray my friends. Liu Xiaobao said honestly. Ling Xiao covered his face with his hand and smiled helplessly. You silly kid, isn't that the same as directly exposing me? I see. General Lang turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh no, this guy won't trip me up, right? If we really fight, I'm definitely not his opponent now. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. Liu Xiaobao, this silly kid. Chapter 39:11. Alright, I'll accept you as my disciple, but it's only temporary. With your talent, you'll soon surpass me. General Lang's evaluation of Lion Master Bao was very high. Thank you, General Lang. Lion Master Bao walked back excitedly. On the other hand, Long Jianshan showed a jealous expression. It was fine if Yi Lungyan's teacher was better than his. But what did Lion Master Bao have? This made him feel depressed. Big bro Ling Xiao, I'll go take the test now. Dark Frost stood up and walked towards General Lang. General Lang shook his head and said, You don't have to take the test, you're a soul warrior, and my soul strength is nothing special. The test won't give you any results. The Soul King concubine is from the Soul Clan, and she's an expert in teaching soul warriors. You can go and ask the Soul King concubine for guidance. The Soul King concubine is a peak 7th divine core warrior, you better cherish her. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. No one expected this little girl, Dark Frost, to be able to find such a great teacher without taking any tests. But no one could refute this. Because among the 9 people, only Dark Frost was a soul warrior. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception, and he wasn't included in this list. Congratulations, Dark Frost. With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao stood up and said, I believe Big Bro Ling Xiao's teacher will be better than mine. Dark Frost said with a smile, let them see Big Bro's true ability. Ling Xiao's true ability? Jiang Chen shook his head. That was impossible. Even if choosing a teacher would affect his future cultivation, he wouldn't easily reveal his martial soul of Tyrant. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough yet, and he would be in big trouble if he really met someone with evil intentions. You're the only one among these people that I can't see through. But, as for what kind of teacher you'll get, it'll depend on your test results. General Lang really valued Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao gave him a mysterious feeling. Being able to see through his weakness with just a glance, this was not an easy feat, I know. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior, be careful. My attack might be even more terrifying than the Lion Master Castle. Oh. All the more reason for me to take a look. General Wolf said indifferently, but you won't attack where I'm injured, right? Of course not. The reason why Leo Master attacked that place was because he wanted to become your disciple. The conditions you gave were too harsh, so I had no choice but to do so. As for me, there's no need. Ling Xiao's expression remained indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Come on then. Use your strongest attack to attack me. The wolf general nodded. Yes. The moment Ling Xiao's voice fell, his aura suddenly changed. Originally, he was just like an ordinary person who posed no threat at all. He only gave off a mysterious vibe. At that moment, that terrifying aura was released. Even the wolf general's brows furrowed. Terrifying. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the calm surface of the river suddenly became turbulent. Everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. That was Ling Xiao's strongest beast soul transformation. In order to get better guidance from a great teacher, he had to unleash his strength as much as possible. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul and bloody devil rat, he would try his best to unleash his strongest attack. Therefore, he also took out the Blood Supreme sword. When the Blood Supreme sword was unsheathed, a terrifying bloodthirsty aura instantly bloomed. The entire space became extremely eerie and terrifying. At that moment, Ling Xiao was more like a bloodthirsty beast, causing people to tremble. Even the demonic beasts in the ranch became fearful and uneasy. Spiritual heavenly king weapon. You actually have such a terrifying weapon. It seems that your origin is indeed not simple. General Wolf looked at the weapon in surprise. Even he was full of desire for a weapon of this level. Ah, I took the wrong sword. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He only wanted to attack with all his strength, but in the end, he subconsciously took out the Blood Supreme sword. Just pretend that you didn't see it. As he spoke, he put away the Blood Supreme sword and took out the other two swords. One was the Ice Supreme sword, and the other was the Heavenly King sword. They were both immortal-grade Emperor weapons. They were much worse than the Blood Supreme sword. Are you looking down on me? General Wolf's face instantly darkened. Changing a spiritual Heavenly King weapon to an immortal-grade Emperor weapon, it was obvious that he was looking down on him. Senior, you've misunderstood. With my strength, I still can't use that sword just now. The power that I can unleash is not as strong as these two swords. Ling Xiao explained. That seems to make sense. Forget it, I'll believe you for now. Come, let me see how strong you are. General Wolf stopped letting his imagination run wild. Instead, he became alert. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was as terrifying as an opponent of similar strength. Therefore, he must not underestimate his opponent. Innate divine demon sword soul. The sword soul bloomed. The martial soul that was intertwined with light and shadow revealed the different power of a god and a demon. Innate 30% sword soul is even more terrifying than Long Yi, who only focused on sword arts. And your sword soul is a little special. General Wolf was surprised again. Actually, the old man was even more surprised. He thought that Ling Xiao only had a beast soul, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually had an innate divine demon sword soul. It was really too surprising. The moment the innate sword soul was released, a terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc in the void. Howl, roar. Everyone felt a strong sense of danger. Including the old man and General Wolf. Ice Supreme Sword Art. Heavenly King's sky-dominating sword art. When the sword chi condensed to the limit, Ling Xiao finally rushed out. You're strong, but if you want to rely on such an attack to repel me, no way. Your attack is not even as good as Dragon Sword Mountain. General Wolf mocked him politely. However, Ling Xiao only smiled slightly. He did not treat this battle as a test. Instead, he treated it as a real battle. If it was an assessment, he had to show mercy. That way, it would be impossible to unleash his true strength. But if it was a battle, it was different. General, it's better to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Ling Xiao kindly reminded. After all, General Wolf had no enmity with him, and he didn't want to kill him. If General Wolf thought that his attack was the same as the others, he would only use ordinary attacks to block it. Then, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. General Wolf frowned, but he didn't dare to be careless. Although he mocked Ling Xiao, he didn't underestimate him. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was too dangerous. Clang! The two swords stabbed General Wolf's hands, but they didn't move an inch. Just as Dragon Sword Mountain was about to mock Ling Xiao, the two swords suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao's hands imprinted on General Wolf's palms. Wrath of the Black Soul. The Wrath of the Black Soul came from the Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger's special skill. It could ignore the opponent's defense. Ling Xiao's dual sword attack was just a pretense. The real attack was it. Roar. The roaring tiger erupted with terrifying power. Chapter 39:12. General Lang hastily circulated his true yuan to defend himself. But it was too late. After all, even if he had taken Ling Xiao seriously, he wouldn't have been able to fight him with his true strength. He had only used 10% of his true yuan. Now that he had hastily circulated his true yuan, he had only used 30% of his true yuan. As a result, his body was sent flying backwards and crashed into the fence of the ranch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The scene had stunned everyone. This was the first time General Lang had suffered such a serious injury. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by an early first-rank Divine Core warrior. This was simply abnormal. Good boy, I've underestimated you. That attack just now actually ignored my defense. Even I suffered a great loss. General Lang stood up from the ground and wiped the blood off his mouth. He didn't look angry at all. On the contrary, he looked happy. Senior, take this, it's a healing pill I concocted myself. Ling Xiao took out a healing pill and gave it to General Lang. He even said he had concocted it himself. He wanted the Shuiyu country to take him seriously, to give him enough trust and resources. That way, he could become stronger. In this way, when he goes to the Western Kingdom, he can occupy a higher starting point. No need, keep your healing pill for yourself. The Shuiyu country doesn't lack it. General Lang waved his hand and said, "Take a look at it first." Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. "Don't tell me your healing pill is better than the one from the Shuiyu country." General Lang took the healing pill from Ling Xiao, then his eyes lit up. Good boy, even a 7th-rank Divine Core warrior would be able to recover in a short period of time after consuming this healing pill. Also, it has a bright color, and I can sense a strange energy contained within it. This should be a perfect healing pill. Did you really concoct it? This is many times better than the healing pill from the Shuiyu country. Excited, he swallowed the healing pill in one gulp. After a short moment, all his injuries were gone. Since his injuries weren't serious, his recovery speed was extremely fast. Aya, this is a headache. You're an expert in sword skills, a beast god warrior, and a master of poison. You're also an expert in alchemy. In Shuiyu, we don't have any strong cultivators who can do that. General Wolf frowned, appearing to be in a difficult position. General Lang, I'm only looking for a mentor to pursue the path of martial arts. Concocting pills and using poisons are just supplementary skills. There's no need to be deliberate. Ling Xiao said. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, General Wolf fell into deep thought. The old man in charge of the assessment was grinning from ear to ear. He originally thought highly of Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect this kid to be so capable. Even the Wolf General was injured by him. They should definitely focus on nurturing him. Xue Wushuang's expression was also very complicated. His eyes flickered. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. No wonder this person was so arrogant and unbridled. He was indeed confident. Compared to him, she was far inferior. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush for her previous arrogance. It was good that she could still feel ashamed. Dragon Sword Mountain was different. At this moment, he only felt jealousy. Among the 9 people, he was only a little better than the Ghost Valley 3 Devils. The Ghost Valley 3 Devils usually worked together, even if one of them was not as good as him. The 3 of them combined were still stronger than him. The rest, whether it was Yi Lungyan, Lion Master Fort, or Dark Frost, all of them had gotten better mentors than him. Even Ling Xiao, who had the lowest cultivation, had received such a high evaluation from General Wolf. He had even injured General Wolf. This time, the mentor he got would definitely be better than him. Damn it, I offended him before. He will definitely target me. Dragon Sword Mountain was both jealous and worried. In fact, he was really thinking too much. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he was not worth mentioning at all. Why would Ling Xiao care about him? General Wolf, have you thought about it? The person in charge of the assessment waited for a long time before asking. Now that the rest of the geniuses had their own mentors, only Ling Xiao had not given a conclusion. This is more difficult. How about this, you give him to me first, I will take him to see the master. Master's knowledge is much higher than mine. He may be able to point out a clear path for this kid. General Wolf thought for a moment. Hearing this, the old man could not help but be shocked. He did not expect General Wolf to have such a high evaluation of Ling Xiao. One had to know that General Wolf's master had been in seclusion for many years, although he still lived in the Eternal Night Palace. But he did not manage the secular affairs. He had never been a mentor. General Wolf would not bring these people to trouble his master. But this time, General Wolf had made an exception. It's no problem to give it to you, but that person's eyes are high, I'm afraid he won't easily accept a disciple. Can this kid do it? The old man asked. Whether he can or not, it depends on his own fate. General Wolf laughed. Well, in that case, I'll leave it to you. The others, follow me to see your mentors. The old man nodded his head. If Ling Xiao could really obtain the recognition of that person, then his status in the Shuiyu country would definitely rise. Although that person had been living in seclusion in the Eternal Night Palace, he was still one of the strongest warriors in the 12 palaces of the Shuiyu country. Big bro Ling Xiao, I'll take my leave now. Ian, do your best. Ling Xiao nodded his head and watched them leave. Soon, there were only 3 men left outside the ranch. General Wolf, Ling Xiao, and Lion Master Bao. Lion Master Bao was General Wolf's disciple, so of course he had to follow General Wolf in his cultivation. Buddy, you stay here and help me guard these rare animals. I'll bring him to see someone, we'll be back soon. General Wolf said to Lion Master Bao, then he left with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded his head and followed General Wolf. They were heading towards the deepest part of the Eternal Night Palace. The deeper they went, the quieter the environment became. The energy here was also more abundant. From time to time, they could even see some terrifying demon beasts at the 5th or 6th level of the Divine Core realm. But, with General Wolf here, these demon beasts didn't dare do anything. Soon, Ling Xiao saw a cave in the deepest part of the lush forest. Outside the cave, a huge tiger was lying on the ground. The tiger was 6 meters tall and 8 meters long. Its huge body was lying on the ground lazily. When it suddenly heard someone approaching, it immediately stood up and looked into the distance with an alert expression. When it realized it was General Wolf, it laid down again, as if nothing had happened. Late 7th Divine Core Realm. Ling Xiao was shocked. This ferocious tiger was a terrifying late 7th Divine Core demon beast. Even without releasing any aura, it could still frighten anyone. Its ferocious aura was almost stronger than Jiyu Fenghua's. Jiyu Fenghua's cultivation was stronger than this tiger's, and their auras were on par with each other. This proved how frightening this tiger was. Big brother. When they got closer, General Wolf suddenly cupped his fist towards the tiger and said. The tiger lazily glanced at General Wolf and said, "What are you doing here? You even brought a human kid with you." Chapter 39:13. Big brother, you must be joking. This child's talent is extraordinary. I think he might be the good disciple that Master has been looking for. That's why I brought him here. General Wolf said respectfully. Extraordinary talent. With your little tricks, what can you test? Fierce Tiger said disdainfully, "Oh right, what's his score?" "Out of 10, I give him a score of 20. General Wolf replied. "You didn't drink wine and got a perfect score of 10. How did he get 20? Fierce Tiger laughed. "I'm not confused, because his performance is much better than a perfect score." General Wolf replied. "Oh, I'm a little interested." Fierce Tiger also suddenly transformed into a human form. He was a muscular man. His height reached 4 or 5 meters. He could be considered a small giant. "Kid, Master is in seclusion. If you can move him, he will come out." So, come on, do what you did to Wolf Cub, and do it to me again. Don't hold back. The brawny man looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, this is my big brother, General Tiger. He's much stronger than me. There's no need to hold back. General Wolf glanced at Ling Xiao and said, Yes, sir. Ling Xiao used the same trick again. Under the transformation state of the infinite heavenly rat beast soul, he suddenly attacked. But when the wrath of the black soul was released, it did not cause any harm to General Tiger. However, Ling Xiao had already predicted this. General Tiger was stronger than General Wolf. Moreover, General Tiger had a kind of supernatural power that he had analyzed through his Tai Chi eye. That was the wrath of the black soul that was targeted at him. This supernatural power could ignore any vital essence attack and directly weaken the power by half. To put it simply, it was to reduce the damage of attacks that used vital essence by half. Originally, Ling Xiao's attack could not threaten General Tiger. Adding this supernatural power, it was even more difficult. Therefore, Ling Xiao added a direct attack on the soul after these attacks. Soul assassination. Although the level of this secret technique was not high, but General Tiger's soul was not as strong as General Wolf's. The secret technique of the soul was his weakness. Ling Xiao launched another sneak attack. General Hu's face instantly turned pale. There was even a momentary confusion in his eyes. Good boy, I didn't expect you to know a secret soul technique, and your soul force is so terrifying. In the end, General Tiger was still General Tiger. Although his soul was his weakness, this was only relative to martial artists of the same level. Low-level martial artists naturally had weaker soul force than him. Therefore, he recovered in a very short period of time. No wonder they were raised by the same master. Their personalities were both so straightforward. He was not angry at Ling Xiao for injuring him. Master, this kid is indeed a genius. General Hu changed back to his original form and shouted at the cave behind him. Got it. An amiable voice came from inside. It didn't sound imposing at all, but it sounded very amiable. A moment later, a figure appeared. It was a young-looking man. However, his actual age should be over 100 years old. This was obvious just by looking at his soul. Appearances could be changed, but the age of one's soul could not be changed. This was why many people knew that Ling Xiao was indeed very young, and not an old monster who had become younger. Of course, not everyone could tell. It required a certain amount of soul force to observe the age of one's soul. This was not easy. I am the Snow Moon Beast Master. I am also a beast god martial artist, and a high-level one. However, that's all. I can help you improve in this area. However, I can't help you with your sword techniques. Are you still willing to be my disciple? The old man asked with a smile. Yes. Ling Xiao knew very well that it was very difficult to find someone who was as good at all kinds of abilities as he was. In fact, he would be satisfied as long as there was someone who was good at one aspect. Good. In that case, I will give you your first lesson today. The Snow Moon Beast Master smiled. Suddenly, he covered the sky with one hand and trapped Ling Xiao in a small world. This space was very small. It was only about 50 square meters. There was nothing in it other than Ling Xiao. However, there was a terrifying ferocious beast battle intent. Inside, Ling Xiao could feel countless ferocious beasts pouncing on him. They wanted to kill him. If you can't hold on, you can tell me directly. I will only give you a hint, the law of the jungle. After saying this, the old man returned to the cave. General Wolf also left. General Tiger was still lying there, staring at the small world where Ling Xiao was trapped. Little guy, you have to work hard. This is the first time I have seen my master accept a disciple. Although this training is very dangerous, it is also a great opportunity for you. General Tiger muttered to himself. He didn't know if Ling Xiao could hear him. Ling Xiao couldn't hear him. After all, they were separated by a small space. At this moment, Ling Xiao was thinking about the Beastmaster's meaning. The law of the jungle. Wasn't it the law of the jungle? It was more cruel and direct than the world of martial artists. In other words, as long as he could be stronger than these ferocious beasts, he could pass this training. It wasn't difficult to understand this principle. What was difficult was the next thing. Even if you knew the law of the jungle, could you really be more ferocious than the ferocious beasts? Others couldn't, but Ling Xiao could. On the contrary, he liked this kind of training very much. Beast god martial artists, in the end, had to unleash the power of the beast god's beast soul to the greatest extent. And the beast god was also a beast. Since it was a beast, it had to have a ferocious nature. It was estimated that the beast master's training was to improve his bestial nature. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao revealed a sneer. He directly released the 10 types of beast souls he had and turned them into 10 ferocious beasts. They fought against those ferocious beasts. The ferociousness of the ferocious beasts was really extraordinary. At the beginning, Ling Xiao's beast souls were suppressed. This also caused him to be constantly injured. His soul was already injured, and now it was even more troublesome. For a period of time, he really thought of giving up. But when he thought of his great ambition, when he thought of so many people waiting for him, when he thought of the many people who sacrificed for him, he gritted his teeth and endured. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed quickly, and Ling Xiao in the small world gradually adapted to the ferociousness of the ferocious beasts. His ferociousness was gradually aroused. Ferociousness wasn't just a simple killing intent. It was a feeling of treating the opponent as prey, as moving food. It was more terrifying than killing intent. Killing intent only made people feel the fear of death. Ferociousness, on the other hand, made the opponent feel the fear of being killed, bitten, and eaten. Obviously, it was more intense. On the 5th day, suddenly, a sword light broke through the clouds and pierced the barrier between the small world and the real world. Ling Xiao walked out from inside. Although his clothes were tattered, his eyes revealed an even more terrifying ferociousness. Chapter 39:14. I broke through. My cultivation has skyrocketed to the peak first heavenly core realm. My demon god sword soul, which has been stagnant for a long time, has also broken through to the Xiantian realm. Ling Xiao looked at his body in disbelief. He had done most of his cultivation all these years by himself, even though there was a Yuan Venerate around. However, the Yuan Venerate could only guide him in alchemy and formations. The Yuan Venerate's cultivation method was completely different from his. Therefore, he couldn't guide him at all. After all, a Yuan Venerate was a supreme existence in the immortal court, a true immortal. He was just a cultivator at the lowest level. He had a few masters in the past, but those who could guide him were few and far between. However, the Beast Lord was different. He was also a beast god martial artist, so naturally, he could give him some pointers and training to improve his cultivation. He could clearly feel that his combat strength had taken a qualitative leap after transforming. Especially the aura that suppressed his enemies. Even demonic beasts would tremble in fear, let alone humans. What he didn't know was that the moment he broke through the small world, the sword aura that soared into the sky and the ferocious aura intertwined, shocking the entire Shueyu secret realm. Countless people in the secret realm suddenly looked up at the sky. They looked in that direction. A sword aura could actually tear apart a plane barrier. This was really inconceivable. Another king of the sword has appeared in Shueyu? People couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The kings of Shueyu usually had the word Lord in their title. Basically, they were all unique. For example, the Beast Lord, the Sword Lord, the Demon Lord, etc. Their status was very high, second only to the king of Shueyu. They were very powerful, second only to the king of Shueyu, and some were even more terrifying than the king of Shueyu. That direction was the demonic beast forest where the Beast Lord lived. Therefore, they thought that the aura of the ferocious beast came from the Beast Lord. However, there was another aura that was on par with this one. Wasn't it an expert on the same level as the Sword Lord? However, it was different from the other Sword Lord of Shueyu. It could only be the new Sword Lord. However, this guess couldn't be confirmed. The demonic beast forest was a terrifying place. The Beast Lord had been in seclusion for many years, and even the king didn't dare to disturb him. Only beasts raised by the Beast Lord had the qualifications to see him. That momentary fanghua only lasted for a moment. Therefore, even though they were still unsatisfied, they continued to do their own things. They didn't know the violent sword chi and the ferocious beast might. No sword master or beast master was released. It was just Ling Xiao, an 18-year-old young man. General Hu, why are you standing so far away? Ling Xiao looked at General Hu curiously. At this moment, General Hu looked at him warily, as if he was facing a great enemy. Furthermore, the distance between them had increased significantly. This confused him. Are you Ling Xiao? General Hu asked tentatively. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't understand. What was wrong with General Hu? He didn't even recognize him. Fortunately, you weren't devoured by that ferocity. According to Master, there were also people who immersed themselves in this kind of cultivation in the past. However, they had also become mindless ferocious beasts. They're even worse than us monsters. They only know how to blindly kill. General Hu breathed a sigh of relief and stopped being on guard. Then he sighed with emotion. Boy, you really have great potential. I can feel that your strength has increased a lot. Even the beast god martial spirit has become more terrifying, as if it has a true bestial nature. At this time, the beast lord came out of the cave. There was a bit of surprise in his eyes, but also a bit of surprise. I didn't expect you to make such progress. It seems that this old man still underestimated you. Your comprehension ability is the most terrifying among all the people this old man has ever seen. Even the king of Shui you can't compare with you. He didn't praise people casually. Even General Wolf and General Hu rarely heard such praises from him. But for Ling Xiao, he was not stingy with his praise. Even the king can't compare with him? General Hu was shocked. Everybody knew that the new king of Shui Yu was a peerless genius. Some people even thought that his strength was not inferior to the emperor of the Western Kingdom. But the Beast Lord said that his talent was not as good as Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao, with your talent, it would be a waste for this old man to teach you alone. Are you willing to have a few more teachers? Asked the Beast Lord. A few more teachers. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. General Hu said, Master, didn't you say that on the road of cultivation, it's best to be focused on one thing, that way you can improve faster. Otherwise, what you get is not comprehensive progress, but comprehensive mediocrity. That's for you, your aptitude is ordinary, you can't dabble too much, otherwise you will end up as a mediocre person. But he is different. The Beast Lord smiled. With his talent, he can improve without any obstacles. Since the Beast Lord thinks so, I am willing. Ling Xiao naturally wanted more teachers to teach him. As long as he could recover his cultivation as soon as possible, he would become even stronger. Why couldn't he have more teachers? Then come with this old man. In our Shuiyu country, there are a total of 7 kings. They are the Beast Lord, which is me. There is also the Sword Lord, the Demon Lord, the Fire Lord, the Ice Lord, the War Lord, and the Poison Lord. Which one do you want to choose first? The Beast Lord asked as they walked. Sword Lord. Ling Xiao said without thinking. Although the others seemed to be of great help to him. But Ling Xiao's favorite and best weapon was still the sword. The Sword Lord was his first choice. Yes, it's just as I expected. The Beast Lord didn't change direction and continued walking. It could be seen that he had already expected Ling Xiao to make such a choice. Perhaps this was the so-called great minds think alike. Both of them were experts and were extremely fast. After a short while, they had already arrived at a valley. This valley was very strange. It was like a sword tomb. Broken swords were everywhere. There were huge swords, thin swords, short swords, etc. In any case, all kinds of swords could be seen here. The entire valley was filled with a terrifying sword chi. If an ordinary person approached, they would probably be injured. Animal, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Suddenly, a sharp sword chi broke through the air. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only sword chi. It was very terrifying. It was much more terrifying than his sword chi. This person's strength was comparable to the Beast Lord. He should be the Sword Lord that the Beast Lord had mentioned. The Sword Lord was cursing, but his eyes were staring at Ling Xiao. It was as if he wanted to see through Ling Xiao. That gaze was like a sharp sword chi that could cut Ling Xiao's body open. Bitch, is this how you treat an old friend? Just think that this old man missed you and came to see you, can't he? Chapter 39:15. Hearing the conversation between the two old men, Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. Damn, these two old men were hilarious. One called him an animal, and the other called him a bitch. If they weren't good friends, perhaps they would have already started fighting. Cut the crap. Today, I saw a sword beam shoot up into the sky from the demon beast forest you were in. That terrifying sword intent is actually about to reach my level. You're here because of that, right? The sword master sneered. Hehe, so you found it. Look at this kid, he's the one who unleashed that sword energy. The beast master laughed. Him? He looks less than 20 years old, and his cultivation is only at the peak first heavenly core realm. Impossible. The sword master shook his head. If you don't believe me, then forget it. I was going to bring him to meet the other old men. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. The beast master laughed and said, I found a treasure and wanted to share it with everyone. Since you don't appreciate it, as an old friend, I won't force you. Bye-bye. After saying that, the beast master was about to bring Ling Xiao away. What a joke. You came to Daddy's Valley of Swords, and you want to leave so easily? No way. The sword master stopped in front of them. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, release your sword soul and sword intent for me to see. Let him have a look, I don't want this old bitch to keep pestering me. The beast master laughed. Ling Xiao was speechless. In front of others, these high and mighty kings were all dignified. But in private, they were no different from ordinary kids. How could they be so naughty? No one could be like them. However, he could still sense how powerful this sword master was. Therefore, he had to show him his sword intent and sword soul. After saying that, he unleashed his 40% Xiantian fiend god sword soul. The strange scene of a fiend god and a fiend god harmonizing into one body made the sword master's eyes light up. After that, he unleashed his sword intent. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out. An explosive aura shot straight towards the sword master. At this moment, it was as if all the swords in the entire Valley of Swords were resonating with each other, producing a strange sound. The entire sky was filled with sword energy. The mountains in all directions were shattered by the sword energy. The scene was extremely shocking. Such a terrifying sword intent turned into an illusory sword and pierced the sword master's body. However, the sword master himself stood there very calmly. It was as if nothing had happened. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's sword intent was, the power of his sword chi would not be able to reach that level. There wasn't much meaning to it. It's not a big deal. He's only a peak first divine core warrior at his age. A 40% Xiantian Godfiend sword soul isn't bad, but it's not worth the guidance of us old fellows. Compared to the geniuses of Shui Yu, there was a huge difference. I don't see you being tempted by those geniuses. The sword master frowned. He felt that the beast master was toying with him. What kind of bullshit genius was this? It wouldn't be a problem for any ordinary 6th divine core warriors to train him. He actually said that it was a treasure. Hehe, you're saying that he's not as good as those people? You'd better think it over. If you don't want it, then I'll introduce you to the others. I believe that there will be people who have a discerning eye for talent. The beast master looked at the sword master with a faint smile. The sword master furrowed his brows. He felt that something wasn't right. Just what was the beast lord planning? Old animal, don't keep me in suspense. We're good friends, and the others don't have a good relationship with us. I don't think they'll accept this disciple. The sword master felt that the beast master wouldn't accept a disciple for no reason. Since the beast master had accepted this disciple, it meant that this disciple must have something extraordinary about him. Now you think I'm your friend? Who said that I don't have a good relationship with the other old fellows? I think old Hua is a good friend. Last time when he went on a journey, he even brought me a bottle of good wine. The beast master laughed and said, Ling Xiao, don't tease him anymore. Show him your true strength. True strength. The sword master was startled. This guy is hiding his true strength. Why can't I see it? He didn't hide his true cultivation, but there are some things that you can't see on the surface. The beast master suddenly became serious. Just as he was speaking, Ling Xiao instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Not only did his aura increase further, even his sword intent skyrocketed at that moment. The sword master could clearly feel that the sword intent could pose a threat to him. He was extremely excited. It was as if he had seen a piece of treasure. Treasure, it's really a treasure. Apart from having the carnate godfiend sword soul, he's also a beast god. And this beast god's level isn't low. At the very least, he should be at the same level as this old animal. High-level deity position? The sword master was extremely excited, and there was a look of excitement in his eyes. Hey, didn't you say that he's not good? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? The beast master laughed. It's just a joke. Did you really take it seriously? He has such good attainments in sword Dao. Wouldn't it be a waste to send him to Old Hua? The sword master hurriedly said. Waste. Ling Xiao, open this B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Guarded. He naturally knew what the beast master wanted him to do. Hence, he raised his hand. All of a sudden, a terrifying flame ignited on his hands. Even his sword intent became extremely hot. Immortal fire. It's actually an immortal fire. Oh my god. Old Hua cultivated with all his might and only got a slightly more powerful exceptional fire. It's impossible to subdue an immortal fire. This kid actually has an exceptional fire. No wonder you asked him to go to Old Hua. However, it's better for him to stay with me. It's obvious that this kid likes sword Dao more. The sword master's eyes almost popped out. Hehe, you like it now? The beast master laughed. But I suddenly can't bear to part with it. Don't. I know you like to drink. I don't have a jar of good wine. I'll give it to you. The sword master hurriedly said. Hey, why are you suddenly so generous today? I think someone once said that you can break your head and bleed, but you can't give away your exceptional fire. The beast master teased. It's different. Compared to the wine, the person who can inherit our legacy is the most important. Otherwise, won't no one be able to carry forward what we've learned? The sword master laughed. Don't worry about leaving this kid with me. You know what kind of person I am. I'll definitely use the best resources to nurture him. He's going to the mystic realm, so he can't stay here for a long time. The higher-ups only gave him a month to cultivate. He can only stay with you for 10 days at most. If he can't make a breakthrough in his cultivation and his sword Dao can't improve, then, regardless of whether we're good friends or not, I'll have to take him away. I can't let you hold this kid back. The beast master reminded him. Don't worry, 10 days it is. As long as he can swallow it, I'll give him a lot of good stuff. Chapter 39:16. Ling Xiao, you stay here and cultivate, I'm going back now. Actually, the beast lord still had a lot of things he wanted to teach Ling Xiao. But, time was of the essence, and letting Ling Xiao learn more was the best way to increase his overall strength in a short period of time. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave Ling Xiao to the sword lord for now. Boom. 10 days later, a frightening sword intent exploded out from the Valley of Swords. It was 10 times stronger than the one unleashed in the demon beast forest. My cultivation has broken through again. Early second divine core realm. Not only that, under the guidance of the sword lord, my control of sword intent has become more flexible. The essence of sword intent is its sharpness. This sharpness can be used to kill, destroy, and save. How to use it depends on the warrior's comprehension. I didn't know this before, but now, I finally understand. Even if it's the same skill, when unleashed with a different intent, it will produce a completely different effect. As for intent, it doesn't just consist of sword intent. In this world, everything contains intent, and it all depends on whether the warrior is able to master it or not. Poison intent, fire intent, ice intent, lightning intent, water intent, darkness intent, all of these are examples. Because I have the divine position of one of the 12 divine beasts, I've mastered many different types of intent. But I have no idea what these intents are used for. I've just casually used them. But now, I finally understand. Every type of intent can be merged with a martial skill, and it can increase the strength of the skill, as well as provide special effects. It can also frighten the enemy. Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed. Excitement and hope could be seen in his eyes. Indeed, with the guidance of a professional mentor, the effect was different. Kid, you're a precious treasure that I can't bear to part with. If others can master even one type of intent, they'll be thankful. But you've mastered so many types of intent, and you've cultivated all of them well. This way, when you're facing an enemy, you'll be able to unleash different types of intent according to the situation. The Sword Lord had appeared behind Ling Xiao and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you for your guidance, mentor." Ling Xiao bowed and said. Regardless of whether it was the Beast Master or the Sword Master, he was extremely respectful towards them. Although he was arrogant, when he met someone who was truly willing to help him, he would use his heart to respect the other party. "Sai, I really can't bear to part with you. But there's no other way. I can't stop you from improving. Old man Hua, you've been peeping for a long time. Aren't you going to come out?" The Sword Master sighed. "Old bitch, what nonsense are you spouting? What old ghost? I'm a delicate maiden. What a cheap mouth. You make it sound like I'm peeping on you. I just heard from old Beast that there's a promising talent here, so I specially came to take a look." What suddenly appeared was a ball of crimson flames. A figure emerged from the raging flames. She looked to be a woman in her 30s and was exceptionally beautiful. Compared to Yu Fanghua and Xue Wushuang, she had a mature beauty. She actually stayed there the whole time. I didn't even notice. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. It seemed that he really had to be a little more humble. The higher he went, the more experts he would meet. He couldn't be careless. However, the old man Hua that the Sword Master and Beast Master were talking about was actually a beautiful woman. That surprised him. "Oh, just to take a look." Sword Master smiled faintly. Cough cough. "Young man, are you willing to follow me to cultivate the will of fire? I see that you've cultivated the will of sword, will of fire, and will of beast god the most. You've also used them the most. They're also the most powerful among all of your will of fire. You've cultivated the will of fire and will of beast god. Do you want to cultivate the will of fire?" Of course. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. The reason was simple. The will of fire wasn't just for fighting. It was also the key to alchemy, weapon forging, and formation. More importantly, only when the will of fire became stronger would he be able to better control the flames. Currently, he couldn't freely use the celestial fire and divine fire to fight because the will of fire wasn't strong enough. Even controlling the strange fire required the help of the undying hellbird beast soul. The will of fire was indeed the key. "All right, follow me." Fire Lord grabbed Ling Xiao and flew into the sky. "Should I ask her for something?" Only after Fire Lord had left did Sword Master finally realize that he had been tricked by that old bastard Beast Lord. He should have tricked Fire Lord as well. But too bad, Fire Lord had left, and there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Somewhere in the Blood Moon secret realm, a volcano suddenly erupted. A massive amount of magma gushed out from the volcano and soared into the sky. What was shocking was that there was actually a person sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the magma. His entire body was red. It didn't look like he was burned, it looked more like the energy of the magma had merged with his body. "My cultivation base has increased again. Peak second heavenly divine core realm." Ling Xiao excitedly checked the condition of her body. Not only had his cultivation base increased, even his body had broken through to the mid-7th order Emperor realm after being continuously tempered by the flames. He was even stronger than before. This was not an easy thing to do. Will of Sword Dao, will of Beast God, will of Fire, great success. In terms of pure willpower, you are even stronger than many of the top warriors in the Xueyu country. Fire Lord stood there, feeling excited and helpless at the same time. This young man was too monstrous. She had been cultivating for dozens of years, and she had only managed to break through to the completed fire will. Right now, she was only at the peak divine core realm, and it would be impossible for her to break through to the transformative realm. But Ling Xiao had shown her the hope of breaking through to the transformative realm. Thank you for the compliment, Fire Lord. Ling Xiao could feel that after his willpower increased, not only would it bring about a special effect when he condensed it into a martial skill, it would also increase the power of the skill. Normally, a completed will could increase a martial skill's offensive strength by 6 times. This was extremely powerful. Even if a martial skill's grade wasn't as high as someone else's, with the addition of his willpower, it might be able to catch up. In the past 20 days, Ling Xiao had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation base increased to the peak second heavenly divine core realm, his willpower had increased greatly. Furthermore, his willpower had also improved greatly. He had also grasped different ways to use it. This made him extremely happy. At the same time, the others were cultivating as well. Somewhere in the Blood Moon secret realm, a figure was flying around in the middle of a strange rock forest. Every time he struck out with his sword, a sharp sword beam would be emitted. The strange rock was shattered. This man's sword intent was extremely domineering, and the roar of a dragon could even be heard. It was shocking. Overlord's sword was floating in the air, watching his disciple Longjianshan cultivating. He was very satisfied. Longjianshan was definitely a genius. In the past 20 days, not only had he broken through to the sword Dao Will, he had also broken through to the 5th heavenly divine core realm. He had also broken through to the peak 5th heavenly divine core realm, and had mastered 90% of his ocean energy. He was not far away from breaking through. Chapter 39:17. Long Jianshan, listen to me. Don't go overboard. Don't be too hasty, or else, you'll be stuck at a standstill. I know you want to be above the other 9 geniuses. I also hope you can do it. But with your current strength, it won't be a problem for you to be ranked in the top 3. Don't be impatient, it will destroy you. Overlord Sword said when he noticed Long Jianshan's sword intent was in chaos. Long Jianshan was startled. He didn't know why, but he didn't really care about others. But, Ling Xiao, who was also a sword user, he really wanted to be above him. He didn't want that guy to be above him. Therefore, when he was practicing his sword, Ling Xiao's domineering and disdainful figure would always appear in front of him. This made him really unhappy. Although he had no grudge against Ling Xiao. But, because Ling Xiao had slapped his face and displayed a strength that was much stronger than he had imagined. That was why he was jealous. He was insanely jealous. Because of his jealousy, it gave birth to hatred. No matter how much Ling Xiao had improved, he still wanted to surpass Ling Xiao. He would never be defeated by a guy he looked down on. But, he didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't take him seriously at all. In the past, Ling Xiao had even killed super geniuses like Jiyu Fenghua and Water White Wolf. He was just a mere Long Jianshan, nothing compared to him. In the last 10 days, Ling Xiao returned to the Demon Beast Forest. He didn't want to sit there and cultivate anymore. Instead, he wanted to improve his sword intent through battles. To him, sword intent was the most important thing. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had always been obsessed with sword intent. Now, he wouldn't change. Ling Xiao stepped into the depths of the Demon Beast Forest. There were a lot of 5th, 6th, and even 7th divine core demon beasts there. Although the Beast Lord didn't want him to take the risk, once he had decided on something, he wouldn't change it. In front of the Beast Lord's cave, 3 figures were staring at the direction Ling Xiao disappeared. Are you really that relieved? The Sword Lord asked worriedly. You know this guy's personality. Once he has decided on something, who can change it? The Beast Master sighed. Let him be. I believe in him. The Fire Master smiled and said, it's a pity that the time was too short. I didn't have time to teach him any martial arts techniques. Yeah, what can you do in a month? It's really too short. The Beast Master said helplessly. Old Beast, tell me the truth. Are you planning to nurture this brat into the signature of my Eternal Night Palace? Sword Head suddenly asked. Eternal Night Palace? You're too short-sighted. With his natural abilities, becoming the best cultivator of Shui Yu wouldn't be a problem for him. The Fire Master rolled his eyes at the Sword Master. You're right. We've been accumulating strength for so many years. They wanted to become the fifth powerful country independent of the Western Kingdom in one fell swoop. But because the younger generation wasn't good enough, they didn't expose this ambition. However, this kid's appearance has turned this ambition into reality. The Sword Master pondered for a moment and said, "Bullshit. There is no such thing as a strong country in the Western continent, there is only a strong country in Shui Yu. If those things hadn't happened in the past, how could Shui Yu have ended up like this?" The Beast Master said while gnashing his teeth. What had happened in the past had dealt a huge blow to Shui Yu. They had lost over 100 powerful warriors in a single night. A strong country had become a great country. The original Western Kingdom had become a strong country with the help of the Eastern Kingdom. Ling Xiao didn't know what the three old men were talking about. Right now, he had entered the depths of the Demon Beast Forest. For him, this was a test. Within the Demon Beast Forest, there were many high-ranked demon beasts. In the first 9 days, Ling Xiao was practically fighting non-stop for a moment. The demon beasts had been attacking him without any fear of death. Until the 10th day. While fighting crazily, Jiang Chen had recovered his cultivation to the early 3rd Divine Core realm. It seemed like the demon beasts were scared of him, they no longer attacked him. Jiang Chen seemed much more relaxed. It's the last day, I should go back. I've gained a lot in this 1 month. Looks like after the secret realm, I can leave Shui Yu and go to the Western Kingdom. Going to the Western Kingdom wasn't considered betrayal. Because many disciples from Shui Yu wanted to go to the Western Kingdom to further their studies. After all, the resources were not on the same level. Just as he was walking back, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He transformed into his shadow warrior form and curiously rushed over. Since he heard the sound of fighting here, he might run into someone he knew. It might be someone from the Eternal Night Palace. It might even be someone from Dark Frost or Lion Master Castle. It would be best if he could help. Right at this moment, a foul wind was blowing through the forest. Many branches had been broken and fallen. From time to time, the roars of some ferocious demon beasts could be heard. Ling Xiao sped up and arrived at a place about 100 meters away from the battlefield. He activated his Tai Chi Eye. The open space was already in a mess. There were 4 people surrounding and attacking a ferocious beast. The beast had a strange appearance. Its body was covered with a thick hard armor, and there were many sharp thorns. Each of the thorns was as sharp as a sword. It was terrifying. Of course, these weren't the scariest part. The scariest part was its poisonous claws and teeth. This demon beast was 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. It wasn't a big demon beast. However, its strength wasn't weak. Peak 5th Divine Core Realm. Its name was Sword Mountain Stinger. It was a type of hedgehog, but after cultivating, it was much stronger than ordinary hedgehogs. Even a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior would have no choice but to run for his life if he encountered this beast. As for the 4 men attacking the Sword Mountain Stinger, Ling Xiao knew 3 of them. Only one of them was an unfamiliar face. Among these 3 men, one was Dark Frost, one was Yang Mo, and the last one was Lion Master Castle. As for the unfamiliar face, he seemed to be the one with the highest cultivation amongst the 4 men. After 20 days, Dark Frost, Yang Mo, and Lion Master Castle had all made breakthroughs in their cultivation. Dark Frost had broken through to the late 5th Divine Core realm. The same went for Lion Master Castle. Yang Mo had broken through to the early 5th Divine Core realm. As for the unfamiliar face, he was a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. Compared to Shui Wushuang, his strength wasn't any weaker. The strength of these 4 people was not too weak. But it wasn't easy to defeat the Sword Mountain Stinger. Most importantly, they hadn't worked together many times before, that was why their teamwork wasn't perfect. But Dark Frost's secret soul skill and Lion Master Castle's brute force were both able to make the Sword Mountain Stinger a tough opponent. Yang Mo's attacks were decent as well. Of course, the unfamiliar face wasn't bad either. After all, He was the one with the strongest cultivation. He wore a sky-blue long robe, and held a long spear in his hand. With every attack, he would leave a wound on the Sword Mountain Stinger's body. All 4 men were smart. Although their teamwork wasn't perfect, they could still make adjustments during the fight. Chapter 39:18. Finally, under the siege of the 4 people, the Sword Mountain Stinger fell to the ground and died. In Ling Xiao's eyes, among the 4 people, the one who put in the most effort was actually Dark Frost. Then it was Lion Master Bao. Then it was that unfamiliar face. Yang Mo's strength was the weakest, but he had already put in a lot of effort. It couldn't be helped that he contributed the least. But it was obvious that the unfamiliar face was very nah. He felt that he was the one who put in the most effort among the 4. Regardless of whether the other 3 people objected or not, he took the Sword Mountain Stinger's monster crystal core and put it into his storage ring. Qin Haodong, aren't you being too shameless? We agreed to split the things equally. Why are you taking it all for yourself now? Yang Mo couldn't help but say. Shut up, you trash dare to question me, Qin Zhan. The unfamiliar face sneered. I came to your Eternal Night Palace because I gave you face. On the way, I met the 3 of you in the monster forest, so I helped. Without me, you all would have died. Don't deny it. This guy is stupid, we will die without him. Lion Master Bao was stunned for a moment and said, your strength is not as good as mine. That's right, we don't need your help. This monster crystal core will be fed to the dogs. We can't be bothered to argue with you, but you can leave. Dark Frost said coldly. She couldn't stand this guy called Qin Zhan's rude appearance. Let me go. In your dreams. This Sword Mountain Stinger usually lives in groups, and usually 10 of them stay together. Every Sword Mountain Stinger's nest will have a Sword Mountain grass. You want to take it all for yourself? No way. Qin Zhan seemed to be relying on the 3 of them. Sword Mountain grass? Originally, Ling Xiao had already planned to leave. His friends were so strong, so there wouldn't be any danger. But when he heard Sword Mountain grass, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sword Mountain grass was a kind of strange grass that was born because it contained an extremely rich sword intent. After consuming it, not only could it improve one's cultivation, but more importantly, it could improve one's sword intent. No matter what effect it had, it would be of great help to him. So, this thing, he must get it. He was just about to show his face. Lion Xiaobao laughed coldly. Don't even think about that Sword Mountain grass. We're going to give it to a friend. Yes, I want to give it to Big Brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost added. What is Ling Xiao? Qin Zhan said disdainfully. Aren't they just trash like you who were selected? Shut up. If you dare to speak ill of Big Brother Ling Xiao, I'll kill you. Yang Mo was also very respectful towards Ling Xiao. After all, if it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been recruited by Shui Yu. Haha, trash is trash. Are you afraid of what others say? Qin Zhan wasn't afraid of Yang Mo, nor was he afraid of Ling Xiao. If I'm trash, then what are you? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Qin Zhan, giving him a fright. He didn't even notice that there was someone nearby. This was simply too terrifying. Who are you? Qin Zhan hurriedly dodged. He held his spear and looked at Ling Xiao with vigilance. Me? I'm the trash you're talking about. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhan mockingly. You're Ling Xiao? Qin Zhan's face didn't look too good. He had never seen Ling Xiao before. He had only heard of him. But now that he saw him, his heart was filled with a very strong panic. Ling Xiao's eyes were too terrifying. The aura he emitted was like a terrifying beast. It was as if he could swallow him in one bite. Moreover, the other side had changed from 3 to 4 people. He was only 1. No matter what, he couldn't be a match. What do you want? I'm from Shueyang Palace. Do you know Shueyang Palace? They're much stronger than your Eternal Night Palace. If you dare to harm me, Shueyang Palace won't let you go. Qin Zhan's words were somewhat fierce. I don't want to do anything. As long as you obediently apologize, then slap yourself twice and say you're trash. I can let you go. Ling Xiao mocked. He didn't know what Shueyang Palace was. However, He even dared to provoke Dongshan country. Shueyang Palace was just a force under Shueyu country. What was he afraid of? In your dreams. Qin Zhon knew that a wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him. He turned around and ran. However, how could he be faster than Ling Xiao? He had just run 2 steps when he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Get lost. Qin Zhon roared. The long spear in his hand shook and stabbed at Ling Xiao. Oh, proficient in the will of the spear. Not bad. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and didn't use any weapons. He directly grabbed the spear with his hand. This was a divine emperor-level spear. It wasn't as strong as his physical body. If his physical body was compared to a magic weapon, it could be considered a spiritual heavenly king-level defensive magic weapon. Will of fire smelt. Suddenly, a blazing flame was released from his hand. The spear turned into liquid in an instant and dripped to the ground. It made a strange sizzling sound. Qin Zhon was startled and hurriedly let go of the spear. Because his hands had already felt the scalding heat. If he didn't throw it away, his hands would be directly burned. Brother Ling Xiao seems to have become stronger. Dark Frost smiled. Yes, I thought I could defeat him if I became stronger, but today I saw it. His progress is much greater than mine. Lion Xiaobao smiled wryly. Brother Ling Xiao is really powerful. Yang Mo said with a look of admiration. Damn it. Qin Zhon retreated dozens of steps and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you trash. He apologized because he was afraid of Ling Xiao's strength. It's useless to apologize now. You have to leave an arm. Ling Xiao sneered and rushed forward. Roar. The terrible roar of a beast rang in Qin Zhon's ears. At that moment, Qin Zhon was so scared that he almost fainted. Ah! Immediately after, a white light flashed and Qin Zhon's right arm was cut off. On the wound, there was a dense sword intent. Get lost. Cutting off your arm is just to teach you a lesson. After all, you are also a person of Shueyu country. But I warn you, don't talk nonsense in the future and don't casually attack others. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be cutting off one of your arms. It will be your death. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhon coldly. Qin Zhon didn't say anything and turned to run. He was afraid that if he said even one word, he would be mercilessly killed by Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you are still the best. But that guy is really from Shueyang Palace. There are 12 palaces in Shueyu country and our Eternal Night Palace is the weakest. You cut off one of his arms, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lion Xiaobao reminded. No matter. If he learns, there won't be any trouble. But if he still wants revenge, then I can only kill him. After killing so many people, one wouldn't care so much. In the world of martial artists, there was basically no martial artist who hadn't killed before. After all, they were all people who licked blood on the blade. Chapter 39:19. The reason why Ling Xiao let Qin Zhon go today was because he was giving face to the Shueyang Palace, and he didn't want to cause any trouble for the Eternal Night Palace. After all, he was being nurtured by the Beast Master, Sword Master, and Fire Master. He still had to take care of the Eternal Night Palace's interests. That's right, when has Big Bro Ling Xiao ever been afraid of them? Dark Frost hugged Ling Xiao's arm and said, It's been 20 days, I've missed Big Bro Ling Xiao so much. I've missed you guys too, but for now, let's focus on the Sword Mountain grass. Ling Xiao said. That's right, the Sword Mountain grass. But Brother Ling, there are still 9 Sword Mountain poison spikes in the cave. Ordinary ones are easy to deal with, but one of them should be the king of the Sword Mountain poison spikes. Perhaps it has reached the early 6th divine core realm. It's not easy to deal with it. Liu Xiaobao said. With the 4 of us working together, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao didn't just rely on his martial arts. In order to get the Sword Mountain grass, he could use any formation or pill. In the midst of the lush weeds, there was a hidden cave. Even if a warrior had great eyesight, it wouldn't be easy for him to find this cave. Brother Ling, that's the place. Liu Xiaobao pointed at the cave hidden within the grass. What were you guys planning to do? Ling Xiao asked. The Sword Mountain poison spikes like poisonous things, so we only need something that can release their poison. We prepared some poisonous herbs, But with Brother Ling here, I don't think we need them anymore. Liu Xiaobao said with a smile. He had witnessed how Ling Xiao fought poison with poison, and how he killed Du Juyi. Good idea. Ling Xiao smiled, then he started setting up the formation. The formations he set up this time were 2 of the 10-terminal formation he had used before. One was the Raging Flame formation, and the other was the Golden Light formation. One of the 2 formations contained the Will of Fire. The other contained the Will of Sword. Under Ling Xiao's control, the formation's power was greatly increased. Ling Xiao had prepared the 10-terminal formation a long time ago, and he had sealed it in a formation refining stone. It was very effective. He set up the formation about 1 kilometer away from the cave. Because if they were too close, it would easily attract the attention of the other Sword Mountain venomous thorns in the cave. What they needed to do was to take advantage of the fact that the demonic beasts were not very smart and defeat them one by one. At the very least, he couldn't let the poisonous thorns of the 9-headed Sword Mountain rush out. If that was the case, they would all be finished. After preparing everything, Ling Xiao released the 9-headed hell snake beast spirit. Then, it swallowed and spat out poison mist. A small amount of poison slowly drifted into the cave. After a while, 2 of the Sword Mountain stingers finally walked out. "He's here." Yang Mo was pleasantly surprised. "You guys go over there and set up an ambush. I'll lure these 2 guys over," Ling Xiao instructed, and then everyone began to move. He was very careful, turning back every few steps. He was neither too fast nor too slow. The 2 Sword Mountain stingers were lured into the Golden Light Array. In an instant, he released his spirit formation martial spirit and enveloped the entire battlefield. There was only one reason for him to do this, and that was to prevent the other 7 Sword Mountain stingers from noticing him. The Sword Mountain stingers that fell into the Golden Light Array didn't last long. Ling Xiao was surprised by the Golden Light Array's current strength. A peak 5th Divine Core Demon Beast was turned into a porcupine in just 1 or 2 minutes. It looked like after his sword Dao Will had reached the level of major success, and his cultivation base had increased. The strength of this formation had become even more frightening. The last time he used the Golden Light Array was in the Western region. But now, he was using the Golden Light Array in the Western region. Perhaps it had something to do with the laws here. Just like that, they killed 6 of the poisonous spikes from the 9-headed Sword Mountain. The Golden Light Array and Raging Flame Array worked together, and it was extremely powerful. They didn't even need to attack. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Brother Ling to come with us. With you here, we don't have to fight, this is so easy, Lion Xiaobao said with a smile. Damn it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, because the last 3 Sword Mountain stingers had rushed out from the cave at the same time. The leader of the group, the Stinger King, was much smarter than the other Sword Mountain stingers. When it arrived in front of the Golden Light Array and Raging Flame Array, it suddenly stopped. It unleashed all of its stingers and attacked from a distance. The other 2 Sword Mountain stingers followed suit. Ling Xiao unleashed the Firestorm wheels and blocked the stingers' attacks. After that, he said, Brother Lion, Dark Frost, you guys deal with the 2 smaller ones. I'll deal with the bigger one. Yang Mo, you help me from the side, help whoever is in trouble. Let's go. Since they couldn't lure their opponents into a trap, they had no choice but to face them head-on. Right at this moment, no one would question his orders. Lion Xiaobao and Dark Frost each faced a Sword Mountain stinger. They were both peak 5th Divine Core stingers. For them, although it was a little troublesome, it wasn't a big problem. Besides, Yang Mo was helping them from the side. As for Ling Xiao, facing an early 6th Divine Core Stinger King by himself was still a little troublesome. But, this was exactly what he wanted. He had now recovered to the early 3rd Divine Core realm. But, this wasn't enough. He still needed to become stronger. During the battle, he used all the skills he had learned from the Beast Lord, Sword Lord, and Fire Lord. He used a normal attack that was infused with his will and killed the Sword Mountain Stinger King. When he killed the most troublesome Sword Mountain stingers, the battle between Lion Xiaobao and Dark Frost hadn't ended. But, it seemed like they didn't need his help. In just a few seconds, the battle between the 2 had ended. Brother Ling, You're the most frightening genius I've ever seen. Lion Xiaobao's praise was from the bottom of his heart. Because he wouldn't lie. At least, he wouldn't lie until now. He was really shocked by Ling Xiao's frightening combat strength. Stop praising me, let's take out the sword mountain grass first. The few men carefully entered the cave. Oh my heavens, this isn't just one sword mountain grass. There are 3 of them, we're rich. Right after entering the cave, Lion Xiaobao shouted out excitedly. Too bad, this sword mountain grass can only be used by warriors who cultivate the will of the sword. Brother Ling, you've got a great deal. Lion Xiaobao smiled bitterly. Of the 3 sword mountain grass, I'll take 2 and Yang Mo will take 1. As for the 2 of you, I'll give you pills as compensation. Dark Frost, this is a soul-stabilizing pill that I refined after coming to the Black Tortoise continent. It'll be of great help to your soul power. Lion Xiaobao, you're good at strength attacks and have the earth martial spirit. This core of the earth is for you. I got it in my hometown and haven't used it yet. Ling Xiao wouldn't mistreat his brothers. Everyone had worked hard, so he couldn't be the only one to get the benefits. If he always wanted to keep things for himself, then no one would dare to be friends with him in the future. Then I won't be polite. Lion Xiaobao was very straightforward. Dark Frost didn't dawdle, because she also knew Ling Xiao. Only Yang Mo was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao stuffed the sword mountain grass into his hand. Chapter 39:20. After distributing the spoils of war, everyone was preparing to leave. Suddenly, Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Who is it? Come out." Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo hurriedly reacted and looked at the bushes not far away. This is the Xueyu secret world. Outsiders can't enter. Who are you? Dark Frost said coldly. I didn't expect to be discovered. The new recruits of the Eternal Night Palace are not bad. A sneer came from the forest. Then a group of people came out. There were about 30 of them. Their strength was not bad. Ling Xiao recognized one of them. It was Qin Zhon. I said that if you cause trouble again, you will die. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhon. He didn't regret letting him go before. Letting him go was to prepare for killing. This way, if the Xueyu country pursued him, he would have an excuse. When Qin Zhon saw Ling Xiao, he was a little afraid and stepped back. Qin Zhon, don't be afraid. We have more than 30 people. There are only 4 of them. What are you afraid of? The leader of the group looked like a woman, but his voice sounded like that of a male duck. Ling Xiao even suspected that this guy was a eunuch in the palace. After all, the Xueyu secret world was the palace of the Xueyu country. The duck voice revealed a cold murderous qi. The other party could injure Qin Zhon, so of course he wouldn't underestimate them. That was why he called so many helpers. The more people there were, the more confidence there would be. What do you want? Although the Eternal Night Palace and the Xueyang Palace have never been on good terms, they are still part of the Xueyu country. You are not planning to attack us here, are you? Yang Mo frowned. Don't worry. After all, we are from the same sect. How could I bear to kill you? Hand over all your storage rings, then leave that little girl behind so that we can have some fun. This matter is over. The duck voice sneered. The group of people followed and laughed exaggeratedly. Dark Frost's face suddenly became gloomy. She used to be a person of high status, so she was a little domineering. How could she not be angry that someone dared to humiliate her like this? I think you guys don't have to go back today. Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a shocking killing intent. In that instant, a few of the 30 or so people on the other side were frightened. Kill. The moment the murderous aura bloomed, Ling Xiao moved. Since he dared to humiliate the girl whom he treated as his younger sister, if he didn't kill him, what was the point of keeping him alive? Falling plum clear shadow step was displayed. He activated his cosmic body. His entire body dashed over like a ghost. The man with the croaky voice didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to make a move on him. He wasn't afraid of their numbers at all. When he tried to wave the weapon in his hand to block, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced through his throat. Then, a terrifying flame ignited on his body. His Niden was actually burnt and cracked. His soul eventually perished amidst his miserable cries. Dark Frost's attacks were not much slower than Ling Xiao's. Suddenly, a giant white bone hand stretched out from the ground and dragged several warriors into the ground. In an instant, they had already lost their lives. Lion Master attacked almost at the same time. Ferocious fists exploded in the crowd. Under one punch, 3 people were killed and several were injured. Yang Mo's reaction was slower, but he also assassinated the injured person. Once the 4 people attacked, they were no longer merciful. Whether they were from Shuiyu or not, they dared to ambush them here and be so disrespectful to them. If they didn't kill them, it wouldn't be enough to vent their anger. In an instant, 7 or 8 of the 32 people were dead. The people of Shuiyang Palace were stunned. Qin Zhon was so scared that he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao had already let him go once. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let him go. He pointed with his right hand. The wind from his finger turned into a sharp sword and shot out. Piercing through the void, there were bursts of explosions in the air, and finally pierced Qin Zhon's dantian, killing him. I said that if I let you go, you should cherish it. Since you don't know how to cherish it, it's better to die. The hunter had become the prey, the situation had changed too quickly. The people of Shuiyang Palace didn't even have time to react. They reorganized their formation and were about to regroup. Now, only 20 people were left from the 32 people. The corpses on the ground were still trembling in a strange manner. Blood had dyed the ground red, attracting the attention of the surrounding demon beasts. Don't be afraid, we have more people. We were just attacked by surprise just now, that's why we lost our composure. A strong warrior walked out from the crowd. Although this man didn't say anything before, Ling Xiao had been paying attention to him. Because he was the one with the highest cultivation in this group. Early 6th Divine Core Realm. That was the strength of the Poison Thorn King from Sword Mountain. He stood out because he had no other choice. He wanted to regroup, so he had to do this. Otherwise, all of them would have to die. This man was holding a long spear, the same weapon as Qin Zhon's, but its quality was better than Qin Zhon's. It was a mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. You talk too much. Ling Xiao immediately attacked. The spear wielder was startled, he quickly waved his spear to defend himself. Ling Xiao's fist smashed onto the long spear. Crack! The long spear and its handle shattered at the same time. How could this be? The spear wielder felt his heart ache. This was a weapon he had spent a lot of effort to get, but it was destroyed by Ling Xiao so easily. How could he not feel his heart ache? But he didn't have the time to mourn for his fallen weapon. This was because after Ling Xiao's fist shattered the spear, it was still aiming for his head without any hesitation. Left with no other choice, he could only defend himself with both hands. Bang! Crack! The spear wielder was sent flying by the punch. The bones in both his arms were shattered, and his arms were hanging on both sides of his body. Looking at this scene, no one could believe what they had just seen. Ling Xiao, an early 3rd Divine Core warrior, was able to easily injure an early 6th Divine Core warrior. This was too unreasonable. In fact, Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with this attack. His body was as tough as a spiritual rank Heavenly King weapon, and his Black Tortoise divine body was a mid-7th Order Emperor. He should have been able to kill this guy with a single punch. Since he didn't, it could only be said that he didn't perform well enough. Of course, his opponent wasn't weak either. This is bad. How can this guy called Ling Xiao be so strong? This is terrifying. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Run. Although both of his arms were broken, both of his legs were still intact. The spear wielder leapt up into the sky, then he turned around and tried to escape. However, Ling Xiao's speed was faster than his. After that, Jiang Chen punched the man's dantian. His dantian exploded. After that, Jiang Chen pierced the man's throat with his sword. When the man's body fell to the ground, all the men from the Shuiyang Palace were so scared that they didn't dare to attack. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao wouldn't show any mercy this time. Since he had already killed someone, he might as well kill all of them and destroy all evidence. Chapter 39-21. While speaking, Ling Xiao released the martial spirit barrier, trapping all the people of the Shuiyang Palace in the battlefield. It was like a prey that had been trapped. They were killed one by one. Although these people were not weak, compared to Ling Xiao and the others, they were far behind. Not long after, all the people of the Shuiyang Palace were killed. Ling Xiao released the will of fire and burned everyone, destroying the corpses. When you go back, no one mention what happened today. Soon it will be the day to go to the secret realm. Go back to your mentors and stay there. Don't come out so easily. The four of them had all gained benefits, so they naturally had to cultivate for a few days. Anyway, the day to go to the secret realm was not fixed. It was only said that it would take more than a month. But they didn't know how many days it would take. They could cultivate for as long as they could. Watching Lion Master, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo leave, Ling Xiao also returned to the Beast Master's cave. He sat down, swallowed the sword mountain grass, and began to cultivate. The higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of obtaining benefits in the secret realm. He might not care about other things, but he had to get the beast god's blood. So, another 3 days passed. Just now, the higher-ups said to gather the warriors who are participating in the secret realm. We are leaving today. But Ling Xiao hasn't finished cultivating yet. What should we do? The Beast Master looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. Don't worry, there is still some time. They said to gather this afternoon, so there should be a few hours. If he really can't break through, then give up temporarily. The Sword Master thought for a moment. That's the only way. But I can feel that his aura is constantly rising. He should have reached the limit. Let me help him. While speaking, the Fire Master suddenly released a ball of fire and blasted toward Ling Xiao's body. This was not a random attack. Instead, it just happened to help Ling Xiao break through the willpower barrier. The other two also attacked at the same time. About an hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. A sword intent word shot out from his eyes, as if it was real. Peak sword intent. He actually broke through to the peak. Small success, expert, large success, peak, perfection, transformative, immortal, nihility. These were all the realms of martial wills. Reaching the peak of sword intent was already considered an outstanding existence. One had to know that even the sword master only had perfect sword intent. Thank you, seniors. Ling Xiao stood up. His sword Dao will had reached its peak, and his cultivation had broken through to the mid-third divine core realm. These 3 days were not in vain. The reason why he was grateful to the three of them was because of their final assistance, which allowed him to comprehend the peak of sword intent so quickly. Otherwise, it would probably take a long time for it to end. There's no need to thank me. You were the one who got the sword mountain grass. It was your own perception that helped you. We are just adding fuel to the fire. The Fire Lord smiled. You're adding fuel to the fire, but I'm adding a sword. The Sword Master said. Don't tell me I threw in a wild beast. The Beast King smiled bitterly. All right, let's stop joking around. Let's tell him about our trip to the secret realm. The Fire Lord said. The other two became serious as well. The Beast Master looked at Ling Xiao and said, the trip to the secret realm is a little complicated. Because none of us have been there before, no one knows what's inside. It could be a tomb of some mighty warrior. It could also be the remains of an ancient palace. It could also be a miracle sent from the heavens. All in all, the reason why the secret realm is called a secret realm is because there are secret treasures inside. The dangers you will face will not only come from your competitors, but also from all sorts of unknown dangers in the secret realm. You have to be extra careful. Remember this, if you lose your life, you'll lose everything. Nothing is more important than a human life. The Sword Master nodded his head and said, that's right, don't think that you're strong. In front of those mighty warriors from the ancient times, you're nothing. If it wasn't for the mountain and river martial soul, compared to those warriors from the ancient times, the warriors of today would be like ants. No matter if it's formations, traps, anything can kill you. Disciple understands. Of course, Ling Xiao knew about this. He had entered many secret realms. All of them were filled with danger. Although he survived, many of the people who went in with him died. Just the tomb of the ancient Emperor Dongsheng had killed many experts. How could he be careless? After all, not every secret realm would be on his side. Some might even target him. It's good that you understand. Little Fire, I'll have to trouble you to bring him to the gathering point. The two of us have been in seclusion for many years and don't care about worldly affairs. Just pretend that we don't exist. The Beast Master looked at the Fire Master and said, "No problem." The Fire Master nodded and said, "Let's go, kid. I'll wait for you to return from the secret land. When you come back, you can reunite with these two old guys." Ling Xiao looked at the Beast Master and the Sword Master deeply. He was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would take revenge for any grievances and repay any kindness. "Let's go. Those little guys who were recruited with you should be at Little Wolf's ranch." The Fire Master smiled and left with Ling Xiao. At this time, in the open space outside the ranch, Dragon Sword Mountain, Yi Lungyan, Ghost Valley Three Devils, Dark Frost, Lion Master Fort, and Young Mo had all arrived. Most of them came with their own mentors. Only Dark Frost actually came with Xue Wushuang. The mentors of these two didn't even appear. The reason why the mentors followed them was naturally to see how their own disciples compared to other disciples. Everyone had the heart to compare, and they were no exception. Overlord Sword was a proud person, but when he saw Yi Lungyan's mentor, Blood Dragon, he still respectfully addressed him as Blood Dragon Commander. This was because not only was Blood Dragon's cultivation much stronger than his status was also much higher. Looking at Yi Lungyan, he understood why Blood Dragon agreed to be this girl's mentor. Yi Lungyan's talent was indeed stronger than Dragon Sword Mountain's. The mentors of the Ghost Valley Three Devils were different people, but their strength and status were not as good as Overlord Sword's. So in this way, Yi Lungyan was naturally first and Dragon Sword Mountain second. The Ghost Valley Three Devils were about the same. Dark Frost and Xue Wushuang's mentors did not appear, so it was hard to judge. Furthermore, Overlord Sword and Blood Dragon did not know who their mentors were. Otherwise, they could have estimated it. As for Lion Master Fort, he had been waiting here alone for a long time. He also did not know who his mentor was. This confused the mentors of Overlord Sword, Blood Dragon, and Ghost Valley Three Devils. "Ling Xiao hasn't arrived yet," Dragon Sword Mountain said impatiently. His cultivation is the lowest, but his arrogance is the highest." "Shut up. What do you know?" At this moment, the Wolf General walked out with a gloomy expression. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao was also his young master, so he naturally had to protect him. Dragon Sword Mountain was startled. He did not know how he had offended this Wolf General. He was helpless. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat him, and he didn't dare to say anything.